like really dumb decisions and start just like the guys she would hang out with. So before she was murdered, like Anita was terrified to go home. She hated being there. Nikki was awful. I don't know. As soon as it happened, I literally cut Nikki completely off, and I don't think I've even spoken a word to her since.
Yeah. I remember when we were there, like she was more concerned about like some of her stuff being stolen or whatever. Like something about, oh, I wonder if my rent could be cheaper now. So all that happened. I'm like, I don't even want to live in that house. I feel like my roommate just died. I'd be a little more concerned about that.
Anita was a little younger than me, but she did do some cheerleading stuff with us. She was just sweet to everyone.
Do you know Nikki at all?
Yes, I did know Nikki. So they were best friends. I know that they had their apartment together, and I know that they were kind of fighting off and on. I don't know what about. I didn't know much about their relationship. I just know it was really rocky towards the end there. And then shortly after that is when Anita was murdered, but I know some people thought it was Nikki that did it, but I just never felt that way.
Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
That'll be mine, Your Honor. State calls Christina Holler. She was originally Christina Imhoff.
All right. Ma'am, if you'll come up here, please. You may proceed, Ms. Surgeon.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My legal name is Christina Holler.
And would you please spell Christina? There's several different spellings.
Kristina.
Have you ever been known by another name?
Ma'am,
Yes.
spell your last name.
Holler.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And have you ever been known by another name?
Christina Imhoff or Christy.
Okay. And can you spell Imhoff for the record?
Imhoff.
Christina, what state do you live in currently?
North Dakota.
Did you ever live in the city of Minot?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago did you live in Minot?
I lived there from 2005 to 2011.
During the time that you lived in Minot, did you know Nichole Thomas Rice?
Yes.
How did you know her?
I met her at a party.
Do you know approximately when that party was?
2008.
And do you know where the party was?
I can't give you the address. The person that rented it his name was Nick. He was at Air Force.
Okay. And can you describe how the circumstances under which you met Nichole?
We were at a party and she was crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She said she had been getting bullied about the anniversary of her roommate's death.
So what did you do?
I asked her if she needed a ride home.
Okay. And did you give her that ride?
Yes.
Okay. Did the two of you talk during that ride?
I am not sure if we didn't talk. I'm sure we talked during the ride home. We talked when we got into her apartment.
Okay. And did she tell you something during that conversation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That she had done it to her roommate.
What did she specifically state to you?
I'm not 100% word for word, but that she had gotten into an argument with her and had stabbed her.
Do you remember what she told you the argument was about?
An alarm clock.
Did she give you any other details about her roommate?
That she was wearing a white robe.
And she specifically stated that she stabbed her roommate.
Yes.
What did you do with that information?
I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. I went back to the party, told my friend that I wanted to go home. When I got home, I sat at the kitchen table with my two roommates and told them what happened and asked them what I should do.
And what did you decide to do?
I went down, or I called the police department, told them that I had information, and then I went down and wrote a statement.
Okay. Do you remember who you spoke with at Minot Police Department?
I do not.
Okay. And this was in 2008, is that right?
Yes.
Were you ever given a copy of your statement after you wrote it?
I am not sure about that.
All right. Now, there's no record of your having gone to the police department, correct?
Yes.
All right. When's the next time that you discussed this with the Minot Police Department?
2022.
Okay. And who'd you speak with?
Detective Carmen Ash. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to say her last name.
Asham?
Asham.
Okay. All right. Following that party and after you went to the police department, did you have any further contact with Nichole?
Yes.
And what was that contact like?
We hung out after that. We were friends. I would stay at her house. We had talked about being roommates.
Did that actually happen? That
No.
you became roommates? Okay. How long were the two of you friends?
3 months.
Why such a short period of time?
It got very controlling, fighting. Drinking was bad.
Drinking by who?
Both of us.
Okay. And when you say there was some fighting, what do you mean?
We would fight if I wanted to go hang out with my other friends. She would get upset about that.
Okay. And why was that?
I'm not sure.
Do you know William May?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you know of his relationship, if any, with Nichole Rice?
They were only dating about, I think, a week when I had met Nichole.
You said that you were only friends with Nichole for about 3 months. Did the two of you argue?
Yes.
How did you argue? In person? Over the phone?
In person and through text.
And then the friendship ended, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what caused the falling out?
We got into an argument. I'm not sure what it was about.
Okay. And how did it end?
I made a statement to her and I walked out, and I haven't talked to her or seen her since.
Was there ever any physical violence?
No.
Did you ever bring it up to her again about the fact that she had told you she stabbed her roommate?
I had given her and Willie a ride home from a party one time, and I had it up.
And what'd she say?
I'm not sure if that was the time that she said that she was in the white robe, or if it wasn't. I can't remember that. Sure.
So after she had confessed this to you and you went to the police department, why'd you continue to hang out with her?
I was a very selfish teenager. I wasn't thinking about the big picture. I didn't know Anita or any of the other stuff that had gone on. I can't answer for what my mindset was then. I just know that I was a young 20-year-old that was being very selfish. And I was drinking and just being young.
Now, Christy, you didn't actually go to the police department when you spoke with Sergeant Asham, is that right?
No.
Okay. You hadn't contacted the police, is that correct?
No.
How is it that you ended up speaking with Sergeant Asham?
She had called me saying that they had a tip that they needed to talk to me about. I was possibly her friend and had been at that party.
And that's when you gave the information again, is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, any cross-examination, sir?
I do, sir. Thank you. When's the last time you talked to Willie May?
In 2022, I was going to have a statement with Detective Carmen Asham, and the day before the statement, I had gotten a friend request, and I had from Willie May.
Willie May friend request you
Yep.
the day before the statement.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
You know
just
that he used to be.
Please let her finish the
Sorry,
answer.
I thought she was done. I apologize.
and then just asked me how I was, and I sent all of the screenshots to Detective Carmen.
And the state had asked you about reporting this back in the day, and there's no record of that. You understand that, correct?
Yes.
There's no record of either of you reporting this.
Objection, is there a question?
Do you understand that?
Uh,
I'll withdraw your honor. Now, this was a long time ago, correct?
Yes.
You said you were drinking a lot at that time, correct?
Yeah.
You've used the term you don't remember quite a bit under direct examination. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, under direct examination, did you say that you didn't live with Nichole?
I would stay with her after we would go out. We had talks about being roommates. I had my own place still. And I did not end up living with her.
Okay, you guys stayed together a lot.
Yeah.
And this is after the thing she told you.
Yes.
You recall this interview?
Yes.
You recall that when you talked to Detective Asham, she said that you said, I stabbed her. Is that accurate? Do you recall that?
That I said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you recall saying, I apologize, I'm having a hard time remembering?
She had called me out of the blue and was asking me a lot of questions. And
Right.
I was trying to put all the pieces together from, at that time, it was 15 years ago.
You said, I don't know, I know something about a white robe and an alarm clock. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It's hard to remember all this stuff.
There's pieces that I remember and there's pieces that I don't.
Oh, it's real important that we try to get this right. You understand that?
Yes.
Nicole's sitting right there.
Objection. Is there a question? This is badgering.
It's not overruled.
Do you recall saying in that same conversation, I'm not 100% on that?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. Christy, you just told Mr. Sand that Sergeant Asham had called you up out of the blue and you were trying to put together pieces from 15 years prior. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've had time to sit and think about this in 3 years since you've given that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you sure you got it right?
Yes.
And Mr. Sand asked you about the thing that Nichole told you. What was the thing?
That her and Anita had gotten in an argument about alarm clock and that she was in a white robe and she had stabbed her.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Sand?
Just quickly, Your Honor. I thought I was done. Based on the questions you were asked here, it sounds like I'm getting a different answer than the state is getting. I'm going to go back to this because I have to clarify that. You said you weren't 100%, correct? We just brought that up.
100%. Can you say what the 100% was? Because in that statement, there was other things that I said I'm not 100% sure on.
Detective asked, you said I stabbed her. Is that accurate? You said, I think so. I apologize. You caught me off guard.
Yes.
And you said, maybe she said, I did it. Is that correct?
Yeah. In there.
It's important that we get this right. Can't change. All Detective Asham, if you would just watch the Cold Justice TV show about the case prior to the interview.
Yes.
What'd you say?
That was the second interview.
What did you say?
Yes.
You said yes, you had seen the Cold Justice
Yes.
documentary. Right?
Yes. That
No
week.
further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, anything else?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Haller, you were just asked by Mr. Sand if you had watched the Cold Justice interview, and you said it was before your second interview, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact what you told Sergeant Asham at all?
No.
Thank you.
Last question, Mr. Sand, anything else?
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Is she hereby subpoenaed, Ms.
She
Sorgan?
is, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
Yes, she is.
Standing objections?
No problem, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Do you have another witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Your Honor, as we had indicated previously, we only had the 4 witnesses available for today. The rest are flying in over the course of the weekend and will be available on Monday.
Just a couple of things. I did note that Heathrow, I think is the correct term for the airport in London, had a big fire. So there was some crazy airport stuff going on over the globe. So please make sure that your witnesses can be here on Monday. Again, it's not even 10 o'clock today, so I'm a little disappointed in our timing. But again, maybe the jury will be happy with that. Is there anything until I let the jury go then, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Nothing from us, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, again, the time is 38 minutes after 9 o'clock. I am going to let you go for the day, for the weekend. I want you back here on Monday morning at 8:30. We will start again at that time. Again, don't always have control over the witnesses and the timing. So we will do our best, and hopefully this matter, it is progressing fairly quickly. So I'm good for that. So my admonition to you, and this is going to be critical, again, as it has been every day when I've given it to you. Family and friends, people you know, I suggest again that you just avoid the media whatsoever, everything. It will be the only weekend in your life that you've never looked at the news, but this will be it. Do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. Please do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. Once again, I hope to repeat the instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it applies to you throughout this trial. All right, jury will be dismissed for the weekend. Will we recess till Monday?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Just for scheduling, Your Honor, I know things are getting a little wonky here. We're getting done at 9:30 this morning. Does the
Yes.
state have any idea what their plan is for calling witnesses next week?
Well, as
My
I
understanding is they have 4 witnesses on Monday for sure.
Yes, Your Honor. And then once those witnesses have concluded, then we plan on putting on Sergeant Asham, and then we plan on resting.
Okay, so again, we have 5 witnesses left. I presume that your witnesses should be available as soon as Monday afternoon, but more likely than not Tuesday. If you
Yes,
have
sir.
1 or 2 that can be available Monday afternoon, just in case, that would be nice.
That's what we're trying to clarify. Thank you, sir.
And I appreciate that.
Yep.
Are your 4 witnesses on Monday going to be as short, Ms.?
We anticipate that they will be relatively brief, Your Honor.
Okay, so we should be getting to Officer Asham on Monday, more likely than not.
Oh, I anticipate that. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then that's good. So I would suggest, Mr. Sand, to have 1 or 2 available on Monday afternoon if you can.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else before we break?
No, sir.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Once again, I want to make sure we have the exhibits, so I don't think we have any new ones this morning. So the court will keep the exhibits over the weekend. That's it. We'll be in recess until Monday at 8:30.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sorgan, please call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Carmen Asham.
You may proceed, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Carmen Asham,
And please spell your first and last name.
Carmenasham.
You are the state's case agent in this matter, is that correct?
Correct.
Where are you employed?
City of Minot Police Department.
In what capacity?
Currently, I'm a sergeant in the investigations division
How long have you held the rank of sergeant?
since June of 2023.
And prior to that, what was your rank?
Master officer.
You said your current assignment is investigations, is that right?
Correct.
How long have you been in investigations?
This time since the end of 2025.
And approximately how many homicides have you investigated during your career?
I've been the lead detective on, I believe, 3 homicides. And then I've been involved in anywhere to 5 to 8 additional that I've been involved in as the crime scene unit.
Okay. You were assigned as an investigator on this case, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When did you receive that assignment?
The first assignment was in 2019 in the fall. Detective Talbot and I were tasked with familiarizing ourselves with the case.
And what did familiarizing yourselves with the case entail?
So we were able to, at that time, take a break from our regular caseload so we could concentrate on this case because there's such a vast array of documents and evidence to review for this case. So what we did was we read through as much as we could We spent some time trying to make sure we knew where all of the evidence was located. We learned that some of the evidence was still being stored down at the State Crime Lab in Bismarck, so we made arrangements to get that transferred back to the Minot Police Department. And then we worked with our evidence tech to go through and make sure all of the evidence was properly logged into our computer system, because at the time, you could imagine in 2007, 2008, there really wasn't much digital happening as far as the case went. So everything was analog. So we had to make sure that in the interim over the years that evidence had properly been documented into our computer system.
And what did you find when you went to do making sure that everything was logged properly into evidence?
It was a challenge. There was a lot of stuff that we couldn't find. We went through and noticed we had several reports from BCI, for example, but we had no corresponding audio for any of those reports if they did interviews for us. So we had to try and track down as much of it as we could.
Okay. Approximately how many pages of documents did you go through?
I couldn't even say. There was thousands of pages.
Okay. How many hours approximately of audio and video recordings?
Hundreds of hours.
Photographs?
Yes. There were, I don't even know, 100 or so maybe.
Okay. Now, Detective, when you go through an investigation, you review the evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to kind of draw your attention to certain pieces of evidence in this case and then discuss these. We've heard testimony that Anita was stabbed and that a knife was recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is the knife in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the knife?
I would describe it as a cheap folding knife, something that is common for a lot of people to carry. It had a embossed design on the handle on both sides.
During your course of your investigation, were you able to determine how common of a knife this was?
So we had done some research and reviewed. It was, I mean, a quick Google search and you could find, it was easy to come across online. It sounded like it was kind of a novelty knife that would have been possibly sold in gas stations or maybe flea markets, that type of thing. We also found that there were a wide variety of styles of the knife from the same manufacturer.
Okay. And were you able to determine if there's anything really special of this knife or if this was a good quality knife?
No, it wasn't particularly expensive or unique in any way.
And to be clear, when I say the knife is in evidence, it's being housed at Minot PD, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And where in Minot PD is it being housed?
Our evidence storage is it's a secured fenced-in area, I guess, in our garage bay, that it's fully secured and only accessible by the evidence clerk.
Okay. Is it monitored by cameras? And
Yes.
okay. We've also heard some testimony about the screen. During the course of your investigation, what did you learn about where the screen was originally on the morning of June 4th, 2007?
We learned that Marty Annell, in his statements, he had said specifically.
Objection here, say, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we've heard numerous testimony about this already.
Yeah, I'm going to give a little leeway here, Mr. Sand,
Okay.
so your objection's overruled. Try to keep it tight, Ms. Sorgan.
Yes, Your Honor.
He stated that the screen was recovered out of the window of the apartment.
Now, Sergeant Ashton, you're familiar with the crime scene video for this, of the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've watched that?
Yes.
You were in court when that was viewed as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also familiar with the crime scene photographs, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe the condition of Anita's bedroom, particularly with regards to the area around the window?
Yeah. It was a particularly small room. I mean, the apartment itself was pretty small. Her bedroom was maybe 9 feet by 10 feet approximately. She had her single bed in the corner, which was in the southwest corner of the room. The end of the bed came up right up to the edge of the window in question. And then you could see in the photographs from the crime scene that at the foot of the bed, underneath the window, there was a lot of items piled up there. There was a couple of fabric bins, you know, those square bins that you store things in, that were there. There was, you know, maybe a laundry basket. There was just several things there. And then on top of all of that, there was a open package of plasticware, forks, knives, that sort of stuff that was just kind of precariously perched on top of one of the fabric bins. So all of this stuff was just on the floor at the foot of the bed, right underneath the window.
Okay. And how would you describe it in its position on the floor?
Kind of a jumbled mess. You could see clearly defined things like the bins, like I said, and the plasticware, but then there was just other things just strewn about there.
Okay. Did it appear to you to have been stacked, or was it just kind of tossed there?
A lot of the things were just stacked on top of one another.
Okay. Now, you also examined photographs of the windowsill, is that right?
Yes.
Please describe the condition of the windowsill.
The windowsill was unremarkable. There was no tool marks, no damage noted. There was no, there was dust in the window. There was cobwebs around it. Pretty unremarkable.
Okay. Dust and cobwebs, particularly where?
Outside of the window on where the siding was.
Now, Detective, you also had an opportunity to review the video of the reenactment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to see the damage to the screen that was caused on the test screen in that video?
No.
Okay. How would you compare the screen from the test video with the actual screen that we saw in the photographs that were provided?
Your Honor, my understanding, she just said no, and I don't understand the follow-up question.
Ms. Sorgan.
I'm going to back up a little bit then. Reestablish there. Okay. Sergeant Asham, you were able to observe the screen in that video, correct?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to see the condition of it from that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you then compare the condition of that screen to what you saw in the photographs of the screen that was actually provided by Marty and Al?
Yes.
Okay. How do the two compare?
The actual screen from the crime scene was more damaged than the screen from the reenactment video.
Okay. And what did that tell you?
That, to me, the damage was most likely not from the same activity that was portrayed in the reenactment video.
Okay. And you saw Sergeant Thompson trying to get in and out of that window, correctly?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe his actions in getting in and out of that window?
Clumsy.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the actual screen?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of the cut to that screen?
The understanding to me when it was described as the cut was the shape of a backwards L if you were standing outside the window looking in.
Okay. What, if anything, was in that cut?
Reports from the state lab after that was sent to them indicated that Anita's blood was found in the cut of that screen.
What does that indicate to you?
To me, that tells me that that cut was made after the stabbing.
Okay. And what does that tell you about the point of entry?
That was not the point of entry to the apartment.
What did your investigation determine was the point of entry?
The door, the front door.
And you were present for Laura Knapp's testimony with regards to the keys, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the type of lock that was?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, were you able to determine who had keys to that apartment?
Yes.
Who?
Anita had a key, Nichole had a key, Laura Knapp had a key, and Marty and Al had a key.
And were Laura and Marty's keys accounted for, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they were, yes.
How about Anita's keys?
Yes, they were in her purse.
Is there some indication of what happened with Anita's keys?
Yeah, on the evidence log, the purse was collected as evidence. And then in the chain of custody, it notates that approximately a week to 10 days after the crime, the keys were returned to Gordon Knutson by Detective Barnard.
Did you do some investigation with regards to whether or not it was possible for someone to have duplicated the key?
Yes.
And what did you learn through the course of that investigation?
So we're probably all familiar now that kiosks exist where you can take a key and get your own copy made. So I was curious if that was a possibility in 2007. And I learned that it was not, that those machines were not patented until 2007, and they didn't have a nationwide rollout of the machines until 2010.
Sergeant Asham, in your review of the case, were you able to determine if there were any indications of a robbery?
There were not.
Okay. In fact, Sergeant, you were present for Sergeant Goodman's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. His indication there didn't seem to have been some kind of a struggle?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sergeant Asham, were you able to determine if there had been any indications of a sexual assault?
According to the autopsy report, no, there was no indication of sexual assault.
Now, a lot of what you poured over in review was reports of past officers, is that right?
Correct.
Do you know approximately how many people they interviewed?
Hundreds of people were interviewed.
What other investigative tools did officers use?
In addition to the interviews they did, they took DNA samples from many of those people.
Okay. Approximately how many people did they take DNA samples from?
Around 60. I know it was over 50.
And do you know if the crime scene was dusted for fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. So particularly in what areas?
From the photos, I saw that the window, around the window, was dusted for fingerprints.
Were there any usable prints to your knowledge?
There were not.
Okay. Now, Sergeant, as part of this investigation as well, you also reviewed Anita's phone records, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was mostly from an analysis of her phone, is that right?
Correct. We had her actual phone, which was recovered at the scene, and there were photographs taken of text messages, incoming, outgoing, phone logs, and then we also had copies of phone bills, which at the time actually also listed call logs.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Me up, Ms. Hoslin? You got me? Okay, great. Sergeant, I need to refer to my notes so that I make sure I've got the right information here. Okay. Sergeant, showing you what's been received into evidence as States Exhibits 11A and 11B. What are these?
These are photos taken from Anita's phone of her text messages.
Okay. And going through her phone, what were you able to determine was the last text message that she sent?
That would be this one marked 11A, where she sent a text message that said, I didn't know what to say to it.
And do you know what time that was sent?
That was sent at, I believe it was 4:49 a.m. or about that time on Sunday, June 3rd.
What is 11B?
11B is a message that she received that was received at 4:53 a.m. That in her phone it showed as unread. And it's a message that just said, you don't say anything.
Okay. Had all of her prior text messages been read before that point?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the first unread message?
Yes.
How would you describe Anita's text activity in the early morning hours of June 3rd, 2007?
It was consistent. There were no gaps. It seemed to be on par with other days of text messages that were on there. It was a consistent conversation she was having until up to that point.
Sergeant, did you also analyze or look at Anita's phone activity, her actual verbal communications on the phone?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I saw that she had a phone conversation that lasted 10 or 11 minutes, just a little bit before 2 a.m. on Sunday, June 3rd.
Okay. And did you contact the person with whom that phone call occurred?
I did have contact with that person, and he had also been interviewed previously in 2007.
Okay. And what did you learn from police making contact with that person?
So that individual was Ryan Ackland, who was her California boyfriend that her family had testified about earlier. And he had confirmed that he had spoken with her.
Did you learn whether or not he recognized her voice?
Yeah, it appeared to be.
Okay. Now, we've also heard testimony that Minot PD involved the FBI. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you were familiar with that?
Initially, the only information I had regarding any FBI involvement, there was a VICAP report attached to the case, which is an FBI division, the Violent Criminal Apprehension. But then in, I think it was August of 2022, a local FBI agent reached out to me to let me know that Mr. Becker, who had been Ms. Rice's attorney at that time, had reached out to them looking for some possible reports from the FBI involving the BAU or the Behavioral Analysis Unit. He said they didn't have any BAU reports, but they did have some FBI reports, and I asked if he would please send those to me because we did not have them as part of the case file.
Okay. And so what did you learn from receiving those reports?
From those reports, it really was mostly they had conducted some follow-up interviews to assist the Minot Police Department. There was a letter in there where Detective Barnard had requested some assistance, giving them a brief synopsis of the case.
Okay. And what was the time frame for that letter from Detective Barnard?
I believe the letter for that request for assistance was in 2009.
Okay. And how about the interviews that the FBI assisted with? What was the time frame for those?
Those were conducted in 2008 or 2009.
So fair to say early in the investigation.
Yes.
Sergeant, you were present for the testimony of William May and Christina Imhoff, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that there's no records of the statements from them, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn about why there was no statements?
I really don't know why there's no statements. It would appear there was a breakdown in communication somewhere.
Were you with the PD at that point in time that those statements were made by those two?
No.
Okay. Now, to be clear, were there no statements or were there no records?
No records that they had contacted the police department.
And I think we've already established, you'd said previously that there were some other items that have been missing from the original case files, all right?
Correct.
Such as?
Audio recordings of interviews.
Okay. That were conducted by BCI and?
Correct.
Other agencies, okay. Now, Sergeant, you had also alluded to lots of DNA had been collected, samples have been collected from various people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that?
The investigators were just doing their due diligence and trying to check off all the boxes that they came across in their investigation.
All right. Now, you were present for Amy Gebhardt's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you're present when Mr. Sand was asking her about male-specific DNA under Anita's fingernail, one of her fingernails on her right hand?
Correct.
Okay. What's your understanding about whether or not there's a timestamp on DNA?
There is no timestamp on DNA.
Okay. Sergeant, what are investigative holdbacks?
Those are items that are particular to the case that are not released to the public.
Okay. And why is that done?
To ensure the integrity of the investigation. So if somebody comes forward at a later point that may have some information, you can verify if that is information that they knew independently or if it was something that they learned from the public.
Okay. Was the fact that Anita had been stabbed an investigative holdback?
No.
What were the investigative holdbacks in this case?
From what I was able to see in any of the media releases that I read, they did not release the fact that the screen was cut. And I don't believe they released the exact time that she was believed to have been stabbed.
Okay. Was any information released with regards to the condition or position of the body?
No.
How about any information with regards to the scene itself?
No.
Okay. How about how Anita was dressed?
No.
Not released.
Not released.
Now, Detective, Sergeant, you were able to go through Anita's text message history, correct?
Correct.
Who had she been texting with shortly before her death?
Michael Van?
Is that the individual known as Money Mike?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And generally, what was the content of those conversations?
It was just kind of a friend relationship. I think they kind of were talking about, maybe moving beyond friendship, but nothing really intimate.
Did he and Anita exchange what they were doing at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say that she had been doing?
She had made mention that she was feeling ill, and she was either going to take a bath or a shower to maybe feel better.
Okay. And was there any kind of physical evidence that Anita had taken a shower?
No.
Okay. So that was pieced together from text messages, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Now, Sergeant, I know there's been a lot of talk about cold justice.
Yes,
You were assigned to this case before cold justice came on. Is that correct?
correct.
Whose idea was it to bring in cold justice?
I have no exact knowledge. It was someone in administration, not me. I would assume it was a captain or a chief.
Someone above your pay grade, right?
Correct.
All right. What did you get told with regards to working with cold justice?
That they were going to bring them in to assist with this case and that I was going to help them.
Okay. And what kind of resources did cold justice provide?
They were able to provide, additional personnel to help us conduct all these interviews that needed to be done, and really just to help us find people that had moved on or were no longer around.
Who particularly from cold justice did you work with?
Mostly I work with Kelly Sigler, a little bit with Steve Spingola, but mostly with Kelly.
And to your knowledge, what was Steve Spingola's occupation?
He was a retired lieutenant from the Milwaukee Police Department.
Do you know what unit he was with?
He, from what I would understand, he had spent time in multiple units, but he had also spent a lot of time in a homicide unit.
When did cold justice come to Minot?
In March of 2022.
How long were they there?
I think around 10 days.
And what was the purpose of them coming to town?
To film for their show.
To your knowledge, had they had access to the case file before they came to town?
Yes, they were given the entire case file prior to coming to Minot.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far in advance they were given that?
I don't. I believe it was maybe January of 2022, but I really don't know the exact date.
So quite likely a couple of months.
Yes.
Now, we heard Detective Talbot testify with regards to cold justice having a list of people to interview.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that more?
Yes. So when they came, they had researched the case file and they had a list of individuals who they thought should possibly be re-interviewed. We went through that list with them, and we gave them our input. There was a couple of people that we crossed off the list because we didn't think they were relevant. I know there was at least one person they had on the list that we knew to be deceased and we're not going to be able to re-interview.
So you had some input into the re-interviewing, is that correct?
Yes.
Was cold justice calling the shots?
No.
Now, as particularly with regards to homicide investigations, you review the evidence, then what step do you take?
You have to, it's like a puzzle. You have to go through all of the pieces that you're given, and figure out how they fit together and what is extraneous information that doesn't fit into the puzzle.
Okay. And that happens, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Minot PD, did you receive a number of false leads?
Yes.
Quite a few, in fact.
Yes.
Did you review all of those again?
We reviewed them as much as we could. The ones that we believe may have needed more follow-up.
Okay. Were those followed up initially in the initial investigation from what you could review?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Were persons of interest identified in this case?
Yes.
Could you please tell us who those persons of interest were?
Excuse me. They had identified Marty Annell as a person of interest, Nichole Rice or Thomas at the time as a person of interest. They thought Tyler Schmaltz was a person of interest. They thought Michael Van was a person of interest. There were multiple.
Okay. I'd like to go through these people one by one. Actually, first off, let me ask, what is a person of interest?
A A person of interest is just someone that you have identified that has a link in some way to this person or this case or this incident, and you need to investigate and decide if there's any evidentiary value to raise them to the level of a suspect.
And what's the difference between a person of interest and a suspect?
A person of interest is typically just on the periphery. Again, it's just somebody you have to check off the box to make sure that you've looked into them as much as you can. And the suspect has more concrete connection to the case.
Okay. Now we're talking about people who are identified as persons of interest right now. Okay. You indicated Marty and Nell.
Yes.
All right. Marty's connection to the crime
Right.
was what?
That he was the maintenance man at the apartment complex and he had found the screen.
And how did law enforcement find the screen?
Marty told them about it and took them to it.
Why did Marty never rise to the level of a suspect?
He had no motive, no means. He had an alibi. Laura Knapp alibied him, said she was with him the entire weekend.
Did it ever become suspicious to the Minot PD when Marty committed suicide approximately 18 months after Anita's death?
I believe it did.
Okay. And was there follow-up that was done?
Yes.
And did that follow-up elevate Marty to the level of a suspect?
No.
Why not?
Again, there was nothing concrete there that connected him to this crime.
Okay. Was Minot PD able to satisfy themselves with regards to the reason for Marty's suicide?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
Well, as his sister and Laura have testified, there was a lot of issues going on with him in his life. There's a family history of suicide. He had a multitude of reasons why he may have committed suicide.
Did Marty cooperate with the investigation?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many times he was interviewed?
I do not.
Okay. Was MPD ever able to verify anything in Vern Olson's statement about Marty having a gun or knife collection?
Not that I'm aware of.
You said that Michael Vann was a person of interest.
Yes.
Money Mike. All right. Why was he a person of interest?
Just because he was the individual who was contacting Anita. There was information that he was possibly romantically interested in her.
Okay. But he never made it to the level of suspect, did he?
No.
Why not?
He had an alibi. He had friends that had said that they were with him at the time that the murder happened.
And Minot PD was able to verify that alibi?
Yes.
Did your investigation determine whether or not Mr. Vann even had any idea where Anita lived?
No, he indicated that he had never been to her apartment and didn't know where she lived.
So Minot PD struck him off their list.
Yes.
Mr. Vann, where is he these days?
He's deceased.
Okay. When did he pass?
I believe it was 2009.
Okay. And what was his cause of death? Do you know?
He died from an asthma attack.
Tyler Schmaltz, another person of interest, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why was Tyler a person of interest?
I believe some people were throwing his name out, that he was infatuated with Anita, that he, may have been obsessed with her. So
was there any indication of that in your investigation?
No.
Okay. What did the investigation unveil as to where Tyler was at around the time of Anita's death?
I believe he had said he was at his apartment playing online video games.
Okay. Now we've established that Tyler lived in the same apartment complex as Anita and Nichole, correct?
Correct.
Who moved there first?
I believe he was in there first.
Okay. And did Tyler live with anybody?
He lived with his brother.
And the boys both lived in that apartment complex.
Yes.
Were they in the same building as Anita?
No, there were 3 buildings to the north of where Anita and Nicole's apartment was.
Was Minot PD, through investigation, able to verify Tyler's alibi?
Yes.
Now, in reviewing Anita's phone records, both phone and text, call and text, were you able to determine what, if any, contact she had had with Tyler recently?
I didn't see any contact with Tyler in her phone.
Okay. It had been quite some time since they'd spoken.
Yes.
All right. You were present for questioning that involved a man running, right?
Correct.
All right. What do you know about this runner?
So I know that Becky Harmon had contacted the police department, I believe it was the following day after the discovery of the body, to report that she had seen this individual running in the area.
Okay. And what came from that lead?
So she provided a description. Eventually, the police department enlisted the use of a sketch artist to create a sketch of what this person looked like. That was released to the media. And then subsequently, an individual came forward and said that, hey, that looks like me. And I was, in fact, running in that area on that date and time.
You observed the sketch, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the person in the sketch?
To me, it looked like a possibly Hispanic male, short hair.
Okay. And did the person who came forward match that description?
Yes.
And were you able to determine if that person had any involvement whatsoever with this case?
He did not.
You've heard the name Devin Hall, right?
Yes.
And you've heard the name Jerome Vivier, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of Minot PD's investigation of those two?
So early on in the investigation, like I said, they were following as many leads as they could. And when police had contact with Devin Hall on June 11th, which was just over a week after this homicide, they determined they should look into him as he is possibly a person of interest.
Okay. And what did that looking into him involve?
He was interviewed. His family, friends were all interviewed, and they went out to Wolf Point, Montana, where he was from, and interviewed individuals there.
Okay. Now, you said that Devin Hall was looked into for a break-in on June 11th. Is that right?
Yes,
Where in the city did that break-in occur?
that was on Sioux Street.
Is Sioux Street anywhere near Northgate Apartments?
No,
What was, to your understanding from the investigation, Devin Hall's condition when he was arrested?
he was intoxicated.
And do you know approximately how many times Devin Hall was interviewed?
I do not. It was multiple.
And you were present for Sergeant Goodman's testimony when he testified about going out to Montana to interview him again.
Correct.
What other efforts did Minot PD make with regards to corroborating Devin's rendition of accounts of where he was at or around the time of the murder?
Objection, narrative question, Your Honor.
Overruled. She just asked what they did, so she can answer that.
I know they tried to find train records from Amtrak. They, again, like I said, interviewed family and friends to corroborate his version of the weekend. They spoke with individuals in and around Wolf Point, Montana, other businesses, a hotel where they had stayed that weekend. Received a video from family friend
Okay. So I'm going to back you up a little bit. You said that they checked train records. Why did they check train records?
So Devin Hall and Jerome Vivier and all of the rest of the family and friends among that group had been in Wolf Point, Montana that weekend. They had gone for high school graduation on Friday, June 1st. And then they were scheduled to return to Minot on the 2nd on the train. However, half of them were going to be on the train and some of them were going to be in a vehicle driven by Nova Wetzel. Nova's vehicle broke down, so they had to stay an extra day, which was confirmed by the hotel in Wolf Point, saying that Nova had a hotel room for June 1st and June 2nd. And then they eventually returned to Minot on Sunday, June 3rd on the train and in the vehicle.
Was there anything else that was corroborated by the hotel?
Yes. Detective Goodman spoke with an employee at the hotel to confirm again that Nova Wetzel had rooms reserved for them on Friday, June 1st and Saturday, June 2nd. And the hotel employee also commented that he had to call the police on Saturday night, June 2nd, because the boys had broken into the kitchen at the hotel.
So was Sergeant Goodman able to corroborate that police contact?
That I'm not sure.
But that was information that was in fact corroborated with the hotel.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that there was a video that had been received by from the family. What was that?
Nova Wetzel provided a video, a home movie that she had taken. She was recording the individuals when they were getting off the train at the Amtrak station in Minot.
Okay. And what date was that?
It was Sunday, June 3rd.
Approximately what time?
The train would have gotten in a little after 9 p.m., 9:20-ish.
Okay. And what family members got off that train?
There were several. Devin Hall was one of them. There was an Alyssa, Jake, and I'm sorry, I don't remember all of the names off the train.
Now, you're aware that Jerome Vivier had an arrest, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. For GSI. Do you remember the date of that GSI?
It was May 20th of 2007.
So Jerome would have been on bond at that point in time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are you aware of him leaving the state following that bond order?
Yes.
And what did your investigation uncover with regards to whether or not he could leave the state?
His attorney had petitioned the court to allow him to leave the state so he could attend his graduation in Fraser, Montana, and the judge granted that.
Did you look into the GSI that Jerome Vivier, I'm going to say committed because he was convicted of it, committed?
Just briefly, I don't know many of the details of it. I only know that the victim in that incident was a relative of his cousin, I believe.
Now, you're also familiar with Jerome Vivier's name being on the list from the 101 Club, as Mr. Sand had indicated previously to one of the officers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to determine if he and Anita were at the 101 Club on the same evening?
According to that list, they were.
Okay. Were you able to determine if they came in at the same time?
I believe the times were not the same. They were off by a half hour, maybe an hour.
Okay. And how long before Anita's murder was that?
That was around that May timeframe when the GSI occurred. So it was a week or two.
Okay. And do you know the date of the contact at the club, or the date that they were both at the club?
May 19th, maybe.
Okay. And he was charged with the GSI that occurred May 20th?
Yes.
Were you able to, did the investigation determine whether or not Jerome had any contact with Anita at Club 101?
No.
It didn't determine that.
There's no indication of any contact between the two of them.
Okay. Is there any indication that they interacted at all?
No.
Any indication that he followed her home?
No.
Did he have any idea where she lived?
No.
Now, we've heard a lot about this knife and Devon Hall's connection to it.
Yes.
What did the investigation determine with regards to that knife and Devon Hall's connection?
So he had at one point said he had a knife like that that he had taken from Jerome Vivier in Wolf Point, that he had it for maybe a day and then he gave it back or left it in Jerome's house in Wolf Point. Other individuals and family members of his had stated it was a knife similar to the one recovered in this case.
Okay. Similar?
Yes.
Okay. How did it differ?
The design on the handle was different.
Did there come a point in time that MPD was able to actually definitively state that that wasn't the same knife?
Yes, at some point in time, I believe it was Nova Wetzel had turned over a knife to the police department that was the knife that they were all referring to, which had a completely different design on it.
And what did she do with that knife?
She turned it over to the police department.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with Devon Hall's criminal history, correct?
Correct.
All right. What typically is he getting arrested for?
The history that I've seen, he seems to have a habit of getting intoxicated and breaking into homes. I believe he may have sexually assaulted some females.
When was that?
2010. I don't remember the exact date. It was after 2007.
Is it fair to say he keeps getting caught?
He does.
What does that tell you about his skill as a cat burglar?
He may not be very good at it.
Now, you indicated that when he was arrested on June 11th, 2007, he was highly intoxicated.
Yes.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
Well, I wasn't present. I'm only going off of the reports that I read for that case. He was staying in an apartment with Nova Wetzel on Sioux Street. I believe her apartment was in the 800 building, Sioux Street. And then the building that he was arrested for breaking into was the 804 building, which is directly behind the 800 building. So it appeared that he was just intoxicated and ended up going into the wrong apartment.
And he was found with a knife at that apartment, wasn't he?
Yes.
What was your understanding of where he got that knife from?
So reading the report, he was found in one apartment, and the homeowner there chased him out of the apartment, and then another tenant in the building actually followed suit. They chased him down, and there was a brief altercation somewhere. He then ran into the building and entered a different apartment, where he was later found hiding in a closet with a kitchen knife that he had grabbed out of the kitchen in his pocket.
Do you have any idea where he was?
He thought he was in Williston. He kept calling the police officers Williston pigs.
How far from Minot is Williston?
About a 2-hour drive.
During that time that he had broken in on June 11th, did he injure anybody?
No.
All right. Lastly, you indicated that the defendant was a person of interest, correct?
Correct.
Why was she a person of interest?
Because she lived there. She had a tenuous relationship with Anita.
Okay. Now, when you say tenuous, what do you mean?
By all accounts, from everybody but the defendant, they did not get along. They were to the point where they were trying to see if they could get out of the lease so one of them could move out of the apartment.
Did you ever interview the defendant?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay. Do you remember the date that you interviewed the defendant?
It was in March of 2022. I don't remember the exact date. It was a Saturday.
Okay. Detective, I'm showing you, or Sergeant, I'm sorry. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 for identification, 36 pages in length, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the transcript of when I spoke with her in March of 22.
Okay. Now, aside from some redactions required by law, is that a fair and accurate transcript of your interview with Nichole Rice?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. State moves to introduce Exhibit 26.
Mr. Sand,
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
you may. Exhibit 26 as requested.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Claims Exhibit 26 is received without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 26, 19, 16, 17, and 13.
Can you repeat those again for me, please, Ms. Sorgan?
13, 16, 17, 19.
Thank you.
Okay. Sergeant, if you reviewed all of those previously,
Yes.
and those are the statements that Ms. Rice gave to law enforcement over the course of the years, is that right?
Yes.
When you reviewed those, what were you looking for?
Consistency?
Did you find consistency?
No.
In fact, you found a lot of inconsistencies, didn't you?
Yes.
In particular,
Objection, Your Honor. She's leading the witness and she's testifying herself when she says that. That's for cross.
Sustained.
in particular, Sergeant, what did you find that was inconsistent?
Her statements about her whereabouts the weekend of the murder.
Did her statements change over time?
They did.
Were you able to easily keep track of how her statements changed?
No, it's tough to keep track of because there were so many differences in the various statements that she gave. It's hard for me to remember exactly which statement had which differences, but definitely I know that there were glaring differences in different interviews that she did.
Did you do anything to assist yourself in figuring out these differences?
Yes, and in order to try and make sense of it and keep track of them, Detective Talbot and I had created kind of a visual depiction of the differences. We created a timeline where we color-coded the different statements for the different dates and then where the differences were in each different statement.
Okay. And do you believe it would assist the jury in determining or in assessing these differences in these statements by seeing a timeline like that?
It may, because like I said, from one statement to another, it's not that they're completely different. It's just little details in each statement that are changed.
Okay. And did you prepare something with regards to that to assist the jury?
Yes. So I had our Intel analyst assist me with creating a digital version of the hand-drawn copy that Detective Talbot and I had created.
Okay. Is that a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this isn't going to be offered in evidence, but you're familiar with this flash drive, correct?
Correct.
And that contains your PowerPoint, doesn't it?
Yes.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this appears to be an important point. Okay, and my understanding is that the information in that demonstrative exhibit is going to be based upon the 5 interviews that were given by the defendant.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And all those interviews are in evidence?
They are.
And this is again under Rule 1006, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, you have an objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Sand, you have an objection based upon, if I understood correctly, having not viewed this demonstrative exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. And just, briefly, we just became aware that they were trying to introduce, or not introduce, but show this to the jury under Rule 1006. And although they may not be entering it into evidence, it's still governed by the rules of evidence. So it's governed by Rule 1006. And this is not a demonstrative for closing. This is a demonstrative to be shown to the jury and explained by a witness on the witness stand. It's different than a closing argument that we're going to summarize what you learned during this entire trial. This is a witness that is going to be explaining it to the jury. And under 1006, just a quick reading of the rule, they got to share it with us. This is something that's being shown to the jury during their case in chief. We haven't seen this. The court, Your Honor, was very clear at the February 27th hearing that no more stuff is going to be disclosed after March 4th. This is not something for closing. This is during their case in chief. So I feel like this is the first time that we're seeing it. I do have some additional rules that I need to look over. I've just looked over Rule 1006. Your Honor, if I may have 1 second to look at my computer.
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could direct the court to the explanatory note of Rule 1006. I just have the North Dakota Courts website pulled up. I think the most current, the effective date of this rule was March 1st, 2014. I don't see that there's been an update to it. But looking at the explanatory note, it specifically says that we are allowed to analyze, or the other party is allowed to analyze the underlying data to prepare for any challenges to the summary that we may wish to make. We haven't looked at the summary. We haven't been able to analyze, make sure that it's correct, make sure that it's consistent. And like I said, this is occurring during their case in chief, not during closing. This is not a demonstrative for the jury. I don't need to repeat myself, Your Honor, but that's our argument.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Sorgan, do you have any response?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, first off, the underlying data is the exhibits that were introduced being the statements of the defendant. Those were very clearly turned over previously to the defense. They've had those for quite some time. I understand that they want to look at this exhibit. It's a 3-slide PowerPoint. It shouldn't take them too terribly long to review that. And I would note, however, this has been utilized in cases in chief previously, in cases in Ward County, specifically State v. Vickerman, case 51, 2019, CR 00919, and case in chief in State versus Kamari Kennedy, 51, 2021, CR 01114.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand that the state, it's their position that we can review this briefly. We have our case in chief to prepare for. We have closings to prepare for. I know that we have an hour and a half lunch. We're going to use every bit of that. This is not the time for us to be reviewing something like this, Your Honor. This is why that this type of information is supposed to be disclosed a lot longer before the start of trial, Your Honor.
All right.
And we need to cross-reference it. I understand we have the statements. We haven't cross-referenced all those statements, dug out the statements, even if it's a 3-page report, we have dozens of pages to cross-reference it.
Got it. Ms. Sorgan, is there any reason why this hasn't been supplied earlier?
Your Honor, it was just basically created. It was a matter of, this was very voluminous and confusing to go through these statements.
I got that part, but when did you create it?
I believe that this was created, if I can find it, Your Honor. Oops, that's the wrong one. Within the last few weeks, Your Honor.
All right. All right, thank you very much. The court will take under advisement your request here with regard to this information and see if I can come up with a plan for how we're going to resolve it. Time is 37 minutes after 11. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock, at which point I will make a ruling and we will go forward. Thank you. Judicial District is again back on the record. The time is 8 minutes after 1 o'clock. Today's date continues to be Monday, March 24th, 2025. Again, we're in the middle of trial. Parties are present along with counsel. Jury is not present. We broke for lunch. We broke a little early based upon the state wishing to use a demonstrative exhibit in regard to the testimony of their witness. I believe it would be Sergeant Asham, specifically geared toward her testimony that she had reviewed the 5 interviews with the defendant and found inconsistencies, and she wished to express those inconsistencies over the 5 interviews, and this exhibit would assist the jury in understanding and following along those inconsistencies. A couple of things. The defense objected. The rule being used by the state is 1006, having to do specifically with demonstrative exhibits. The underlying function of that is the fact that the evidence has already been supplied, is available, has been received to support that demonstrative exhibit. In this case, that is correct. All the interviews have been offered and received by the court. They are available. They will be available to the jury upon their deliberations. And the sergeant's testimony will be tedious, probably to say the least. And having an aid for the jury to review and follow along, in a sense, would be helpful. That's the basis for the state's position. It is my understanding that this aid, the demonstrative exhibit, will not be given to the jury in their deliberation, so it doesn't go beyond the use with the testimony of Sergeant Asham. Accordingly, it's not an exhibit that would be considered discoverable, in a sense, as to comply with my rule, going back about 3 weeks, my order, I should say, that there would be no additional discovery beyond that date. I think it was March 4th is what I said. The underlying information, all of the interviews the defense has, they would be doing their own due diligence in reviewing all of those interviews for the same purpose with regard to consistencies and inconsistencies. The key to this entire question is going to be that the officer in her testimony would be speaking to the exhibit for the purpose of, this is what I found and why I found it. The court is going to overrule the objection by the defense with regard to this exhibit, and the state will be allowed to publish the exhibit for the purpose of soliciting the testimony of Sergeant Asham. It is my understanding that the exhibit would be put forth on the TV screen in front of the jury. I think the TV screen behind the witness, and then each counsel has a TV screen on their desk, on their table. So that should be appropriate. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have actually been, during the noon hour, reviewing this, and I apologize for this. It might have cut off the court's decision with regards to this matter, but we'll actually not be offering or showing it at this point in time. I'll incorporate it into my closing.
All right. Then is there anything else before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else before I bring in the jury?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, bring in the jury. Can you stop,
I'm
please?
so sorry about that.
You can sit down, please, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was just brought to my attention that Ms. Glynns had been issued a subpoena shortly after we returned from the lunch hour by the defense, even though she had been released from our subpoena, and she had been sitting here during Sergeant Asham's testimony.
Ms. Glenda, Brenda?
Yes, Brenda Glynns.
Brenda Glynn.
Yep, that's true, Your Honor. We just had, she's back now. We just had a chance to talk to her. We served her the subpoena just before Your Honor came in here. She had informed us that she was in here for Ms. Talbot's testimony, but she was not under subpoena at that time. She is again now for the defense. And so, yes, I'm sorry.
For Ms. Sergeant Asham.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right. I got it.
And so she was not under subpoena at that time. She is now. And so I'm just trying to follow the state's sequestration order. So I let her know that.
Okay. Ms. Sordum?
I just wanted the court to be aware of this, Your Honor. I don't know how this plays out with your sequestration order with regards to the fact she was not under subpoena. She's been here for the lion's share of Sergeant Asham's testimony.
Yeah, we're just getting to the good stuff is my assumption. So, okay. All right, then is it your position that she would be required to be out of the courtroom during the rest of the testimony?
If she's subject to a subpoena, yeah.
All right. Mr. Sands, your understanding?
Yep, that sounds right, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Glynn, you'll have to remove yourself from the courtroom. All right. Now, Ms. Sorgan, can I call in the jury?
Yes.
All right, please. All right, Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State was roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We were in the middle of testimony for Sergeant Asham. Sergeant Asham is again on the stand. You may continue, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, before we broke, you were given copies of exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would be specifically, just so we're reorienting ourselves, exhibits 13, 16, 17, 19, and 26, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those are the statements that the defendant has given to law enforcement over the years.
Correct.
All right. Now, you were telling us that you had created a timeline to help yourself orient yourself with regards to the inconsistencies in those statements. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Drawing your attention first to exhibits 16 and 17.
Those are back on the exhibit
Oh,
table. Could I
thank
get
you.
those again?
I'll grab them for you. Okay. Drawing your attention to exhibits 16 and 17, the statements that Ms. Rice gave to Detective Barnard on June 4th, 2007. Where did Ms. Rice say that she was during the time of the murder?
She said she was home on the family farm.
Did she give any specifics about that?
I believe through the course of the interview, she had told Detective Barnard that she came home from work late Friday night around 11 p.m. She went to bed, packed up her things, got up early Saturday morning, left to go to the farm. Said she hadn't really spoken to Anita in about 3 weeks. She stated that she heard Anita in her room playing music on Friday night. She thinks that someone may have come over during the night. She heard a male voice, but didn't know who it was.
And did she say what time she left the family farm?
She had stated that she arrived in, she didn't say what time she got to the farm, but I believe she said she left Minot around 8 or 7:30 a.m. on Saturday morning to go to the farm. And then she went to the farm. And then they spent Saturday at a going away party for her cousin. And then she came home Saturday and spent all day Sunday at the house with her little sister. And that was at the farm. And then she stated that she never went back to the apartment. She went straight to work on Monday afternoon.
Okay. Did she tell Detective Barnard how she and Anita got along?
She just said that their schedules didn't match, so they didn't see each other or communicate much leading up to the time of the homicide. She didn't really say anything about any conflict or anything like that.
Okay. Turning to Exhibit 13, the interview with Sergeant Goodman. Okay. What was the timeline that the defendant gave for herself during that interview 4 days later, or about a week later? Sorry.
So once again, she had said that she had worked Friday night and she came home a little bit after 11, around 11:30 p.m. She mentioned that when she came home, she saw Anita at the fridge in the apartment. And then she again talked about packing up her things to get ready to go to the farm for the weekend. And then she went to her room and went to bed. Again, she had mentioned something about possibly somebody coming over in the middle of the night, maybe around 1 a.m. And then she had got up Saturday morning early and left and never saw Anita or spoke to her.
Okay. How did the June 11th interview differ from the June 4th?
Well, the first thing that was different was that she had, in the June 4th interview, she said she never saw Anita on Friday. And then on June 11th, she said she saw her in the kitchen of the apartment.
Okay.
So then she, again, talked about going to the farm. She left around a little bit later, about 8:30, got to the farm about 9:15, waited around for her family to be ready so they could travel to Carrington, is what she said in this instance. So they could go to this family party. She had mentioned specifically this time she thought she recognized the voice of the male that she heard on Friday night, but she didn't really hear what they were talking about.
Who did she think it was?
Michael Linrud?
Okay. Did the police investigate Michael Linrud?
Yes.
And what did they learn? What did Minot Police learn about him?
He was a friend of Anita's. They had spoken on the phone that night.
Okay. Please continue.
Again, she had said she never saw Anita when she left Saturday morning, never spoke to her at all. So she had to be on the road to get to the farms to be ready to leave to go to Carrington by 10. So she stopped at the gas station before she left Minot, went out there. The entire family was going to ride together to the party, but her and her little sister were fighting, so she decided to drive separately, and her cousin Alyssa rode with her.
Okay. Now, Sergeant Goodman testified that during this interview, the defendant was not honest with him.
Correct.
Were you able to determine by reading that transcript and reviewing that statement what he was referring to?
Yes.
And what was that specifically?
She had told initially Sergeant Goodman that they had gone to the party and came home later that evening, early evening, to the farm. And then she stayed at the farm all of Saturday evening. She watched movies with her mom and her little sister, and then she went to bed. It was later found out that she had been at the 41 Club in Russo on Saturday night with her cousin, and he brought that to her attention that she left that out.
Okay. And so how did that change her story?
Then she stated that she remembered She had gone to the bar, which was a 41 Club in Rousseau. It was owned by her cousin Alyssa and her boyfriend or fiance at the time. She stated she went there just briefly to take some CDs to Alyssa. And while she was there, she ate chicken strips and a Sprite. She stated at that point she was only at the bar for about 15 minutes. And then she went to Alyssa's house and watched a movie with Aunt Joyce.
Okay. What else was gleaned from that June 11th interview?
Aside from going to the bar, watching movies, she had stated that she went to the farm every weekend. She stayed there. She said Sunday morning she slept in until around 11, 10 o'clock. And then she went out and checked cows with her sister. And then she came back to the house where she beaded necklaces with her mother for 4 hours and then just hung out at the house and went to bed. And then got up Monday morning. She said she slept until 11 Monday morning and then she went straight to work in Minot.
Sergeant Asham, you've reviewed the June 4th and the June 11th transcripts. Is there any reference to the window screen in either of those transcripts?
No,
By either Nichole or the officers?
correct.
Was there a reference to a bowl in the bathroom sink in either of those?
No,
Is there a reference to her iPod?
I'd have to double check. She may have talked about it with Detective Goodman.
Okay.
Possibly being missing, but I have to look more closely at that.
I'm going to draw your attention instead. We're going to move on to Exhibit 19. Statement, the transcript of her interview with Special Agent Meixner on May 6, 2010. What do we learn from this interview?
The beginning portion, she doesn't really talk about Friday night at all. She again talks about getting up Saturday morning, going to the farm. A little bit about drinking.
Now, you were present for William May and Christina Holler's testimony, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what was the time frame upon which they said that they made their reports to the Minot Police Department?
in 2008.
And this interview with Agent Meixner was what year again?
2010.
Surrounding the conversation.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe there was an interview with Miss Rice and Miss Meixner that they're referring to.
The transcripts and evidence.
If I'm following correctly, Counsel, it was May 6th of 2010.
Okay.
The interview with Miss Officer Meixner,
Okay.
Yes.
Exhibit 19. So the question again, Ms. Sorgan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, with regards to that section that you just referenced where she was talking about drinking, what was that conversation?
She made a comment that people tend to babble and talk too much when they're drinking. which is why she no longer drinks.
Had she and Agent Makesner been talking about drinking prior to that point?
No,
Was there any question posed to her about anyone making a drunken statement?
no,
Did the defendant talk about her relationship with Anita during that conversation?
I'd have to double check that. In most conversations that she had with investigators, she talked about how they were best friends. She saw herself as Anita's protector, bodyguard. Anytime an investigator brought up information that they had received about them fighting or arguing, she downplayed it.
Okay. Specifically fighting about what?
The alarm clock, the fish tank. Primarily, those were the issues that came up.
Okay. And when you say she downplayed it, what do you mean?
She would just say things like, oh, we have typical little roommate disagreements, nothing major.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been received into evidence. It states Exhibits 12A through O. And Sergeant Goodman has already established that those were text messages sent from the defendant to Anita. What are the dates of those text messages?
April 21st of 2007.
So approximately 2 months before Anita died, correct?
Correct.
What do those text messages say?
Would you like me to read them?
Yes,
Or just-
please.
So this message says, okay, so next time you leave and don't plan on coming back in the morning and lock your door because God knows I'm dying to get in there, shut the fucking alarm off so I don't have to listen to it all morning when I can be sleeping. And just for the heads up, my dad and I are going to talk to the landlord ASAP and see what we can do, because honestly, I have no idea what I did to make you, what I did to you to make you all of a sudden be all weird on me. But I'm going to tell you right now, I sure as hell ain't going to put up with it till December. Well, and that's abbreviated. This sucks, and I may sound like a bitch. But what goes around comes around. I have tried the being nice strategy, and that just obviously didn't get the point across. Really, there isn't anything to talk about. I was just letting you know, the 411. I am trying to sleep, in all caps, and ignore this alarm. Things shouldn't have gotten like this in the first place. I didn't do shit to deserve it, but whatever. I am done discussing this. Oh, and by the way, I really, that's, that one cuts off there. I think that's supposed to be realized. The next message says, are you going to move out or am I, if we can get out of this lease if one of us leaves? This is causing me problems with my family because my stress level is very high on this subject. Seriously, what died I do to you? I ain't ever home. You pretty much have the effing place to yourself, for Christ's sake.
Sergeant, was it your understanding from the investigation that the alarm clock issue was limited to just April?
Yes.
Okay, was just in April.
I only heard of the one incident.
All right. Based on this, based on the investigation, did the hostilities cease because of the alarm clock issue?
No,
And what was your understanding of the nature of the hostilities?
they just weren't getting along. They weren't good roommates. One liked to be clean, one was messy. Anita felt uncomfortable when Nichole would bring people over to the apartment and then she would leave to go to work and leave the people there with her that she didn't know.
Okay. Sergeant, drawing your attention to your interview with the defendant on March 12th of 2022. Were there also inconsistencies in her timeline in that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that interview differ from the prior interviews?
In this particular interview, she left out anything about watching movies at her aunt's house. Again, she had said a slightly different version of what she did on Sunday. She didn't talk anything about beating necklaces. I think this may be the one where she talked about going to shoot gophers on Sunday instead of checking cows or beating. She couldn't remember at this juncture if it had been Friday night or Saturday morning that she had gone back to the farm. And she had gone to the bar in Russo and she had stayed until 11 or 12 p.m. and then got back to the farm. And then she went to sleep on the couch.
Okay. During the course of these interviews, did the defendant offer any of her theories as to who might have hurt Anita?
She did, I think, when she spoke to Detective Goodman. And then I think, if I remember correctly, she may have offered one when I spoke to her as well.
Okay. Did she identify the same person in all of these interviews?
No.
In the very first interview that she gave with Detective Barnard, did she identify anybody that she thought could have done this?
No.
Anybody who was mad at Anita?
No.
In the interview with Sergeant Goodman, Exhibit 13, could she identify anybody particular that she thinks would have done this?
I believe that was the interview where she said Nathan Tickerhoof was a possible suspect.
Okay. And did the police investigate Nathan Tickerhoof?
Yes.
And what did the police determine about that?
He had no involvement.
How about her interview with Special Agent Meixner? Who did she identify in that one?
Mhm. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I apologize. It's tough to keep them all straight.
Fair to say, different stories, correct?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, she's testifying.
Sustained.
In the interview with Agent Meixner, was she able to identify anybody that was particularly mad at Anita?
No.
How'd she refer to herself as in reference to Anita?
Her bodyguard.
She'd call herself Anita's bodyguard.
Yes.
Did she ever mention Marty and Nell during that interview?
I know she mentioned Marty and Ellen in one of the interviews.
What did she mention with regards to Marty?
I believe she said that people are saying it was probably him.
And did she keep with that theory?
I don't believe she had one opinion one way or the other.
Was there a point where she was talking about Marty having committed suicide?
I'm not sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach, got the copy of the
You may.
statements up there. Nichole make any specific comments with regards to how she felt about Anita during this interview?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, I loved her. She was my best friend. She meant the world to me. And honest to God, I looked up to her like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be like her.
Sergeant, you were present for Matthew Hansen's testimony, and you were also present, you also read through that information in the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did it come to your attention during the investigation that the defendant had moved to New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
New Mexico happened in 2008.
Okay. Did she move someplace else before that?
She moved to Arizona,
Okay. When did that happen?
2007.
And in relation to when Anita died, how soon after that did she move to Arizona?
It's believed to be immediately following, within a month or two.
Okay. And approximately when did she come back from Arizona?
I believe she was only in Arizona for a few months. She came back in the fall of 2008.
Okay. And then she relocated to New Mexico in 2008?
Excuse me, I misspoke. She came back from Arizona in the fall of 2007, and then she went to New Mexico in 2008.
And were you able to determine when she came back from New Mexico?
In July of 2008.
Now, there was a work trip that she had won. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. When was that trip supposed to be?
I don't know if there's a specific date for that trip.
Okay. Do you know if she did go on that trip?
By all accounts, she did not.
Okay. And why was that?
She left the job and she left the state.
And you're aware of the statements that she made to Brenda Glenn's in July of 2008?
Correct.
Okay. How does that match up with the statements that she gave to law enforcement as far as her timeline is concerned?
I don't believe she ever told law enforcement that she left the state, that she had moved to Arizona or New Mexico. The statements that she made to Brenda were something completely different than what she had told law enforcement.
Okay. Sergeant, I'm just going to hand you Exhibit 18. What's been received into evidence is Exhibit 18, and then sit down for a second. States 18, which has been received into evidence, we've established was a phone bill for Nichole, correct?
Correct.
All right. You analyzed that, is that right?
Yes.
What did you find with regards to that phone bill and her timeline as she's provided it to law enforcement over the years?
It's inconsistent with the times that she was giving as far as when she was awake and when she was sleeping that weekend. There's call activity and data transmission activity during the times that she said she was asleep or before she woke up.
Okay. Now, when you say call activity, specifically, what are you referring to?
Phone calls. She was speaking with a gentleman in Michigan by the name of Ryan Martin. That's her most frequent call activity. She spoke to him quite a lot.
And was Minot PD able to confirm whether or not it was actually her having phone calls with him?
I know they had a agency in Michigan conduct a courtesy interview with Ryan Martin, who confirmed that he had spoken with her.
Sergeant, what's a call for service?
Call for service is any time that someone contacts dispatch and an incident is created that an officer is dispatched to.
Have you had an opportunity to look back through calls for service with regards to Anita Knutson?
Yes.
Okay. Aside from the incident involving her death, were there any calls for service that you're aware of?
None.
You're aware of the issues that Detective Barnard testified to and Matt Hansen testified to about getting defendant to come to the crime scene on June 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically, Matt Hansen's testimony about, it's just my roommate, I'm not dealing with it.
Correct.
Okay. Did that strike you as odd when you reviewed that information?
Yes.
Why?
It's not normal behavior. If someone called me and said the police need you to come home, I would have questions and I would immediately go home.
Okay. And again, no calls for service with regards to Anita.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that that would be an unusual circumstance to get a call about her?
Yes.
Sergeant, you have lived in Minot for how long?
I went to college there and then I left briefly and then I returned in 2000 and have been there since.
Okay. You're familiar with the surrounding area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, including Velva.
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the distance from Minot to the defendant's father's farm?
Yes.
Okay. And how long is that?
It's about a 43-minute drive, plus or minus 5 minutes, given depending on weather and traffic.
Okay. And how recently have you taken that drive?
Just a couple of days ago, I took the drive.
Okay. So that would have been winter, right?
Yes.
How long would that drive typically take in the summer?
Probably 40 minutes.
Now, Detective, with regards to the statements that we heard of information that were provided by Ms. Rice to her aunt, Brenda, you testified earlier about police holdbacks in an investigation. Were you able to identify holdback information in that testimony?
Yes.
What specifically?
That the screen had been cut, that there had been a bowl of water in the bathroom sink, and that the victim was wearing a bathrobe and laying on her bed.
Okay. All of that information was police holdback?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed these statements and transcripts of interviews with the defendant. Was there any mention of those items?
No.
By law enforcement?
Correct.
I have nothing further for the sergeant, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Your Honor, I have quite an extensive cross-examination. I'm wondering if there's any chance we could take a couple-minute bathroom break before I begin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Minutes after 2. Got a little long, sorry. Parties are present, jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, anything before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right, bring the jury in. Officer, you can come back up. Jury is now present. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State with roll call.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sand, the witness is still on the stand. Do you wish to cross-examine?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
How you doing, Detective Asham?
I'm doing well.
Good. So you're the case agent for the state on this case, is that correct?
Correct.
You're the lead investigator?
It was a collaboration, but I guess as a case agent, I could be lead investigator.
Okay. You obviously, based on your testimony, you weren't around the Minot PD back in 2007.
No, I was not.
I know you've already answered this, but for just to refresh me, when did you join Minot PD?
2011.
Okay. And as lead investigator on this case, you reviewed the file, correct?
The majority of it, yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the officers that worked on the file?
Yes.
You aware of Officer McLeod?
Yes.
You aware of his participation in the investigation?
I know there's a report on the case file from him.
Okay. And that he interviewed Shannon Dogskin,
Yeah, that sounds right.
collected buccal swabs. And that he's logged a bunch of evidence in the case as well. Does that sound right?
Likely, I don't know.
Okay. But you've reviewed the file.
Most of it, yes.
Well, I'm going to come right back to that. You had said that in reviewing the file, there was things that have been lost, things that were unable to be put back together in your investigation of it,
No, what I said, there was things that we didn't have in our possession.
but you got them all.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You didn't get them all.
No.
What kind of stuff?
There are recordings from BCI that we never received.
Any recordings from interviews of people by the Minot PD?
I'm unaware of any, no. I'm unaware of any recordings from Minot PD that we did not have.
I'll come back to that. Thank you. So you're aware of the Detective McLeod's supplemental report regarding Shannon Dogskin?
I know that it exists, yes.
Where is Officer McLeod now? Do you know?
He's deceased.
When did he pass away?
January of 2025.
Okay. So you've already told us that he did work on the case. You're the lead investigator on the case. Are you aware of a report from Clark Hill that came out in March here?
Yes,
Have you reviewed it?
in part.
Were you deposed on it this last week?
Yes,
Are you in that report?
yes.
Are you aware of the allegations in the report?
Can you expand on that?
Are you aware that Officer McLeod has been investigated before he died for child rape?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Sand?
I'm getting to that, Your Honor.
No,
Okay.
give it to me
Explain
now.
my relevance.
I do.
This report we received on Monday. Detective Asham is the lead investigator in the case.
This case,
The case that we're sitting here for right now for trial, Your Honor.
correct.
The causal connections between an investigator in this case, Officer McLeod, who worked on this case, which I've just established, his relationship with Detective Asham and what's contained in this report is important for credibility under, I believe it's 607, Your Honor, as an exception to 404. And credibility of a witness is always important, especially when they're the lead investigator of the case and they're the case agent and the only witness who's been able to sit through the entire trial unsequestered. Now, she's been able to sit here and testify to everything that's been gone over. No other witnesses have been allowed to do that. She's the only one. 607 allows for credibility to come in, and nothing goes to that more than what's in this report.
Ms. Sorgan?
Well, Your Honor, I understand that that's the defense's position on that. Sergeant Asham's been permitted to sit here because the rules of evidence allow us to have a case agent, which she is and has been designated that, and that's why she's been here throughout these proceedings. As it pertains to whether or not that report has anything to do with her credibility, a report that came out in 2025 with regards to a case that was investigated for a crime that occurred in 2007 and charges that were brought in 2022, I fail to see the relevance.
May I have a brief response?
You may.
I've established that Officer McLeod worked on this case. I've established that she's the lead investigator and the case agent. I've also established that she told me all the recordings from the Minot PD have been collected and reviewed.
That she's aware of.
That she's aware of, but I've been in touch, and I believe that's not true, and I'm about to tease that out on my cross here, Your Honor. And what's in this report refers directly to that as well. Radio Giglio issues.
Your thought is that that report deals with information from 2007?
It deals with information regarding people who investigated and worked on this case that have issues with exactly what she's talking about in terms of preservation of evidence on an 18-year-old case and credibility. I'm not leaving that argument out.
All right, I'm going to allow her to answer the question. Can you repeat it, please?
If I can remember it.
It had to do with whether or not she was aware of Officer
Yes.
McLeod's charge.
Investigations in Valley City, Ada County, Idaho, and Butte, Montana regarding child rape.
I'm aware he was under investigation. I don't know all the details.
And he committed suicide in January.
Yes,
And he worked on this case.
there's a report on this case. I don't know the details of his involvement.
But you've told us that you've looked through the entire case file.
No, I didn't. I said I've looked through a majority of the case file.
Okay. I'll bring that back up for you. This is a case narrative from Sergeant Sunbakken. Take a look at that first paragraph and then I can ask that question to you again. Sergeant, Detective McLeod's name in there?
Yes,
That he collected evidence, buccal swab particularly?
yes.
It's a transcript of a conversation with Sergeant Dogskin by Detective McLeod. You can take as long as you want. I just want.
Sergeant Dogskin?
I'm sorry. Mrs. Dogskin, Miss Dogskin. More or less, I would just want you to take a look and see that McLeod performed that interview.
Okay. Do you want me to review the content or
If you like.
it's up to you?
No. You wanted to know if that's who did it, and she said yes.
Is that,
Yes.
this is a supplemental report for Detective McLeod. It's found in the case file that was sent to us regarding Miss Dogskin.
I believe Shannon Dogskin is a male.
Okay. Well, Mr. Dogskin then. Does that sound like Mr. McLeod's report?
It says it's his report.
And then I can walk you through these if you want, or I can just tell you there's many of these in the report. It's evidence capturing McLeod's names on it. Would you like me to show it to you?
No, I believe you.
Do you know any more of the details regarding the investigation of Mr. McLeod before he committed suicide?
No.
Objection, relevance.
I think we've established that it may be relevant, so we'll rule your objection with regard to any more details. Her response was no.
Now, the truthfulness of Mr. McLeod is at issue here. He was an agent who worked on this case. Are you aware that in the report he said he never had an affair with anybody at work?
I'm unaware of that.
If I showed you part of that report, would that help you remember?
Like I said, I did not review the entire report, so I don't know
You
what
were
it
deposed
says.
regarding it earlier this week, weren't you?
I was.
You didn't review it before the deposition?
Only the part that it pertained to me.
Then we can move to that part. Did you review page 29 where it says that you engaged in inappropriate Carmen Asham?
I don't know the page numbers, but
You recall that? I can
yes.
show it to you. That would help you. There's a text chain below. So is it fair to say that the report said that you engaged in an inappropriate relationship with Officer McLeod?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that relationship?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. He's established that this is a credibility question.
He was a friend of mine.
Anything more?
He pressured me into inappropriate activity.
Tell me about that inappropriate activity.
He had kissed me on more than one occasion.
I have the report here. Anything
I'm
else?
aware. He also had touched me
Where did this go on?
at the police department.
Okay. Did he instruct you to delete files and emails, and you said you would?
He had told me to delete one specific email with a file attached.
And you did that?
Yes.
That's in this report as well. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Now, have you seen your text conversations in this report?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump to something else and then come right back here. You'll have to forgive me with the paper. You know how many pages are in this thing. This is a case narrative from Sergeant Goodman, way back in the day in 2007. Do you recall reviewing a case narrative from Sergeant Goodman on June 22nd that he and Detective Barnard interviewed Devin Hall?
I'd read Detective Goodman's report, so I'm sure I did.
I showed it to you. Would it help you?
Sure.
Did you look at that whole last paragraph all the way to the end? You recall reading about that interview?
Yes.
Do you recall Detective Goodman telling Devin Hall that he showed him the side with the Indian head of the knife?
And that's what it says. Yes.
And that he said the head's missing on the other side, and then he flipped the knife over and it was missing?
Correct.
Did you also read at the bottom that it says see attached interview in the case file, that they recorded it?
Yes.
Are you aware that recording doesn't exist, hasn't made its way to anyone?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. I was wondering when you were talking about evidence missing if that was something you knew about. It seems pretty important in the case to me, don't you think so?
It could potentially be.
An interview of a guy who says he's got the murder weapon specifically before the cop even says that the Indian head's missing on the other side. He said, yeah, mine's missing the Indian head though. And he flips it and it's missing. And we don't have that. Doesn't that seem crazy?
I suppose.
Yeah, or we lost it, I guess.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Yes, so withdraw that. I apologize. You said you reviewed the parts of this Clark Hill report that pertain to you, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, I guess before I refresh you, do you recall Officer McLeod telling you delete that file and email and then you texting back, okay?
Yes.
I'm saying, did you tell them you sent it to me, or are they checking people's email?
Yes.
Ashley got put on AL for doing it.
Is that a question?
Do you recall that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall that these encounters in the report are alleged to have taken place between you and Officer McLeod in the evidence room?
No.
Where did they take place?
In the hallway and in the crime lab.
The crime lab. Thank you for correcting me. Where did Officer McLeod commit suicide?
At the
Objection, relevance.
Yes, Mr. Sand, what's the relevance?
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Do you recall in the report that it says Lieutenant McLeod provided Sergeant Asham with information she would have not otherwise accessed?
Yes.
When their relationship became physical, it occurred only at the police department.
Correct.
Do you recall in the Clark Hill report under inappropriate workplace behavior, it said some text messages revealed that Sergeant Asham lacked confidence in her abilities as a police officer, supervisor, and suggested that she was suffering from imposter syndrome?
I do not recall reading that, no.
I'll give you a look at the report, see if you can remember. This paragraph right here. Confidence in her abilities as a police officer, supervisor, and suggested that she was suffering from imposter syndrome.
I do not recall reading that, no.
I'll give you a look at the report, see if you can remember. This paragraph right here. You recall that now?
I never read that part, but I see it there now.
Okay. You lacked confidence in your abilities as a police officer. You're the lead investigator on one of the biggest murder cases in North Dakota history. Do you think that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, again, you said you've reviewed the file or most of the file. I can't really remember. Did you review the whole file?
No,
How much of the file?
I couldn't say with certainty.
But you're testifying up here as to the file, correct?
Correct?
the majority of what you know in this case comes from stuff that happened way back in the day of 2007 that you reviewed, correct?
In conjunction with Detective Talbot, it was a collaboration.
Okay. You talked about a train trip, right?
Yes,
You aware that in the file that was sent over to me are the train logs between Minot and Wolf Point from 5:16 to 6:10?
yes,
Have you seen that?
I probably did, but it's been a while.
Let me know if you recall if Devin Hall's name's anywhere on there.
It's not.
Okay. So it doesn't say that he took the Sunday train over?
No,
Oh, okay. But you've been sitting in here, Detective Asham, and we had Detective Talbot and yourself say that he took the train over on Sunday.
correct.
Okay. It's a big part of this case.
Objection. Is that a question?
I'll withdraw and I apologize.
Sustained. Thank you.
Now, we talked about this, we'll call him the running man, the 6'2" young Native American man that was running from the apartment complex the girls were in north. You recall that testimony?
I recall the report that he was running in the area.
You recall testifying about it just a minute ago?
Yes,
And then you said that was all cleared up, that you got in touch with the guy who looked Hispanic or something like that.
correct.
When did that happen?
I believe that was sometime in 2008. He came forward.
Okay. So he came forward a year after,
Yes,
and he knew he was running that day, that morning, right in front of there.
yes,
Okay. When in 2008 do you think that happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. Because you were sitting in here when I showed the news release from October 7th, 2008, almost 18 months after, where they were still looking for that Native American man.
I don't recall that, but
Well, I showed it to Detective Barnard. Can I refresh your
Sure.
recollection? I'm trying to do my math. I'll wait till you take a look at it. Is it your understanding that this gentleman came forward more than 18 months after?
it would appear so, yes.
It would appear so. How?
If that,
But you weren't there in 2007, were you?
no, I was not.
Do you know how many months after June of 2007, October of 2008 is?
I can do the math, I guess, yes.
I'd appreciate it if you would.
Probably 16 months.
Okay. Now you're here for everybody's testimony, but you were here for Detective Talbot's testimony, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall her talking about Vern Olson in relation to Marty?
yes.
When you talked to Vern, what did Vern tell you?
I didn't talk to
You
Vern.
didn't talk to Vern. Oh, okay.
Objection. Argumentative, Your Honor.
I didn't know she had, Your Honor, but I'll withdraw that. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, Mr. Sand.
Okay. I'll ease up.
Thank you.
You hadn't talked to Vern Olson.
No,
Lead investigator on the case, you hadn't talked to Vern Olson.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Yes, Your Honor. But you were here when Detective Talbot testified about their call and the substance of it the night that Marty killed himself, correct?
correct.
You recall what she said?
Yes.
What was that?
He told her that I believe Marty had mentioned something about something happened or he was dealing with something. I guess I'm just paraphrasing. I don't know the exact phrasing.
Okay. Would it be fair to say he had something heavy on his heart and he hadn't been the same after Anita died?
I don't think it was that specific, but
You recall in the report and through her testimony that Marty had decorative knives,
yes,
folding knives.
I believe so.
Now the state was asking you about the FBI's involvement, correct?
Yes.
And you were here when Detective Barnard testified, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall from Detective, and in your review of Detective Barnard's report, that he said they felt Devin Hall was the best suspect after reviewing the case?
I believe it says that somewhere. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that that's because the knife came from Montana? He hid in the girl's room, found the knife in the kitchen shortly after the homicide occurred?
No, I don't recall that.
Would it help if I refresh your
Sure.
recollection with that report?
Which part?
Right here. Thank you. Does that help you refresh your recollection?
Yes, that's what it says.
Thank you. Your Honor, I apologize if it takes 2 minutes. It's a full case file, so I'll try to run through it as quickly as possible.
Take the time you need, Mr. Sand.
Thank you, sir. The state had asked you about Devin Hall's criminal history. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you look into that at all?
As much as I could.
Did you find anything regarding his federal conviction?
Yes.
What was that for?
I believe that was for he had broken into someone's home and sexually assaulted a female.
Have you looked through his Fort Peck tribal records?
No, I don't believe I had access to that.
And you're aware of the incident that sparked this whole thing for Devin Hall regarding him just days after the murder breaking into another woman's window?
Correct. I don't believe that was a woman. That was a couple, I think.
The woman was the one that identified him, is that right, originally?
No, I believe it was a male.
And I'll come back to that in a minute. Obviously, we got thousands of pages of paper here, but just to clarify that, just days later, he was arrested for breaking into an apartment.
It was about a week to 10 days after.
Okay.
It was June 11th.
June 11th. And what day did police respond to his apartment?
June 4th.
June 4th. And he was found in the closet with a knife?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review the Tyler Schmalz evidence at all in the file?
I read through the interviews.
Anything regarding a picture he drew of a girl in class?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, it's very relevant.
We don't have enough of that, Ms. Sorgan, so overruled. But try to connect it, please.
I need to make sure that she has seen it first.
Seen the picture? No.
In the
I remember it being mentioned in somebody's statement, not his.
where a girl had turned him down and he drew a picture of him stabbing her in the breasts and
Oh.
vagina.
I remember that in somebody else's statement.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Tyler Schmalz?
I did.
Are you aware that he said that Anita was going to a date at a truck stop in his interview with Detective Barnard?
I believe he said something about that. I'm not sure which day that was supposed to be.
Okay. And you're aware he went to prom with Anita, correct?
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly from whom? From him?
I've heard that from a few people.
And they lived in the same apartment building, correct?
No, not the same building, the same complex.
Same complex. Thank you. Had you read in the reports that they were concerned he was obsessed with Anita?
Yes.
It's a June 5th, 2000 interview, front page. Barnard, Tyler Schmalz. Just look at this one line. Okay. Does Tyler say they went to prom together in there?
He did.
Just want to make sure I'm not crazy. I appreciate it. Sergeant Murphy investigated this case as well.
She was one of the investigators on it, yes.
She passed away as well.
She has.
When did that happen?
I don't remember the year. It's been a few years.
2022 around there.
That sounds about right, yes.
Did you review her reports? They were upfront case narratives, kind of front and center.
Yep, I read her reports.
Do you recall her discussing her interview with Juan Washington?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you recall him in the interview saying, I guess in reviewing this file, specifically Sergeant Murphy's, did you learn that Juan Washington had saw Native
Objection. Your Honor, she just testified she doesn't remember this interview or having reviewed it. How could she remember anything specific?
The report I remember, I don't remember anything about Juan Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you a specific? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on, that's what I heard, so your objection's overruled. You can
Thank you.
continue.
I'll ask you if you remember this portion of the case file of the report. If you don't, I'll refresh your recollection. Do you recall learning from reading this report and specifically the entire case file, specifically this report, that there was a Native American male that hung around there and went to Club 101?
No, I don't recall that.
Gonna have you review from where it says Washington here to the end. Thank you. Do you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Does this man talk about a Native American male that was coming and going from that apartment?
From the area, yes.
Are you sure he doesn't say comes and goes from that apartment? I can show you that. sentence.
Show me again. And that's what it says.
And he talks about Club 101 in there as well, correct?
Yes,
You put an investigative report together, correct?
correct.
You talked with the people that had keys to that apartment, right?
Yes,
Marty Annell was one of those people.
yes,
Laura Knapp was one of those people.
yes,
You saw Laura testifying earlier, didn't you?
I did.
You recall that she said that her and Marty never discussed the murder after it happened at all?
Yes,
Now, it's safe to say no police officers ever saw the location of the screen in person. They just took Marty's word for it. Is that right?
can you clarify the location as in where he found it or where he took them to it?
Prior to the screen being brought to the workshop of Marty's, no police officers ever saw that screen.
Correct.
And you recall Mr. Gordon Knutson's testimony, correct?
Yes,
You recall that he said the screen was 100 feet from the window?
I recall he said that's what was told to him by by somebody.
Do you know of him talking to anyone else besides Mr. Annell when he got there?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, we had another detective talking earlier, I think. I'm starting to lose my place here about a curtain and a curtain rod, right?
Right.
And those were thrown back in the window by Mr. Annell.
Yes,
Okay. So they came out of the window at one point.
it would seem.
Now, I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure I get it right. You weren't at the scene back in 2007 when this happened.
No,
So you're not aware that they brought Nichole to the scene?
I'm aware from the reports that it stated that they brought her back.
Asked her if anything was missing of hers?
Correct.
Would that make sense that if something was missing, she would answer that when they ask her?
I would hope so.
Right. Were you there to see if they brought her through the scene?
I wasn't present.
How else would she know if anything was missing? She's not going to know from standing outside, is she?
Objection. Argumentative and asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is anything missing from the scene, Nichole? If they asked her that, what's the only plausible way she would figure that out and be able to answer them?
To look and see.
To go into the apartment. And they had her down there from the testimony and the file that you reviewed, they had her down there about 15 minutes after they got there, right?
No, my understanding is she was outside of the apartment at that point, and they brought her into the apartment the following day.
They brought her in the following day. They didn't bring her in that day.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. What day did they ask her if anything was missing?
I would assume it was the following day.
It was the following day. I'll come right back to that. Now, you were in here when Brenda Glintz testified, correct?
Correct.
She testified, and tell me if I heard it wrong, but it sounded like to me she said that Nichole went down to New Mexico in July of 2007.
Correct.
She knew that because her son was in that rodeo down in Farmington.
Correct.
And she was so sure on that ride up that Nichole told her all these things about the case. You recall that?
Yes.
But in fact, Nichole wasn't in New Mexico in 2007, was she?
No.
When was she there?
2008.
A year later.
Yes.
Break-in that Devin did a few days after, I think you said a week after, Anita's murder. I found the report. It's in the case file. Officer Kevorkian, what a name. And the other one's Officer Schoenrock. Do you recall reviewing those?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the dispatch received a call from a person named Tara Steele?
I don't recall the name.
Okay. And I was asking you because we were just trying to figure out if it was a man or a woman. You remember that?
Correct. And as I recall, there were two separate.
You booked into two apartments?
Yes.
Okay. The other woman was named Amanda Jane Stewart. Does that sound right?
I don't know that name. The name I'm thinking of is Jason Lovely. That was the other one.
Jason Lovely, I believe, is in here as well. Do you remember the intruder exited the apartment out the same window he came in?
Yes.
And then he was brought to Ward County Detention Center, right?
Correct.
So we're in Minot. A couple days later, Devin Hall's going in a window, coming out the same window. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you review the DNA records? I know one of them is in evidence here. So you may have seen it come in there.
I've looked at the lab report. Yes.
Were you here for Dr. Gephardt's testimony?
Yes. I don't believe she's a doctor, but yes.
Amy Gephardt's testimony. Thank you.
Yes.
You recall that Anita had male DNA under the fingernails?
Yes.
Do you recall the testimony of April Moulton when you were sitting here?
Yes.
Remember she had told the officers that she knew that Anita had been stabbed?
I don't remember that.
I can help you.
Please do.
I'll pull up April Moulton in case you can do it before I might have to come back to this one as well. Hopefully my crew can find it for me over there. Now you said Cold Justice came in for 10 days, correct?
About that, yeah.
What day did you guys interview Devin Hall on those 10 days?
We did not.
Earlier you were testifying, you went through persons of interest. You said Marty, Nichole, Tyler Schmalz, and Michael Van, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say Devin Hall.
I did not.
You didn't talk to Vern Olson either?
Detective Talbot talked to him.
Okay, you did.
I did not.
Now, you were reviewing in evidence a bunch of different interviews with Nichole, correct?
Correct.
How old was Nichole when this happened?
18 or 19?
18 or 19. How many years ago was it?
18, 17 years ago?
Half her lifetime ago, it sounds like. Right?
Sure.
When was the last interview you had with her? What year was that?
2022?
So these interviews took place over a period of 15, 16 years.
Yes.
Now, there's something I learned during your testimony that I must have missed. Devon Hall broke into a kitchen at a hotel, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did interview Mark and Brenda Glens.
Yes.
Mark said that he saw Nichole at the Cenex, right? Or right around the Cenex.
Yes.
Okay. Looking through the file, did you ever find a time when Nichole didn't come in to talk to the police?
No.
She came in every time.
Yes.
Did you have a lawyer with her any of those times that you saw?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Would be her right to have one.
It still wasn't the question. Overruled.
Not when she talked to me.
How about the other ones? Did you see any evidence of that reviewing these old reports?
It wasn't referenced in any of the reports, so.
Thank you. Now, there was testimony earlier, I believe it was from Sergeant Goodman and possibly Sergeant Barnard, that they were concerned with Nichole's demeanor, right? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall finding out that Nichole was crying when she showed up? Can I refresh your recollection?
Please.
This is a June 5th, 2007 report of Detective Barnard. Please just read those first two questions and answers. You recall that now?
Yes.
Do you want these back or can I put them?
Unless I need them.
Let me know. And I apologize. I got my witnesses screwed up. When I asked you about April Moulton, it was Michelle Grubbs, who at that time was Michelle Zayas. You recall her saying that she knew that Anita had been stabbed in her interview.
I don't know.
Okay. I have a report for you to look at. It's a June 5th interview, Michelle Zayas with Detective Barnard. It's a lengthy one. This is the page I'll have you refer to. Just the top question to Michelle here from Detective Barnard.
Okay.
Did she say she was raped and stabbed to death?
She did.
This is June 5th. What day did the police show up there?
June 4th.
How did people know she was stabbed?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw. Take your time. Thank you, Sergeant Asham, or Detective Asham. I apologize.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'm going to go in order from Mr. Sands' questions, okay? All right. Sergeant, you said you reviewed the majority of the file.
Correct.
Why didn't you review the whole file?
It's a very large file, and when you're working on a large case like this, and you're working in a partnership with another investigator, you divvy up responsibilities, and one person reviews some stuff and the other person reviews the other.
Kind of like we've been seeing from the defense counsel, right?
Correct.
And who was your partner?
Detective Talbot.
Now, Mr. Sand asked you about the allegations in the Clark Hill report. And that he asked you if you were aware of the investigation against Lieutenant McLeod, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, would those allegations have been before, contemporaneous with, or after the events of the Anita Knutson murder?
After.
Approximately how far after?
16 years.
You said that Lieutenant McLeod pressured you into inappropriate activity.
Correct.
And that activity included what?
He kissed me and he touched me.
Did it have anything to do with your duties as a police officer?
No.
You were asked to delete one email with an attachment, correct?
Yes.
What was that?
The attachment was a copy of a administrative internal report into then Chief Klug.
Okay. And what version of that report was that?
That was the unredacted version.
Was that report supposed to be disseminated?
No, it was not.
Okay. In fact, you were asked about Ashley on AL for that as a text message, correct?
Correct.
What does AL mean?
Administrative leave.
Okay. So what happened as a consequence? Why did that come about?
Because that report was violating state law by being sent out because it was the unredacted version of the report.
Violated a lot of people's HIPAA rights, didn't it?
Correct.
And was Lieutenant McLeod the only one who ordered you to delete that?
No.
Who else ordered you to delete it?
Lieutenant Wagner and Captain Sunbakken.
Okay. So several of your commanders, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about contact between yourself and Lieutenant McLeod occurring in the hallway and in the crime lab. Can you please describe the crime lab?
The crime lab is just a location in the police department where we store most of our crime scene supplies for collecting evidence.
Okay. Is this the same crime lab that Amy Gebhardt works out of?
No, it is not.
Okay. Not even the same county, is it?
No, it's not.
And what was in the crime lab at the time that you and Lieutenant McLeod engaged in any kind of physical contact?
Just equipment and supplies.
Any evidence?
No.
Mr. Sand asked you about that you were privy to information that you wouldn't otherwise have access to because of Lieutenant McLeod. You remember that question?
I do.
What info was he referring to?
He would just tell me about complaints on other officers that they had received.
Okay. Was there some information with regards to your promotion?
He also had sent me a text one point to tell me that I had received a position in investigations.
Okay. Did you already know about that?
I did.
Okay. So this wasn't him giving you information that you didn't already have access to, was it?
Correct.
All right. I want to ask you about the question of the Running Man sketch that we've been talking about. And Mr. Sand made it clear to you that that sketch came out in October 2008, right?
Yes.
Would you have expected the individual who came forward to have done so before that sketch?
No.
Okay. Why not?
How would he know it is out there?
And how soon after the sketch was published did this individual come forward?
I don't know the exact time frame, but it was within the month or so.
Okay. We heard a lot about the fact that you didn't speak with Vern Olson, but that there was a report that Marty had decorative knives or folding knives, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was there ever any indication that the knife that was located at the crime scene belonged to Marty?
No.
Mr. Sand asked you about Devon Hall's federal conviction for sexual assault of a female.
Yes.
What happened with that case? What was the underlying fact pattern, if you're aware?
Objection, Your Honor. That's a mischaracterization of what the charges and convictions were.
I thought it was, no,
It was a burglary conviction, Your Honor.
burglary. Yeah, I remember the judgment. Okay.
He asked her about sexual assault.
I understand that. So your question is you're going to agree with him about that? So can you rephrase your question, please?
Sure. Sergeant Ashton, you were asked by Mr. Sand about a sexual assault that Devon Hall allegedly committed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what the underlying fact pattern to that was?
I believe he entered someone's home and laid down next to them in bed.
Okay. Did he kill that person?
No.
You were asked about Devon Hall breaking into an apartment on June 11th, 2007, and he was in a closet with a knife, right?
Yes.
All right. Where did he get that knife from?
From the kitchen of that apartment that he broke into.
Okay. And why did he have that knife?
Because individuals were chasing him.
Now, you were also asked about Tyler Schmaltz
Yes.
and a picture that he allegedly drew.
Yes.
Did you ever see the picture in the case file?
No.
Based upon the information that you were able to garner through learning through the investigation, how old was Tyler at the time this picture was allegedly drawn?
I believe it was in an elementary school.
Okay. And Tyler mentioned in one of the case reports that Anita had gone to a truck stop was meeting someone at a truck stop for a meal or a date?
Yes.
You were present for Michelle's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Where did she say that they went after the tattoo?
To Shots Crossroads, which is a truck stop.
You were asked about Sergeant Murphy interviewing an individual and that there was a native male who was hanging around Club 101, right?
Yes.
What's your understanding of the frequency of native males in Minot?
It's quite frequent.
It's a large native population in Ward County, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
There's a reservation nearby.
Would it be unusual for someone to have spotted a native male in and around the city of Minot?
No, not at all.
You were asked quite extensively with regards to your awareness of whether or not officers took the defendant back to the scene to determine if anything was missing, correct?
Correct.
What is your understanding about whether or not the scene had been processed before she was permitted back into the apartment?
Based on their testimony and the reports that I reviewed, it sounded like the scene had been processed and evidence had been collected prior to her entering the apartment.
Would she have had the opportunity to see the items that you identified as holdbacks?
Objection, Your Honor. She said she wasn't there. She stated it. I don't know how she could know that.
Yeah, she phrased the question differently, so overruled, she can answer it.
Based upon what you have reviewed in the case file and what you have heard in the testimony in this case, would she have had the opportunity to have observed the items identified as holdbacks?
No.
You were asked again about the break-in on June 11th from Devon Hall. Was he apprehended?
Yes.
Where?
In the apartment?
So he got caught breaking in, didn't he?
Yes.
Did he kill the tenants?
No.
Did he harm the tenants?
No.
You reviewed you were asked about the DNA report and that there was male DNA under Anita's fingernails, correct?
Yes.
Multiple fingernails or one fingernail?
I don't recall.
And you testified on direct examination that DNA doesn't have a timestamp, right?
Right.
So we don't know when that DNA got underneath her nails, right?
Correct.
You were asked about Michelle knowing that Anita had been stabbed on June 5th, correct?
Yes.
Was the stabbing a holdback?
No, it was not.
Michelle on June 5th had said that that Anita had been raped and stabbed, correct?
Yes.
Was Anita raped?
No.
Any indication of sexual assault?
No.
You were also asked about the fact that Nichole was young at the time of the interviews, the initial interview with crime, correct?
Yes.
And the interviews occurred over the next 15 years, right?
Yes.
Right. The date of the initial interview with Detective Barnard occurred what date?
June 4th, 2007.
The day of the murder.
Yes.
The interview with Sergeant Goodman, what date?
I believe it was June 11th, 2007.
1 week later, right?
Yes.
The date of the interview was with Special Agent Meixner,
May 6th, 2010.
3 years later, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the interview that occurred latest in time was the one with you, wasn't it?
Yes.
You were also present with regards to the questions about Nicole's demeanor, right?
Yes.
And so what Sergeant Goodman and Detective Barnard felt, correct?
Yes.
And you had been asked by Mr. Sand about the fact that that the transcript indicates that she was crying on June 4th, correct?
Correct.
You also were present for Detective Barnard's testimony and Matt Hansen's testimony that Nichole had to basically be told that she was going to be taken to the scene if she didn't show up, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just to clarify, Sergeant, June 4th was the date that Anita was discovered. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the date that all of the facts and evidence have pointed to that she was actually murdered on?
June 3rd.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any recross or?
Very short, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Now, the state had asked you on redirect in terms of Mr. Hall's break-in on Sioux Street if he didn't harm the tenants, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also recall when they asked him, his response was, I don't know, I've been in a lot of houses around here.
Sounds familiar.
I show you the report.
Objection. This is beyond the scope.
It's not beyond the scope.
It's not overruled.
Now, do you recall in that report that was in the file, Officer Schoenrock said, I asked him why he was in those houses this morning. His response was, I've been in a lot of houses here.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Hargan?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Ashton, you were just asked about that. Are you aware of a further interview between Sergeant Goodman and Devin Hall that occurred in Wolf Point, Montana? Or
Yes.
occurred in Montana. Okay. What did you learn from listening to that interview?
Objection. This is beyond my redirect, which is very
It
limited.
is, Ms. Hargan.
I will connect very quickly, Your Honor.
With regard to what he asked.
Yes.
All right, I'll give you a couple.
What did you learn from listening to that interview with regards to whether or not Devin Hall had been in residences on the northwest corner of the city?
He had not been in that
Objection,
area.
Your Honor, that's not what I asked about.
He asked
Okay.
about, he'd been in a lot of houses around here.
You need to ask that question, Ms. Hargan.
Okay.
Try not to lead her.
During that interview, what did were you able to learn whether or not Devin Hall had been in residences in northwest corner of the city?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe it's beyond the scope of recross.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not Devin Hall admitted to being in Anita Knutson's
Objection, Your
apartment?
Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What did you learn from that interview?
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of recross.
Well, again, she said that she was going to connect it once she got to the interview, so I'll give her that part. You can answer the question, ma'am, if you can.
What did you learn from the interview?
That he was staying in the area of Sioux Street and South Minot.
Okay. And what did you learn about his presence on the north side?
Objection, Your Honor. And I hate to keep making the objections, but it's beyond the
Sustained.
scope.
Nothing further.
Is the witness here by subpoena?
Well, she's our case agent, Your Honor.
Okay, you may have a seat, officer. Thank you. Do you have any other witnesses today, Ms. Morgan?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. Awkward time. Mr. Sand, I asked if you had any witnesses available. Do you know if you do or not?
We do, Your Honor.
Are they short or long? They're going to be long.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to break for the moment, at least your portion of this. I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room. The jury is no longer present. The state has rested their case. Time is 27 minutes after 3 o'clock. Mr. Sand, does the defense wish to make any motions at this time?
We do, Your Honor, and Attorney Deagle's going to be handling that for us, and I'll have you come over here, dear.
Attorney Deagle, first chance.
Thank you. At this time, the defense is,
You want to come over here?
oh, just microphone.
Oh,
So you're not behind the pole.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. At this time, the defense is moving the court for a judgment of acquittal under Rule 29. As the court's aware, after the prosecution closes its evidence, the court in the defendant's motion must enter a judgment of acquittal of any of the offense for the offense for which the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction. When looking at the elements here that the state must establish, first, that on or about June 2nd or 3rd in Ward County, the defendant Nichole Rice intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, or the defendant willfully caused the death, and that the death was caused under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. Under Rule 29, it's on the state to present evidence to allow this case to be given to the jury. They must present facts that a reasonable juror would be able to conclude guilt. We don't believe that's been established here. When looking at the elements, the state is required to establish, specifically number 2, that Nichole Rice is the individual who committed the crime is charged. Here, there's been zero evidence that established Ms. Rice was even in town, let alone at the specific scene during where the murder occurred at the time it's alleged to have occurred. Your Honor, essentially the absence of one thing does not establish the presence of another. Specifically, the state's evidence presented has only established that Ms. Knutson was killed in her apartment on or about June 2nd or 3rd, and that Ms. Rice was her roommate at the time of her death. We don't have any evidence that Ms. Rice was at the shared apartment on those dates or any time that weekend. In fact, all of the testimony established was actually evidence to the contrary. There's no DNA or physical evidence that places Ms. Rice at her apartment on that weekend. No fingerprints, no eyewitnesses. There's been testimony that the cause of death was the stab wounds and the knife recovered was the murder weapon. However, there's been zero evidence, direct or circumstantial, that Ms. Rice ever possessed that knife. In fact, all of the testimony and evidence that we've heard this far indicates a different individual possessed that knife. Furthermore, under the jury instructions, intentionally means if when they engage in conduct, it's their purpose to do so, or knowingly if when they engage in conduct, they have a firm belief that they are doing so. Here, if this court were to assume arguendo and find that there was sufficient evidence to infer Ms. Rice was at the scene or had possession of the knife, there's been no evidence that Ms. Rice intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, or that she had a firm belief she was doing so. In fact, the only testimony that's been presented this far is that Ms. Knutson's cause of death was a stabbing. There's virtually no evidence regarding substantial force, ill will. There's no evidence that the wounds sustained were the result of intentional acts. In addition, there hasn't been any testimony from any late witnesses or experts regarding the force or intention needed to commit these injuries. When examining the language of caused the death of another human being, Dr. Sens provided testimony that the 2 stab wounds were the cause of death. However, that's the extent of her testimony. As this court's aware, the information language also includes the alternative language of or the defendant willfully caused the death of Anita Knutson, and willfully meaning intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Again, the state has failed to present any evidence that Ms. Rice willfully caused Anita's death. When looking at the jury instructions, willfully also includes knowingly, recklessly, and negligently. Regardless of all of that language being applicable, there's been insufficient evidence that the defendant conduct was knowingly, the conduct was clearly or consciously unjustifiable, likely the conduct would cause the death, and meaning in addition, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. Here, again, the state has failed to put forth any testimony from any of their witnesses regarding the circumstances of Ms. Knutson's death was because of a manifestation of extreme indifference to the value of human life. Specifically, any manifestation or extreme indifference was attributable to Ms. Rice. Even if while reviewing the facts in a light most favorable to the state, there's been insufficient facts to give this case to the jury, and therefore we ask this court for a motion for a judgment of acquittal or a direct verdict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the facts have been established that show that Anita Knutson was murdered on or about June 3rd, 2007 in her apartment in Minot, North Dakota. The cause of death being stab wounds to the chest. I'm not sure why the defense missed that portion of Dr. Sens' testimony about the fact that Dr. Sens did testify that not much force was in fact necessary. She stated that the stab wounds went through the quote soft part of the bone in the chest and that much force was not required with regards to this. We have evidence that has established that entry into that apartment was made through a key through the locked door. We have had a lot of testimony about the fact that the entry was not made through the window based upon the recreation video, based upon the testimony of the detectives. We have heard testimony that only 4 people had keys to that apartment, one of which was the deceased, one of which was the defendant, one of whom was Laura Knapp, and one of whom was Marty Annell as the maintenance man. We heard testimony that Anita's keys were in her possession, were in her purse. They were turned back over to her father by Detective Barnard at a later date. Laura Knapp had her keys because she used them to let Gordon Knutson into the apartment. We have heard testimony that the knife that was used to stab Anita was then used to cut the screen because Anita's blood was in the screen, was in the cuts in the screen, meaning that that was put there after she was stabbed. That invalidates any point of potential entry through that window because that screen was still in place and on that window. That screen was cut after she was stabbed in the chest. We have heard testimony that the defendant has provided different accounts of where she was, a different timeline of where she was. We have heard that the travel from Minot to the farm where she was staying was only about 40 minutes. There is a large gap in her version of events of where she was at that night. We've been presented with an awful lot of cross-examination involving other potential persons. We have heard testimony from officers from the Minot PD as to why they ruled those individuals out, but that Ms. Rice could not be ruled out as a suspect in regards to all of this, and that she was the only person who has had means, motive, and opportunity the entire time. Everyone else has lacked that. We have heard circumstantial evidence testified to with regards to the she knew holdback information that would not have been made available to anybody outside of the investigation except for the killer. We heard testimony that she knew about a bowl of water that was in the sink, that had been processed before she was allowed into the apartment and was not there when she went through. Her testimony that Anita's body had been removed from the scene before Nichole had been allowed into the apartment. She would not have known the position of the body. She would not have known how it was clad. The window screen was not present on the window. The investigations and the transcripts established that she was not advised that the window screen had been slashed or cut. She knew an awful lot of things. Her demeanor at the scene, and most telling, Your Honor, are the confessions that she made to William May and Christina Holler. Motion for acquittal is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. That would be the state. Issues of credibility belong to the jury. We believe that there is sufficient evidence for this case to advance forward.
All right, thank you very much. The court finds that there is sufficient evidence to give this to a jury at this point. The court will deny the defendant's motion for a Rule 49 directed verdict or a verdict of acquittal. All right, that having been said, again, the time is 3:36. I'll ask, I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to ask. Mr. Sand, you said you have a witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like to start, if we could, with that. It's 36 minutes after. Can we start in 9 minutes at 45? Will that give you some time?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like to get the witness started. I realize we may not finish with that witness today, but I want to get as much done as we can.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in recess until 3:45. On the record, the time is 47 minutes after 3 o'clock. Once again, parties are present along with counsel. Mr. Sandy, prepared to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mrs. Sorgan, anything else before I bring in the jury? All right, please bring in the jury. Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Defendant calls James Douglas Coons.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
James Douglas Coons.
Doug, where do you work?
Currently, I own a private investigation company and security consulting firm called Veracity IIR.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about Veracity?
We've been in business since I retired from the FBI in 2018, and we do all kinds of private investigations, legal consulting, security consulting, a little bit of everything.
And how many employees does Veracity have?
I think we're at 14 total, including part-timers.
And what's your position there?
I'm the CEO.
And you had mentioned that you started Veracity after you retired from the FBI, correct?
Yes.
And before we get into that, I'd like to get into your education background. Can you tell me a little bit about your education?
Sure. My undergraduate degree is from Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana in chemistry. And I also have a master's degree in business administration from Grantham.
And what led to you joining the FBI?
It's kind of a long story, but I sat for the exam, passed, went to the FBI Academy, which at the time was a 4-month program. It's quite a bit longer now, but then it was 4 months. Successfully completed the academy and was given my credentials and assigned to my first field office, which was Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Or Minneapolis is the field office. Sioux Falls is a resident agency within the Minneapolis division.
And how long did you serve in the FBI?
22 years.
Can you give me a rundown of what you did during the course of your 22 career?
So the first 6 years was in Sioux Falls, and first 4 or 5 years of that, I worked mostly crimes on Indian reservations. After September 11th and the Twin Towers, my focus became more on counterterrorism and counterintelligence. After my 6th year, I was transferred back home to Indiana, where I worked in the Bloomington resident agency out of the Indianapolis division for about 5 years, working mostly counterterrorism. From there, I was transferred to FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., where I was a supervisor in the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate Chemical Countermeasures Unit. After that, I was returned back to Indianapolis division, where I was a supervisor of the Field Intelligence Group. After that, I stepped down from being a supervisor and worked cases for the rest of my career.
And Doug, during the course of your time as an FBI agent, about how many suspects have you interrogated?
Over the 22 years as an FBI agent, I would guess around 100.
Ever investigate any cases involving murder or homicide?
Yes.
About how many?
Either my own or assisting other agents or as a member of evidence response team, probably 15.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Coons, can you describe the document that I just put in front of you that's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 3?
Yes, that's my current.
Your Honor, it needs to be C.
C.
Sorry, thank you.
That's my current curriculum vitae.
What's the curriculum vitae?
It's basically a rundown of my education, experience, and training.
Now, everything that we had just gone through a minute ago, is that on your CV?
Yes.
Is there anything else that we didn't describe?
There's a few things, yes. I've got some continuing education things. I'm also a certified fraud examiner. I mentioned briefly, but I was a certified member of the Indianapolis Division's evidence response team. What else? Those are the major things. There's a few other.
Looks like you're a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Yes.
I wish that was on my CV. Your Honor, defense would move to enter Exhibit C into evidence.
Mr. Nelson, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant's Exhibit C is received without objection.
And Doug, you had stated that you had done some continuing education and had gotten some certificate credentials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put in front of you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit D. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you please describe to the court what that is?
That's the certificate I was given in January 13th of 2005 after completing the FBI's evidence response team training.
What does the evidence response team training course entail?
At the time, it was a 2-week program. It was somewhere south of DC, Dumfries, Virginia, I believe. We spent a couple of weeks learning how to properly find, collect, process, document, photograph evidence, anything to do with evidence. We learned it during those 2 weeks.
And I assume you completed the course?
Yes,
Is that a true and accurate spelling of your name?
it is.
Your Honor, defendant would move to introduce Exhibit D into evidence.
Mr. Nelson, any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, this document is actually hearsay because it's someone else's statement, not the defendant's, or not, excuse me, not the witnesses.
Over the objection, the court will receive Defendant's Exhibit D.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'd also request, if need be, to publish C and D.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Doug, during your time as an FBI agent, did you ever testify in court?
Yes.
About how many times?
20, that's a rough guess.
And who did you usually testify for?
Always the prosecution when I was an FBI agent.
And since starting Veracity, I assume you've testified as an expert witness before?
Yes.
About how many times?
Maybe 10, 12.
Have you been qualified or certified every time as an expert in criminal investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would request that the court qualify and certify Mr. Coons as an expert in the field of criminal investigation.
Mr. Nelson,
Your Honor, I'd like to briefly voir dire the witness on this.
you may.
Mr. Coons, have you ever been certified as an expert in a North Dakota court?
No.
Okay. You had a 2-week training on collecting evidence.
Yes.
You believe that that qualifies you to be an expert?
To some degree, there's also the years of experience I attained in utilizing
Mr. Collins,
that.
that was a yes or no question, and I'd like you to stick to my questions.
Yes.
Okay. You believe that that
I
2
do.
weeks makes you an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Have you taught courses like that before?
No.
So other people in the FBI didn't come to you to learn how to do those things. You weren't directed to teach other people how to do those things.
No.
Okay.
May I ask a follow-up, Your Honor?
Hang on, he's not done.
Do you have advanced degrees in science or anything like that?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry.
Okay. That would be a bachelor's degree. Would that be an advanced degree? What I'm asking is, do you have a master's degree or a PhD in any science?
No.
In fact, your MBA is in, well, you have an MBA, which is a Master's of Business Administration. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And I suppose that comes in handy as being the CEO. Does it come in handy being an expert in crime scene analysis or investigation?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I don't believe that there's enough information to qualify the witness as an expert. So the state would object.
All right. Mr. Sand, did you have something else you wanted to ask?
Yes. Agent Coons,
How many criminal investigations were you part of during your 22-year tenure in the FBI?
I'm guessing 100 again.
Okay. No follow-up, Your Honor.
All right. The court will, over the objection of the state, accept Mr. Coons as a certified expert in criminal investigation, qualified and certified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Coons, I want to go over some kind of, I guess, housekeeping questions. How did you get involved with this case?
I was called by Dick Sand of your office.
Okay. And how are you getting paid in this case?
It was a flat rate, $10,000.
And have you met with us to discuss your testimony?
Yes.
Does any of that have any effect on your ability to tell the truth?
No.
As a follow-up, does every case that you take on result in you testifying in front of a jury?
It does not.
Tell me about that.
Sometimes my opinion on the matters that I review are not favorable for their client, and therefore I'm not called. However, it is valuable information for them. They tend to look to negotiate some sort of plea bargain at that point if I think that their client is guilty of something.
Now, speaking to this case, what is your process when you take on a case as an expert?
It varies depending on what kind of case it is and what's given to me. In this case specifically, I was giving a very large amount of documents, videos, audio recordings, pictures. As the detective testified, it was a lot.
How did you, where did you get the material?
I was given access to a Dropbox file.
From who?
From your office.
And to the best of your knowledge, where did we get it from?
From the prosecution.
And Sergeant Asham had testified that she did not review the entire file of you.
I did.
Okay. Can you tell me how voluminous the file is?
I would say it's between 6,000 and 7,000 pages of documents, hundreds of hours of audio and video recordings, hundreds of pictures. Oh, let me take that back. About 100 pictures, crime scene and otherwise. Now, when I say I reviewed it, I at least looked at every document. Some of it I would deem unimportant and it would get kind of squirreled away. I might pull it back out later if I ran into some reason to pull it back out. But there were a lot of interviews done, a lot of false leads that were tracked down that didn't go anywhere. And, I didn't spend a lot of time on that because there's so much. You had to kind of prioritize what was important.
When did you begin your investigation into the file?
It was June of 2023.
So you've had almost 2 years here.
Correct. I did the bulk of the work in a 3-4 month period when I first got it, and it kind of went on the back burner for a long time. And then a few months ago, when this appeared to be headed for trial, got it back out, refreshed my memory.
Now, you prepared a report in this case?
I did.
What was your process in preparing that report?
So I had to go through all that material. There was also all the Cold Justice Show material. Looked at all that, and I started with the probable cause affidavit, looking at the broad strokes of what the government says results in this person being charged with the crime. And some of the elements there, I would then try to identify in the volumes of documents that I went through there. It also wasn't very organized. So, there were PDF files that weren't titled. So you had to open up every single thing to see what it was. And there were multiple things in each of those files that weren't necessarily related. So it was quite an effort.
And in your review of the case, were there suspects either identified by law enforcement or that you would identify as persons of interest or suspects on your review of the case?
Yes. As I went through, I noticed that there were several main people of interest and or suspects, however you want to call it. Several of them stood out to me as well. And then watching the cold justice material, they had, I believe, four suspects that they identified as worthy of a look. But I thought they had left out one.
Okay, can you tell me who the 4 suspects cold justice had, and then the person that you thought they left out?
So they had Nichole Rice, then Thomas, Tyler Schmaltz, Marty Arnell, Marty Arnell, and Michael Van were the 4 visited on the show. It jumped right out to me that they left out Devin Hall.
And I think just for flow, so people can follow, it makes sense to work through those suspects. Some things might come up, but I'll try to stay on track here. You mentioned the first suspect, Nichole, who's sitting to my right here. After reviewing the file, what did you learn about Nichole's involvement in this?
So as I said, the first thing I read was the probable cause affidavit. And one of the big elements of this was that prosecution believed that whoever committed this act had to have a key. And that was a point that I disagree with.
Why is that?
I don't think they had to have a key because we don't know for sure that the door was locked when whoever got there came in. They could have encountered an unlocked door, entered, locked it behind them, done their act, and then exited through the window. Or they could have come in through the window and back out of the window. Despite this reenactment thing, it can be done. Locks can be picked. That's a cheap lock that can get purchased at any hardware store, and there's multiple videos online of people picking them in seconds. Whether or not a key can be reproduced, we heard testimony of that. There were not self-service kiosks back in those days, but you could go to a hardware store and get a key reproduced if you took it to someone to do it for you. And Laura Knapp's testimony, well, I didn't see her testimony. I was not in here at that point, but in the materials that I reviewed, it wasn't clear that they knew that the door was even locked when she came. She put her key in it and turned it, but the handle is not integrated with the lock. So I'm not even sure if it was locked. I think it probably was when they got there, but I can't be sure.
So is it your testimony that we can't be certain if somebody did enter through the door, but if they did enter through the door, it could have been anybody?
Correct.
What did you learn as far as, there's been a lot of talk. You sat here through Sergeant Asham's testimony. There's been a lot of talk about the timeline of the weekend that Anita was killed.
Yes.
What is your understanding about Nichole's timeline during that weekend?
So reviewing all this material, it sticks out to me, and there are inconsistencies in the statement. I will grant that. To me, they're not relevant or pertinent. So the common theme is she went home on Friday, I believe that's the 1st of June, after work, packed her bags for a weekend home in Velva at her parents' farm. And she thinks that Anita was home at that time, but wasn't sure, thought she was in her room with the door locked. I believe there was music heard, maybe voices heard. Spent the night at the apartment in Minot. Went to the parents' farm in Velva, met up with them to then go to a family function in, I've heard it called Sykeston, and I've also heard Carrington. I think they may be neighboring towns. I've heard it interchangeably, so I'm not sure which is accurate. But went to this family event, which was a going away party for a cousin who was leaving for Iraq. Was there for a time, left with cousin Alyssa, and then traveled to, I believe they went first to Alyssa's home. They may have run back to the house in Velva to pick up some cheese dip that Nichole liked, and then went back to Alyssa's home to watch a movie. There are variations of that account. There's one account where she leaves out that part and just went home. Nowhere in there did I see that she traveled back to her apartment in Minot.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony from Sergeant Ashram about inconsistencies of in Nicole's interviews.
Yes.
You aware of that? What are your thoughts about those inconsistencies?
I saw them too. We also talked about how, this happened in 2007. She's been interviewed multiple times, I think at least 4 times, over 17, 18-year period now. And the story has changed a little bit. Again, I don't see anything that jumps out to me as like, oh my God, we got her. It's small details. It's like we went from the house in Velva to the family function, and then, okay, in this first version, we left out the bar. But why is that significant? She still isn't back in Minot where she would have had access to Anita.
Is it fair to say that it's a common explanation of a college kid that goes home for the weekend and hangs around their hometown?
Right. I know when I was in college, I'd say I'm going home for the weekend. That doesn't mean I'm going to be literally at my parents' home where I was brought up that entire week. That means I'm going to my hometown. I might meet up with friends. I might meet up with other family. It just means I'm going back to where I was raised.
Now, during the course of your reviewing of the case file, did you have a chance to look at any of the interviews of Brenda or Mark Glenn's?
I did.
Okay. What can you tell me of what you learned from those?
I learned from those in the very first interview. She gave an account of
she being who? I'm sorry.
Brenda Glenn's gave an account of Nichole stating to her on a road trip from Arizona, I believe, or New Mexico, that she had gone back to Minot at some point over the weekend to get clothes. There was a second interview of her, I think the time the cold justice people were in town, where she is not sure of herself on that point. And they, listening to the audio, they say, it's right here in the report. And she's like, well, I guess if I said it, it must have been true. But it doesn't sound like she's confident on that at all. There's a third interview where a private investigator, not myself, interviewed her and to try to clarify this point. At that point, she's clear that when Nichole went home to get her clothes, that was Friday after work before she went to the parents' farm. And then that was the last I knew before we got here.
I believe you testified earlier regarding the timeline about Friday. You just mentioned that she grabbed some clothes on Friday. And correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that she went to the family farm on Friday or
Nope.
on
No, she went to her, and see, and this is part of the problem, I think. When the interviews talk to Nichole, they use the word home, and I've done it. I'm guilty of it here right now. Sometimes it's not clear. Are you talking about home, your apartment in Minot, or home, your parents' farm where you grew up? I think sometimes that makes people confused on both sides when they're talking. And so on Friday after work, she went to her apartment in Minot, got her clothes. The next morning, Saturday morning, she left, went to her parents' farm in Velva.
Now, we established that you were in the courtroom during Sergeant Ashram's testimony. Do you remember her talking about the alleged admissions that Nichole made to people like William May and Ms. I'm not sure what her name is now, but
I do.
Christine Imhoff, formerly.
Right.
Can you tell me a little bit about your review of the case file, review of those alleged admissions, and, as an expert witness, what you think of those?
I reviewed all the same things, and I scoured and scoured looking for more to this. And what sticks out to me is there's very little context leading up to when this alleged confession was made. We know that there was this drunken party and that Nichole has been reported as being belligerently drunk. Now, was she the only one that was that drunk? I don't know. How drunk was everybody else? How drunk were the people that allegedly heard this confession? So the story was that, and this is according to May, she was being asked about the murder and hassled about it. And at some point, she just said, "I did it." And that was the end of it. And so it doesn't make sense for me. So was there no logical follow-up conversation to that? Was there, I would think you would continue to get questions about, really, why did you do it? And a lot of this. And then I also looked for, where was this ever reported to law enforcement? And I never found it anywhere in all those materials.
As a 22-year FBI veteran and now an expert witness, what type of weight of credibility do you give to belligerently drunk statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your objection is?
Credibility would be the province of the jury.
Your Honor, he's been certified as an expert in criminal investigations. I'm sure he's dealt with intoxicated suspects before and intoxicated witnesses.
He has been certified as an expert with regard to, so I will sustain the objection. I would prefer if you reworded your question more specifically.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. During your review of the case file, how much weight do you give to those statements that we just discussed?
Not very much, but I don't discount them completely.
Okay, why is that?
Again, there's lack of context prior to and after. The statement in and of itself does not make sense to me. This is a person that has been through multiple law enforcement interrogations over this matter and has held her ground firmly. It does not make sense to me that at a party of people that she doesn't seem to know that well, is going to actually confess. I don't know anything about the tone of the comment. It could have been sarcastic if it was made. And I don't, all the people there, I'm assuming, are drunk, and I don't know that, but their recollections of this could be off or skewed. It's just not something I would hang my hat on.
Now, in review of the case file, did you notice any type of interrogation techniques that law enforcement used with Ms. Rice?
Yes, in one of the interviews, I believe in 2022, with the cold justice people, one of the investigators was using a Reed style technique. Reed is a school of thought on asking specific questions that elicit a type of response. It helps the interrogator determine if they're on the right track, if they're getting indications of deception or not.
What'd you learn in this case?
So, for example, in this case, I believe she was asked if she thought it could have been an accident. So that's a Reed technique. And a guilty person might latch on to that. Now, it's not foolproof. You can't say just because they answered this question in this way that they didn't do it or they did do it, but it helps you along the way. So a person who may not have done this would give you a soft answer like, oh yeah, it could have been an accident. Maybe they were holding a knife and tripped and fall. I'm making up an example, but that's an answer you might get from somebody that would tell me as an investigator, I need to dig in here. That's not what I want to hear. Well, it is what you want to hear if you think the person did it. But also, there's a question asked: what do you think should happen to somebody that did something like this, meaning commit the murder? Now, a guilty person is going to give a soft answer, like, well, people make mistakes. People should get second chances. They should get some sort of punishment, but something like that, kind of wishy-washy. Someone who has possibly not committed the act would give you a more definitive, they should rot in jail. And that's exactly what Nichole said.
Nichole said what?
They should rot in jail.
So what did you take from that answer?
To me, that's an indication that she did not commit the act.
Now, based on everything that we went over, Nichole, and your training and experience as an FBI agent, what's your expert opinion regarding the allegations about Nichole in this case?
Although it's not impossible, I don't think it's likely that she's responsible.
The next suspect that you had listed off was a man named Tyler Schmaltz.
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Mr. Schmaltz in your investigation in this case?
Similar to what the detective testified to, Tyler was a high school friend of Anita's. They went to prom together. I would add that I read that they went to prom together as friends. So he was interested in her romantically. The feelings were not mutual. My understanding is she kept him in the friend zone, the dreaded friend zone. And others described him as having an obsession with her. And there wasn't a lot of details as to why they felt he was obsessive over her. And one thing that my understanding was that he moved into that apartment complex after Nichole. So I could be wrong on that, but that was my takeaway from
When you
it.
say after Nichole, do you mean after?
Or I'm sorry, yeah, after Nichole and Anita moved into that same complex.
After reviewing the case file, is it your understanding that Tyler Schmaltz and Anita did go to junior prom or some type of prom together?
I don't know which prom it was, but a prom, yes.
And there was some testimony by Sergeant Asham regarding a disturbing drawing that Mr. Schmaltz had drawn in either grade school or middle school. Can you speak to that?
Yes,
Your
sir.
knowledge of that after reviewing the case file?
Yes, I read the same reports. It was 6th grade, so however old a person is that what, about 10 years old? My kids are very much older. I don't remember how old they were in 6th grade.
Sure.
But anyway, it was 6th grade. Megan, I believe her last name was Zeitz, was a new girl to the school. Tyler became obsessive towards her. Again, the feelings weren't mutual. And at some point in band class, a teacher confiscated a drawing that he had made, which was a depiction of him stabbing her in the breast and vagina.
What did you take from that?
It's disturbing. This person could have some deep-seated issues, and it's certainly something that would have been a red flag for me if I were investigating this.
During the course of your investigation of this case, is that the only type of disturbing thing that you found regarding Mr. Schmaltz?
No. So it piqued my curiosity. So this is really the only additional research I did myself. I found him on social media, scrolled through his posts at the time, and I found some references to the Jason, the Friday the 13th movies, dancing around with a bloody knife. It's a video clip. It ends with the bloody knife stuck in the sand with the water washing up against it. There was also Christmas cookies in the shape of knives and decorated with red icing to look like bloody knives.
And you said that you found this during the course of your investigation. Is it fair to say that these were posted online within the past 2 years? To the best of, I'll rephrase, Your Honor, I apologize. To the best of your knowledge, when were these posted online?
After the murder. I don't remember the date.
You find it odd for somebody who had been a suspect on a television show in a stabbing murder to post stuff like that on social media?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no foundation for any testimony regarding someone being on a TV show.
Sustained. There's no connection, Mr. Sands.
No, that's fine. But you had mentioned that you had seen the Cold Justice Program, correct?
I have.
And in the Cold Justice Program, Tyler Schmaltz was listed as one of their suspects, correct?
Yes. There was another oddity in that during his interview, which was
Objection, Your Honor. There's no question currently before the witness.
Sustained.
What did you learn about Cole Justice's investigation into Tyler Smalls after watching the show?
so there's the TV show, what made it actually on, and then in our discovery, there's also the other stuff that was cut. So in his interview that I watched, they at the end they asked him, Tyler, would you do something like this? And he said, no, not me, not to her anyway. On the TV show, it cuts it off to the part about the not to her anyway. To me, as an investigator, that's another red flag. I'm going to follow up on that. Like, well, so what do you mean by that? Who would you do it to? It's just an odd statement to me.
In your review of the case file, was there a follow-up?
No.
You mentioned Cole Justice. Based on your review of the case, how long did their investigation while they were physically in Minot, North Dakota last?
I would say 10 days to 2 weeks.
And who were the people from Cole Justice that were involved in that investigation?
I'm sure there were cameramen and people like that, but the two main ones were Kelly Sigler and Steve Spingola.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Kelly Sigler?
I learned that on at least two occasions, she was accused of and found to have committed prosecutorial misconduct.
What's prosecutorial misconduct?
Objection
to the
as
best
to
of your
relevance, Your
knowledge?
Honor.
She's an investigator in the case, Your Honor.
She was not
She's
involved
not an
in the
investigator in
matter.
this case, Mr. Sand.
She aided Sergeant Asham. Sergeant Asham testified that Cole Justice aided her investigation.
They might have aided her in the investigation, but they weren't part of this investigation as far as I know.
Your Honor, Ms. Siegler is listed in, she asked questions in interviews of suspects with Sergeant Asham.
Okay, so your position here is that you're going to the credibility of Ms. Siegler based upon her being charged with something. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Your Honor,
I think your objection was what?
relevance. And the other issue here is that I was just reading the finding. It's a several-year-old case. State v. Hillsman, an individual not called as a witness. The trial court did not abuse its discretion by precluding defense counsel from attempting to impeach through use of extrinsic evidence credibility of an individual who is not a witness for either state or defense. So unless they're planning on calling this person as a witness, we didn't call this person as a witness. There's no basis for this, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Sand?
Your Honor, I'd be happy to lay a little more foundation by refreshing the witness's recollection regarding the Siegler's involvement in this case.
All right, you may.
Your Honor, there's been nothing showing that the witness needs their recollection refreshed.
Not recollection refreshed. I thought he was going to give more foundation.
Opposing counsel just said that he was going to refresh the recollection.
To lay foundation, Your Honor. I'm going to lay foundation. I'm going to ask to approach.
I'm clear on this. I know who Ms. Siegler is based upon testimony that's been given in this case. At this point, you're going to attempt to impeach her credibility as someone who works for cold justice. Is that my understanding?
Well, and somebody that aided in the investigation in this case that I will refresh Mr. Collins' recollection. She took part in interviews of witnesses along with Sergeant Asham. She asked questions to witnesses during the investigation. She was an active investigator in this case, Your Honor, not just a TV personality.
I will overrule your objection, Mr. Nelson. He can follow up with his questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Doug, you had already stated that during your case review, you had looked at the interviews of Brenda and Mark Glynns, correct?
Correct.
Do you have those memorized?
No.
If I approached you and to refresh your recollection with a copy of those, would that help?
It would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I have to object. There's no question that is put forward that he needs to have refreshed at this point.
Mr. Sand?
I did it. I asked if he had memorized the entire transcript, Your Honor.
And this is the transcript of whom?
This is a transcript of Brenda and Mark Lynn's. I did ask that question. I asked if he reviewed Brenda and Mark Lynn's transcript. He said he had. I said, do you remember the entire transcript? He said he did not. I said, if there's parts of the transcript that you do not remember, and I approached you to review it, would it help refresh your recollection? He said yes.
Okay, but again, maybe I missed something here in the transition, but I thought we were talking about Ms. Siegler, or Kelly Siegler.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to lay some foundation from here before I approach.
All right, you may do that.
Now, Agent Counts, you had stated that you did review the interview of Brenda and Mark Lynn's.
Yes.
Do you know who all took part in that interview?
I do not.
Okay. If I approached you and showed you a copy of the interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
It would.
Your Honor, I have to object because the witness has not testified that he knew that at some point. That's what refreshing recollection requires.
Overruled. He can't ask that question. He's refreshing his memory as to who did that interview with the Glyns, as it were, Brenda and Mark Glyns. So you may do that, Mr. Sand.
Thank you very much. Am I getting picked up? Agent Counts, put in front of you a copy of that interview. You just take a look at the parties involved at the top.
Yes, it's Brenda and Mark Glenn.
Your Honor, I have to object. He's reading from it.
I know.
Yes,
You read it to yourself.
thank you.
Yes, I can read it.
Okay. And then, can you hand it back to me?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to who the participants in the Brenda Glynn's and Mark Glynn's recorded interview were?
Yes.
Can you tell me who that was?
Brenda and Mark Glenn's, Carmen Asham, and Kelly. I don't believe it has her last name there, but Kelly Siegler from Cold Justice.
And in that interview, Kelly Siegler, along with Sergeant Asham, are asking Brenda and Mark Glynn's questions regarding this case, correct?
They are.
Would you, in your expert opinion and in your 22 years as an FBI agent, say that Ms. Siegler was actively involved in the investigation?
Absolutely. And there are many other examples of her asking other people questions.
Your Honor, that being stated, I would like to continue my questions regarding the background of Ms. Siegler.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Over the objection.
I can't remember my first question, so we're going to go back. It's you had stated that Cold Justice was involved and that Kelly Siegler was one of the investigators that helped out with the Minot Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And what did you learn about Kelly Siegler?
I learned that in the past she had been accused of and found to have conducted prosecutorial misconduct in a couple of trials when she was the prosecutor in a county in Texas.
And what year did that occur?
One of them was 2015, and I believe the other one was 2002.
When did Ms. Siegler help out with this investigation?
2022.
Anything else you learned about Ms. Siegler?
She has also been sued at least 2 times for defamation, for...
Your Honor, I'm going to make the same objection. This is
I'll
not
withdraw that
relevant.
question, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We can move on. But one last question about the Glynn's interview. It was Sergeant Asham and Kelly Siegler that were asking Brenda Glynn's questions, correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Coons. Next on your list of the suspects that you rattled off was a man named Michael Van. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Michael Van during your review of this case?
Michael Van was either seeing or wanted to be seeing Anita. They had some sort of a relationship. I'm not sure if it was very deep at the time.
Okay.
Did they have a texting relationship?
They did. Michael Van was the last person Anita texted with, to our knowledge, before she died.
Can you explain to the court what cell site is?
Cell site location information, CSLI is often called. That is obtained from telephone company providers, and it can give you back in 2007, it could give you the rough location of where a cell phone was at a given time.
Was that used in this case?
It was.
How many times?
Once that I found.
With who?
His name was Gio Rodriguez.
Was it used with Mr. Van?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't find any other CSLI on any of the other subjects. So that was a big question for me, is if you could get it for Gio Rodriguez, who was only ever a minor suspect or person of interest, why wouldn't you have obtained it for all of the subjects? That would totally clear up where Ms. Rice was on the time in question, if they had it.
I don't want to ask the same question twice, but can you go a little more in depth as to how cell site works? Is there some form of triangulation process?
Yes, and I'm not an electronics person, but I know enough about it as a user. I used it many times in my career as an FBI agent. So we've all got our cell phones with us almost constantly these days. And even if you don't, you're typically hitting off more than one cell tower. So this tower is hitting off of you from this direction. This tower is hitting on you from this direction. Now, it will ultimately connect to the one that has the strongest signal to, but it will place you at that intersection. So back in the day, it'd put you, if you were looking for somebody, it'd give you maybe a city block. Nowadays, it puts you within feet.
And this was used in the investigation of this Gio Rodriguez?
It was.
And we were talking about the text messages between Michael Van and Anita. Was it used during that?
No.
And there had been some testimony from Sergeant Asham regarding text messages between Anita and my client, Nichole.
Yes.
Was it used in that investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't see it.
Cell site wasn't used to triangulate or to, within a city block, determine where Ms. Rice was in this case?
Correct.
And she was texting that weekend?
Correct.
Okay. That being said, as far as Michael Van is a suspect, what's your expert opinion on Mr. Van?
You can't rule him out. In my opinion, he's not a very strong suspect.
I'm going to stop you there. I know it's not perfect, but this is where we're going to stop for the day. Time is 37 minutes after 4. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning. 8:30 work for you, Ms. Sorgan?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
8:30.
Before we recess for the day.
Your Honor, now that Mr. Coons has begun testifying, I expect that I can expect from the defense the basis for the testimony regarding looking at Rule 705 for the facts and data that was relied upon.
Was that not part of his report?
Well, Your Honor, that as we discussed at that hearing on the 12th, that was believed,
Yes.
not everything was disclosed to the state. And now that the testimony has begun, it's time to hand it over.
Mr. Sand, one of you?
Yes, Your Honor. Kind of switching gears here. So if I can look at, I did print out the rule in anticipation of this.
You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, it's Rule 707, Mr.
705, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yeah, Your Honor, it specifically says the expert may be required to disclose those facts and data on cross-examination. We haven't begun that.
Well, I'm requesting that the court require that, Your Honor.
Prior to cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if we may have a moment to pull the order from the court.
Sorry?
We're pulling up the order from the court, Your Honor. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you. Looking at index 347, which is the order, in this case, says that we were in compliance with the rules of evidence 702, 703, or 705. So it doesn't specifically say when we need to disclose it, but we're in compliance with 705. We would request that rule 705 is followed, which states that the expert may be required. I'm not saying that I'm going to waive any objection, but we haven't even gotten to the point where they can request it. May be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination.
Point out that I did cross-examine the witness briefly during when I voir dired the witness as well.
Yeah, that was not, I mean, that was voir dire, not pertinent testimony regarding his investigation.
It was the basis for him being an expert.
All right. Yeah, I don't have one here. Mr. Nelson, give me your rule book, please.
Sure. Here's the one I have, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
I was away from the microphone, just for the record, I provided the court with the rule book and pointed to where 705 was.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I believe that's what I required of you.
It is, Your Honor, but I was away from the microphone, and Colette doesn't like it when we're away from the microphones.
Okay, once again, Mr. Nelson, I believe you are correct. However, I do believe you are premature. I realize I gave you some leeway with regard to voir dire, with the witness with regard to his expertise. However, I think under Rule 705 that cross-examination is required for that information. So I'm going to deny your request at this time. However, if we get to that point for cross-examination, then that information should be available. So does that make sense, Mr. Sand?
Available as far as the identification or the actual materials, Your Honor?
I think it requires the both. Let me make sure I'm clear on that again. The expert may be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination. So his facts and data that he used to come to his opinions. That's the point of this. Unless the court orders otherwise, an expert may state an opinion and give the reasons for it without first testifying to the underlying facts or data. The expert may be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination. So again, when he gives his opinions, he's entitled to give them based upon being an expert. He doesn't have to disclose what facts he bases his opinion on unless he's cross-examined to those opinions. And once he's done, then he's required to give them, either by way of testimony or by way of documentation.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the one thing that did come up that he testified outside of everything that the state already has was he identified that there was an interview done by a private investigator of Brenda Glintz. He identified that already on the record.
Correct.
So I'm not sure. I mean, he's identified it.
Well, again, the way it works, Mr. Sand, at least this is my understanding, being a novice in this occasion, is that when Mr. Nelson cross-examines him and he wants to go into his opinions, that at that point, when he asks him about those opinions again, he can ask him specifically the information what he used to come to his conclusions.
Sure.
And that has to be available. If it's already available, if it's information that he got from the state or from the documentation that he got from the state originally, that would be fine. If he got it from some other source, he will be required to disclose that. Now, that's my understanding.
My question, Your Honor, and I'm not trying to hide the ball, is disclose or produce?
Well, I believe it says disclose is the way I read it.
I mean,
required to disclose, this is exactly what the wording is, those facts or data on cross-examination. So he has to disclose it, where he got it, what he based it on. So that's my understanding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And your expert will be prepared to do that tomorrow, I presume.
To discuss what he
If
reviewed?
he's asked those questions,
Yes, Your
yes.
Honor. He discussed them today. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, is that clear?
As clear as it can be, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we break?
Nothing from the state.
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, then again, it's 4:47. We'll be in recess till tomorrow at 8:30. North Central Judicial District is again on the record. The time is 32 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock. Today's date is March 25th, 2025. My name is Richard L. Haggard, District Court Judge. This is the time and place set for a continuation of the State of North Dakota versus Nichole Rice trial. File is 512022CR421. Ms. Rice is present along with her counsel. State is represented by counsel. The jury is not present. We were in the middle of, I believe, Mr. Coons' testimony. Ms. Sorgan, anything before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand,
No, Your Honor.
is Mr. Coons still here? He is. I
Yes,
see
he is,
him.
Your Honor.
All right, then we'll bring in the jury, please. You're still under oath, sir. All right, Mr. Sand, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Coons, we were in the middle of your testimony yesterday when we broke for the day. So I'd like to resume that. We were going through the suspects that you had laid out in your prior testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And the last suspect that we had wrapped up with was Michael Van. Do you recall that?
I do.
And prior to that, we had discussed Ms. Rice and Tyler Schmalz. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, just a couple things regarding Ms. Rice. You were present in the courtroom for Sergeant Asham's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were present regarding her testimony that had to do with Nichole's interviews?
Yes.
Now, there's an interview from March 12th, 2022. Can you tell me a little bit about your takeaway from that interview?
That was the interview conducted in conjunction with the cold justice investigators.
Okay. Were there any, and we had previously discussed the read tactics. Were that used in this interview?
Yes, that's the same one.
Can you explain that again?
So read is a school of thought of interviewing. It's designed in a way that you ask questions to get a specific response, and those responses can
Your Honor, I need
indicate-
to object at this point. There's been no foundation to qualify the witness as an expert in interrogation, specifically the read technique, just in investigations. Those are two very different fields.
A little late, Mr. Nelson. He already talked about it at 4:15 yesterday, so he may continue to answer, but you've already covered it, Mr. Sands. So can you move on?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you had testified previously that Sergeant Asham took the stand and stated that she wasn't familiar with the entire file. Do you remember saying that?
It did not seem to me she was familiar with the file.
Okay. Now, in this particular interview from March 12th, there's some statements regarding a bowl in the sink. Do you recall that?
I do.
In your expert opinion, can you state to the court what your takeaway was from that portion of the interview?
The bowl in the sink with the dirty water was present when Nichole was walked through the apartment.
Okay, and there's been some testimony about withholding. What is withholding?
So withholding is intentionally not releasing information about a case so that it can be used to possibly identify those responsible.
Now, there's been a lot of testimony and things presented by the state about withholding, particularly the body, the knife, the stabbing, the bowl. What's your takeaway after reviewing this interview regarding the withholdings?
Well, the bowl for sure is not something that would have been unknown to her because she saw it there when she was brought in to see if anything was missing from the apartment.
Is this something that case agent Asham, do you think, should have known before taking the stand?
I would think so. I mean, when you're the case agent, you got to know your case inside and out. It doesn't matter if you're splitting up responsibilities with another investigator. You know, you may split it up. I'm going to do these 6 interviews. You do these 6 interviews, but you've got to know your whole case. You've got to have a firm grasp of what you have there. If someone lies to you, how are you going to call them out on that if you're not aware of the entirety? And I'll leave it at that.
Well, it's interesting you bring up lying. There's been a lot of testimony about Nichole's inconsistencies. Do you recall hearing about that?
I do.
Especially about the timeline regarding the weekend of the murder.
Yes.
Can you please, in your expert opinion, explain to the court your expert opinion regarding the inconsistencies in that timeline?
So yes, I agree. As I said before, that there are inconsistencies. However, I feel they are irrelevant. So it boils down to she is in pocket by someone all day until about 11:30 after watching a movie with her cousin. Now at that point, she states she goes home, sleeps on the couch, and the next thing is that she encounters her father early the next morning. So we know from the phone records that Anita was likely killed somewhere around 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, the 3rd. Get my dates mixed up here. It would be Saturday the 3rd, and the screen was found around 7:30 that same morning. So Nichole would have had to have gotten up 4:30 to get from Velva to Minot, undetected by anybody else that's in the house, commit the murder, clean up, get back home, again undetected, get back to sleep on the couch, wake up, spend the rest of the day as if nothing happened, you know, going out on the four-wheelers, checking on the cattle, shooting gophers, you know, whatever they did that day. And I just don't buy that.
And I apologize, in your answer, you said that you got a little confused about the days. I think it was Saturday and Sunday. Could you clear that up for the court just to make sure that we have a clear record?
Yeah, so it's Saturday, the 3rd.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sorry, no, I'm not. It's Saturday is the 2nd, Sunday is the 3rd.
Okay,
Sorry.
and so that being said, and Your Honor, I apologize, I don't want it to be asked and answered, but given the fact that now it's Saturday is the 2nd, Sunday is the 3rd, can you please, so this is important, can you please state again your position on any inconsistencies in the timeline?
So again, the inconsistencies are all prior to the time in question. And the Saturday, starting at the home in Velva, going to the family event in Sykeston, going to the bar in Russo, going to the cousin's house to watch a movie, possibly once back and forth to the home in Velvet to get cheese dip, and then back to the home. That all occurs Saturday. And so it's after 11:30 up until the point of the murder that's in question.
And in investigating this case, to the best of your personal knowledge, you testified about Nicole's parents' home. You testified about the bar and grill in Russo. You testified about the cousin's house where they watched the movie. How close in proximity are these places to each other?
It seems, from looking at a map, that from Velva to Sykeston is quite a ways. I don't know how long it takes to get there, but
And that's where the party was?
Yes,
on Saturday?
the going away party for the cousin heading off to Iraq. I think it's an hour and a half, 2-hour drive from there. And then back to Russo, that's another long drive. And I believe Russo is pretty close to Velva, is my understanding.
Okay. And as far as where she watched the movie and her parents' house?
My understanding is about a 5-minute ride.
Now, the state has challenged your credibility quite a few times as an expert. That being said, how many crime scenes in your career as an FBI agent would you say you've processed?
I'm going to take a stab here, 20 to 30.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony in this case, testimony by Sergeant Ashram, when you were here regarding whether or not this break-in included a robbery. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you recall Sergeant Ashram testifying about Nichole doing an inventory of her own items, correct?
Correct.
Now, if items were stolen from Anita's room, who would be the best person to tell law enforcement what was missing?
Anita would, if she were available.
And what type of items, in your expert opinion, you just said that you processed, a couple dozen crime scenes. What type of items would you be looking for to be missing?
Money, jewelry, other valuables, anything really. Just anything, obviously. A TV, something that could be resold. Could be anything.
Now, the smaller stuff like cash and jewelry, and I don't mean small in value, I mean small in actual physical size. Is that something that you think Nichole would know?
I don't think so.
One more question regarding Ms. Rice. You had testified earlier that it was not impossible to rule her out as a suspect. Can you please elaborate to the court what you meant by that?
So it's not impossible. So we can't, nobody has eyes on her between 11:30 to, I think, about 8 o'clock the next morning. So her account that she went home, went to sleep, next thing she recalls is encountering her father who was up. So it's during those hours that you don't know for sure where she was at. We don't have the CSLI, the cell site location information that puts her phone anywhere. Now, just because the CSLI puts the phone somewhere doesn't mean the person's with the phone, but it's a good indication. And was it moving? Was it bouncing from tower to tower? But we don't have that. So I can't say where she was for sure, so it's not impossible.
Is it fair to say that, given your testimony regarding the timeline of events that weekend, that it's improbable, if not highly improbable?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to move back to your list. Like I said, we had gone through Nichole Rice, we had gone through Tyler Schmalls, we had gone through Michael Van. There were 2 more names on your list, the next person being Marty Annell. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, tell me what you learned about Marty Annell through your investigation in this case.
Marty was the property maintenance man and was in a relationship with the property manager, Laura Knapp. He is the person who found the screen window knocked out of the frame, took it back to his shop for repair, found it while making rounds on a Sunday morning between 7 and 7:30, according to his statement.
What are your thoughts about rounding on Sunday morning?
It seems awfully early on a Sunday morning to be doing rounds, routine work.
As an investigator, what are your thoughts about a maintenance man finding a screen off of the window, curtain rods off of the window, and then throwing the rods back into the apartment?
I find it odd that more wasn't done to find out if something was wrong.
Why is that?
If I see a window broken out of the frame, maybe it's because I'm an investigator, but I'm automatically thinking break-in. And by the account that I read, he tossed the curtain rod and the curtain that was laying there with it through the open window. And I don't recall if he like hollered in or anything, but didn't notice the body that was probably, within arm's reach of him at that point. And just takes it off to a shop to repair. I find that unusual.
Now, you mentioned the screen, and there's been some testimony from in the state's case in chief that there was DNA found on the screen. It's their position that DNA was transferred from the knife. Be that as it may, as far as DNA being on the screen, can you please, in your expert opinion, explain to the court what your thoughts are on that?
So it could have come from the knife post-mortem. Clearly, it got there post-mortem because it was Anita's. But it didn't have to come from the knife. I think whoever did this came in through an unlocked door, turned it behind them, committed the act, cut the window, tried to climb through, maybe got an elbow or a foot caught on it, and pulled it the rest of the way out and then fled. It doesn't make sense if you're going to stage a crime scene that you will cut it and then proceed to knock it out. Why would you do that?
Now, you testified about the door. Are you 100% certain that somebody came in through the door? Is there a possible other entrance?
No, I'm not 100% certain. They could have come through that window. It is possible to do.
Okay. Now, as far as the door goes, what does entrance through the door tell you about this case?
Entrance through the door tells me that they either had a key or it was unlocked or she let them in.
Any possibility of picking lock or anything like that?
Or it could have been picked, or there could have been a key under the mat, or somebody could have been given a key that we don't know about. We just don't know is the short answer.
And Marty Annell had a key, correct?
He did.
Okay. And you testified that you reviewed the interviews of Laura Knapp in this case, correct?
Yes.
After reviewing those interviews, did you learn anything about the doorknob?
So when Anita's father came and was trying to get her attention, I have to believe that he checked to see if the door was locked, although that's not clear. He went to get the property manager to help him, who had a key, and she was able to get the door open. But there, in her statement, it's still not clear. She didn't check to see if it was unlocked before she put the key in. Now it's a deadbolt, which is not integrated with the actual handle, which does not have a lock on it. So you can put the key in and turn it, but it could already be unlocked. Again, I just don't know. My point is it's possible that it was unlocked.
Excuse me.
I think it probably was locked, but again, I can't say for sure.
And during your review of the case, you had an opportunity to review the reenactment that police conducted, correct?
Yes.
What did you notice in that reenactment?
And you're not talking about the Spingola reenactment, right?
No, I'm talking about the reenactment by Minot Police, where they went in and out of the court scene, where they went in and out of the screen. There was a couple detectives, and then they had a female staff member help them with it.
Correct. Yeah, it's possible to do. And, there is debris under there, but also, as stated and in the pictures, you can see the bed is right there. You don't have to touch the floor to get in there.
And we're going to get into Devin Hall in a little bit, but after reviewing the case, it sounds like Devin Hall's a professional break-in guy. Is this something that would be difficult for somebody like him?
Hard to say. It's hard to say that he's a professional. As the prosecution stated, he's not real good at it. He gets caught. But, he was a young guy at the time. I think it's definitely a possibility.
Now, what did you learn about Marty Annell's personal life after reviewing the case?
He had issues in his personal life, reported to be an alcoholic, had been in and out of jail, some minor drug use, relationship issues. It was reported that he was never the same after Anita died. He had a collection of knives that he kept in a box. And at one point, he told his best friend, Vern Olson, that he had done something really bad, but didn't elaborate on that. And it was the next day that he killed himself.
And it's fair to say, after reviewing the file, that Marty said that he was never the same after Anita's death?
That's what he told Vern Olson in the audio that I listened to.
Now, Sergeant Asham had also testified that Marty had no means to commit this crime. What are your thoughts on that statement?
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, Sergeant Asham had testified earlier that Marty Annell had no means to commit this crime. What are your thoughts on that statement?
I'm not even sure what that means.
Okay. As an investigator, do you think that Marty had the ability and the access to be in that apartment?
Yes.
Now, moving on to the final suspect that you had mentioned, Mr. Hall. What did you learn about Devin Hall in your course of reviewing this case?
So Devin Hall arrived in Minot on June 2nd. There's some dispute on that, but by everything that I've reviewed, it's my assertion that he arrived in Minot on or before June 2nd.
Okay. Now you testified that there's been testimony about June 2nd. Do you mean that there's been testimony that he arrived the following day?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think that he arrived on June 2nd or earlier?
Well, he said so in his first interview and later changed it to, well, it was the 2nd or 3rd, and then later changed it to, well, it was the 3rd or the 4th. I reviewed documents and listened to testimony that Nova Wetsit, I believe his aunt, said no, it was on the 3rd and provided a video in support of that. However, the time stamp on that video is, I believe, January 1st of 2000. So the date had not been set. There's nothing to indicate on that video what the date was that it was recorded. And the copy that I read is a digital copy of an analog tape. So it was VHS, it's been converted into digital. There's no metadata, there's nothing to authenticate the date of that. Now I've scoured that video for any kind of clues of when it could have been taken, somebody holding a doc in a newspaper or anything, the print would be awfully fine, but I didn't see anything.
And this video is from the train station?
This is from this train station.
And isn't it true in the video that never shows Devin Hall getting off the train on
Objection on leading.
Overruled.
So the video shows a group of people walking from the train, but I never see him getting off of the train. So I see a group of young men, actually a lot of people, and within that group of a lot of people, this group that she seems to be focused on, and the camera is not very good. It's all over the place. I believe that's him walking away, but I don't know if he got off the train or if he met those people and is now walking to gather with his family.
And you had an opportunity during the case or during the course of your investigation in this case to review the train records, correct?
I did.
Do you remember them verbatim, or would it help you if I refresh your recollection?
I'll look at it.
Your Honor,
That's not the way it works. Ask him the question, Mr.
Sure, Your Honor. Do you recall looking at the train records?
I do.
Do you remember them verbatim?
No.
Still not the way to ask the question. He doesn't remember them verbatim. Do you have a question about the train records?
Sure, Your Honor.
Ask it.
After reviewing the train records, do you recall the dates that are on those train records?
There's a variety of dates, one of which is June 2nd and June 3rd.
Okay. On June 2nd, do you see Devin Hall's name on the train records?
I do not.
Do you see other people's names from his group on those train records?
I do.
Do you recall those names?
Jaron Vivier, Nova Wetsit. I believe there's a couple others, but I don't recall.
Now, that's not 100% what I'm seeing. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a copy?
It would.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Did that refresh your recollection?
It did.
You had stated that you had seen Jaron Vivier, Jaron Vivier on these records. Isn't it true that he's on these records in May, correct?
Correct.
He's not on the train in June, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, he's at the very top, and that's a different date.
And after looking at this, is it fair to say, or did you see Devin Hall's name on it?
I did not.
Okay. And did you see anybody's name that you recognized?
I did.
Who's that?
There's a couple of Wetsits on there. I believe there's a Romero that I recognized. I feel like he was one of their friends or family, but I can't recall for sure.
Those two individuals were on the June 2nd train.
Correct.
Which is Saturday.
Correct.
And there's been testimony that Anita wasn't killed until the early hours of Sunday morning, correct?
Correct.
So that would give that group time to get to Minot.
It would.
Whether or not Devin Hall's name's on this, if he was traveling with that group, he would have been in Minot by the 2nd.
Correct.
There's been some testimony about Mr. Hall's arrest in Minot a number of days after Anita's murder. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you look into that at all in your review of the case file?
Yes, I did.
And what are your thoughts on that?
So on June 11th, Mr. Hall was arrested. He had broken into an apartment through the window and attempted to sexually assault a woman there. She cried out. Her boyfriend came running in, chased him back out of that window. A fight ensued. He ran away again, entered yet another apartment in the same complex, and was ultimately caught hiding in a closet with a steak knife in his back pocket.
Was he taken to jail after that?
He was.
In your review of the file, did you find anything about jail calls?
I did.
What did you find out about that?
Several jail calls were recorded to family members. I believe there were 2 family members on one call, and then there was a separate call. In both instances, he claimed the knife as his own, and not just any knife. He said that was his knife.
Now, during a review of the file, have you had an opportunity to look at photos of the murder weapon, the knife in this case?
I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, Agent Coons, I'm going to show you a couple photographs that have already been entered into evidence in this case. They're State's Exhibit 7I and 7J. Please take a look at those for me and then let me know when you've had a chance to review them.
Yes, I've seen these.
Can you please explain to me what I just...
This is the murder weapon, the knife that killed Anita.
Okay. And is this the knife that Devin Hall identified as being in his possession?
He did, and it's very identifiable in that it's missing the emblem on the other side. So I know a lot of these knives were made, a lot of them were sold. I don't know how many were sold in the state of North Dakota or Montana, and I don't know how many of them would be missing exactly the same medallion that he agreed was missing from his own knife. So this is the knife that Devin claimed was his.
And I'll keep those up there with you. Is the missing medallion the only thing that's unique about the state of this knife?
No.
What
I mean,
else?
it's pretty, I've never seen one like it until this case. It's a folding pocket knife. It's fairly large. It's got a decorative handle. It's kind of copper colored. There's many things that are unique about this knife.
Now, Sergeant Asherman testified that this is a very common knife. What, in your experience as an investigator, what is the coincidence of something like this, the missing medallion, knife being used in a murder, and then another person possessing the same type of knife that had a missing medallion in a case like this?
Astronomical.
Can you describe, well, first of all, have you seen photographs of Devin Hall?
I have.
Can you describe him to the court?
He's over 6 foot tall. I think 6'2", 6'3", maybe at most 6'2", I believe. 200 plus pounds. At the time, well, can you specifically now or then?
At the time.
At the time, he looks fit, about 200 pounds, 6'2", short hair, dark hair. I don't know what color his eyes are. It matches this description given by Becky Ehrman of a person that she saw running away from the scene that night.
Now, I had asked you if you'd seen photographs. Have you also reviewed descriptions of Devin Hall in the case file and reports and such?
I have.
Now, you mentioned Becky Ehrman. There's been testimony about Ms. Ehrman seeing a man running away from the scene with what could have been a bloodied shirt, a dirty shirt.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
Again, highly coincidental that a person matching the description almost to a T of Devin Hall seen running away from the area of the crime scene with a dirty or bloody shirt is something I, as an investigator, am going to thoroughly pursue.
Now, there's been some testimony presented by the state about the criminal history of Devin Hall. Did you have a chance to look into that?
I have.
What can you tell the court?
Since Anita's death, he has been convicted of 4 counts of similar crimes on 3 separate incidences.
And what types of crimes are those?
Breaking into apartments and sexually assaulting women or attempting to.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that when he was arrested in Minot, he was found with a knife.
Yes.
And
different knife, but a knife, yep.
Sure. Given everything that you reviewed in this case, well, strike that. I'm going to come back, Your Honor. What law enforcement agencies were involved in the investigation in this case?
Multiple. There was the Mott PD, the North Dakota BCI, tribal law enforcement, and federal law enforcement, the FBI.
The FBI?
Correct.
What was the FBI's involvement in this case?
FBI was mostly a consulting role. Materials were provided to the Behavioral Analysis Unit, which are commonly known as profilers. They were looking for assistance in identifying who might be responsible for this.
Did they have any suggestions?
They did.
What was that?
They felt the strongest suspect in this case was Devin Hall.
This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
It is.
Now, you might be a little biased towards the FBI. Obviously, spending 22 years there, but what type of weight did you garner from that when you read that in the case file?
A lot. In addition to their assessment, it was my own assessment as well, independently.
So just to follow up on that, in your expert opinion, what is Devin Hall's connection to this case?
I believe he's the most likely suspect, in my opinion. And if I were investigating this, I would tie down a lot of these loose ends that they've left open.
And he had testified earlier that this was not one of the 4 suspects that when the investigation was reopened with Cold Justice and they were assisting Sergeant Asham, he was not on the list.
He was not on the list. And I was dumbfounded as to why isn't the person that appears to me as the strongest suspect not even visited in the show.
How would you rate the overall investigation in this case?
I hate to be critical, but not very good.
Why is that?
There's a lack of attention to detail. There's a lack of thoroughness. They seem to spend a lot of attention running down dead-end rabbit holes while glossing over some very important facts, details.
What, if anything, about this case piques your interest?
I just don't think we have the correct person being charged, in my opinion, and being a law enforcement background and a person that investigates for a living, I would like, if given the opportunity, I would like to investigate this further. There's a lot more work to do.
Questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Agent Coons.
Which one? Mr. Nelson, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Mr. Coons, do you have a Twitter handle?
I do.
Is that at @dcoons?
That sounds right.
Okay. I was looking at it this morning. I saw a tweet that you sent out on December 1st, 23. I'm going to read it to you. You tell me if you agree with this, because it was your statement.
Okay.
A professional investigator seeks evidence, then forms conclusions. Comer, Jordan et al. Form conclusion, then seek evidence. It's like pounding a square peg into a round hole and saying, see, it fits.
Yes,
That sound accurate?
that sounds accurate.
Okay.
That's also what I see in this case.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you said that, because we're going to go through quite a few things here. Now, you testified right at the beginning yesterday that you have done or did approximately 100 total investigations in your time with the FBI.
It's an estimate for sure.
You were an agent for 22 years.
Yes,
That's somewhere between 4 and 5 a year.
that's probably right. It's probably on the low side, putting it that way.
Okay. On the low side, meaning that you weren't a very busy FBI agent?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The first 6 years I worked in Sioux Falls.
Mr. Coons, there wasn't a question before you.
Okay,
You did 15 murder investigations.
roughly, yes.
With those, now since you were FBI, I'm assuming those probably took place on native reservations?
Most of them did, yes.
Okay. Now, were you the lead on those investigations?
Some of them.
How many were you the lead on?
I'm going to say 6,
6 of those?
roughly.
Okay. Did you testify in those trials?
Yes,
Were you called the case agent in those trials?
yes.
Did you have to listen to an expert badmouth your investigation?
Objection, argument, Your Honor.
Yeah, but it's a legitimate question.
I believe so. I believe a couple times.
Okay. So you've heard other people, Monday morning quarterback, your investigation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I was a little confused on something that you testified to yesterday, and I'd like you to clarify. You said that you reviewed the entire file.
Yes,
Okay. But then you also said that some of the pages you felt weren't that important. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
that's accurate.
Some of the pages being more important than others.
Correct.
Okay. So did you personally review the whole file, or did your team, Veracity IIR, review the whole
I
file?
personally at least glanced at every document.
Now, you talked about false leads yesterday.
Yes,
Okay. And that there were quite a few false leads in this case.
yes.
Did you listen to any of the testimony from Detective Goodman?
No,
Okay. So you're not aware that, for example, there was a false lead, and actually it's in the file, about a person who they thought could have done it potentially, but was in jail for 10 days on either side, or 5 days roughly on either side of the murder.
I remember something about that. I don't remember the name of the person. It's one of those things that, you have to glance at it to deem it important or not. It's probably something that I looked at, sat over here in this pile.
So the answer to that is yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you listen, as part of your review for this file, or for testimony today, did you watch the Laura Knapp testimony?
No,
Did you review the deposition that she gave?
no,
So you're unaware that her testimony was that the door was locked when she got there and she had to unlock the door.
correct.
Okay. And that she tried it before and still had to unlock it.
Correct. My testimony was based on the reports that I read in the discovery.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask you to answer only the questions that were actually asked of you. Okay. Now, Laura Knapp testified.
Your Honor, he has stated that he didn't watch the testimony of Laura Knapp.
Okay, but I'll let him ask the question first.
Let me back up just a little bit. You testified that hardware stores cut keys.
Yes,
Okay. Now, I've worked at a hardware store, so I can agree with that statement. But the testimony from Laura Knapp was that there was only one locksmith in Minot that had that key.
okay.
So there was only one place you could get that key cut in Minot. Does that make sense?
In my
Your Honor, I'm
mind,
going to object. He did not watch the testimony of Laura Knapp. I'm not sure how he has personal knowledge of this. A witness has that personal knowledge.
Overruled. He said specifically, he says, ask him if he knew that, and if his answer is no, then he can't go on. So overruled. Keep going.
Okay.
He's a big guy, Mr. Sand. He can answer his questions
Thank you, Your Honor.
if he can.
So I take it you're also unaware that she said that, or testified that you could only get that key cut with permission.
I'm not aware of that testimony.
Okay. I'm going to come back to something here because something that popped up at the very end of your testimony was that you felt that the Minot Police Department was, I'm not sure if I'm paraphrasing here, but glossing over important facts.
Yes.
You don't think that you can only get the key cut from one person and it has to be by permission is an important fact in this case?
It is if it could be determined.
That's a yes
Factual.
or no question.
Yes.
Okay. So we agree it's an important fact.
Yes.
And you pretty much glossed over that, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've looked at a map of North Dakota.
I have.
Okay. And you know that Sykeston and Carrington are not the same place.
No, correct. I am aware of that.
Okay. Just like Grand Forks, Fargo, Minot, Bismarck, they're not the same place.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how far apart they are?
Don't for sure, but it's my understanding they are nearby.
Is this your first time visiting North Dakota?
Probably.
Okay. So you're not that familiar with our state?
No.
All right. Now, you testified about Nichole's statements, and you pretty much have to believe everything Nichole says for her story to make sense, don't you?
No.
Why not?
I concede that there are inconsistencies in her statement.
Okay, so the story changed.
It did.
Okay. Do you think that a person who is potentially suspected of murder would know the story?
Yes,
Okay. But her story changed.
it did.
Okay. Now you testified about that she never went back to Minot, but by reviewing the case file, you know there's a statement in there that she did return to Minot.
One witness said that, yes.
Okay. So is that the reason why you said you can't rule out Nichole as the murderer?
Well, the reason you can't rule her out is because we really...
Again, that's a yes or no
You
question.
gotta let him answer, Your Honor.
Okay, it is a yes or no answer. We'll
Can
do that
you
first.
repeat, please?
Sure. Is that the reason you can't rule her out?
No,
Are there other reasons you can't rule her out?
there are.
Okay. Have you been to that farm outside Belleville?
I have not.
Have you driven? So you haven't been to that farm. Would it follow that you haven't driven from that farm to the apartment in North Minot?
I have not.
Okay. Now, you testified about the statement given to William May and the other people at that party. You recall that from yesterday?
I do.
Do you recall the statement that the defendant gave to William May and the other people at that party saying, "I did it"?
Can you repeat that, please?
That the defendant said, "I did it."
Yes.
Okay. And you discount that because there's no record of that phone call being made to the Minot Police Department as testified by William May.
No, I don't discount it.
You don't discount it.
No,
So you believe William May.
no, I just don't discount it.
Okay.
It's a piece of the puzzle.
Piece of the puzzle. Did you watch William May's testimony?
No,
Okay. So you don't know that he said when he talked to her the next day, she didn't deny killing Anita. She denied saying that she killed Anita.
all I know about what Willie May said is from the discovery in his prior statement.
Okay. So that's a no, you don't know that.
Correct.
Okay. Are you a proponent of the Reed style technique?
Certain aspects of it, not
Okay.
in its entirety.
Not in its entirety, but certain aspects.
Correct.
So I think it's if you think that certain aspects of it are good, that it has some usefulness in law enforcement.
Yes.
So do you think there was any issue with detectives using the Reed technique?
No,
Okay. So that's not a problem for you.
it is not.
All right. Now you testified about Tyler Schmaltz. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that Anita kept him in the friend zone.
Yes.
And you testified about his Facebook.
Yes.
Now you looked at the Facebook video and talked about the drawing that he made when I believe you testified he would have been about 10.
Sixth grade, whatever that is.
Okay. And you said, I believe it's in your report as well here, that a person suspected of murder potentially would not do that.
I don't think that's exactly what I put, but
Let me take a look here. Extremely inappropriate considering he knows he is a suspect of a stabbing murder.
yes,
That sounds like you?
that's me.
Okay. You think it's inappropriate to say something about, for him to have a stabbing thing?
For him to say what?
For him to have a stabbing thing that's Friday the 13th or whatever it is?
I think it's unusual, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you something. When you were on direct there a moment ago. Didn't you say to Mr. Sand over there that you were going to take a stab at something?
In meaning, I guess, yes.
Okay. You think that's appropriate in a case that involves a stabbing murder?
That was a poor choice of words, yes.
Okay. But you're an experienced investigator. 22 years as a law enforcement officer with the not with the Minot Police Department, old habits there, with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And you would let something like that slip in trial?
Apparently.
Okay. You're aware that horror movies are big business.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't drive by movie theaters and see that they have horror movies or see.
I know they exist. I don't know about their big business.
Okay. They are, could we agree that they're a relatively popular genre, just like an action movie or romantic comedy, thing like that?
I'll agree to that.
Okay. So is it unusual for a person to like that sort of?
No.
Okay. Do you watch those movies?
I have.
Okay. Now, you testified at length about self-site location information.
Yes.
In your time with the FBI, did you procure cell site information?
Yes.
How did you do that? Did you do that in 2007, let's say?
I might have. I don't know for sure.
Okay. 2008?
I don't know the details, no. I've used it many times.
But you can't tell us when?
I can't tell you when.
Did you get that by subpoena or search warrant?
I believe I get those by search warrant.
Since when?
It just depends on the case. I may be incorrect. It may be just a subpoena is necessary for those. It depends on if you're going to get it from the phone and you're going to extract it using a Cellbrite or something similar. You have to have a search warrant for that. If you're going to get it from the phone company, it's a subpoena.
Cell site information comes from the phone carriers. You testified to that.
Yes, but you can also get it extracted from the phone itself.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the cell site information, which comes from the carriers.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified just now that you can get that by subpoena.
Yes.
Okay. You left the FBI in 2018?
Yes.
Are you aware about the Carpenter decision came down in 2015?
No.
The Carpenter decision was
Your
the
Honor,
Supreme
he
Court.
testified no.
Yeah, now he's going to tell him what it is, so overruled.
The Carpenter decision was the U.S. Supreme Court saying that that information was very private and can only be received through a search warrant. That was 3 years before you left the FBI, and you're unaware of that.
I'm not aware of that.
So were you violating people's rights in the last 3 years of your FBI career?
No.
Okay. So you already testified you weren't watching the testimony of Detective Goodman. I take it you were also not watching the testimony of Detective Barnard?
No, I was under sequestration at that time.
Okay. So you weren't here or watching to hear that that bowl in the sink was emptied when they processed the crime scene?
No.
That bowl, that they processed the crime scene on the 4th of June?
I wasn't here.
Okay. But you testified that the defendant saw that bowl?
Yes.
That walkthrough with the defendant occurred after they processed the scene. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's really no way that you could have seen that bowl if they would have emptied it and moved it. Is that accurate?
All I know is what I read in the transcript of Asham's interview with her.
I'm asking you a logical question here. If they dumped that water into a couple of water bottles, as was testified to, and they had that bowl in evidence, would there have been any way for the defendant to see that bowl without knowing that that bowl was there ahead of time?
No.
Okay. You testified that it was quite a way to go from Velva to Sykeston.
A couple hours, I believe.
Okay. But you haven't personally driven that.
I have not.
Just like you said, it was a long drive to Russo.
Depends on from where. If you're coming from Sykeston to Russo, I would consider that a long way.
And you haven't driven that either?
I have not.
Okay. So because you weren't here and didn't watch the testimony, are you unaware that there was money visibly there in Anita's purse?
I don't recall that detail.
Okay. That would have been in the file as well.
I'm scanning my memory banks here. I believe I do remember that nothing appeared to be missing from her purse.
Okay. You don't recall that there was money that was visible in her purse?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Are you glossing over an important fact there again?
Yes.
Okay. Now you testified. Now we'll just move on here. Let's talk about Marty here. Your testimony was that Marty found that screen on Sunday morning when he was doing the rounds between 7 and 7:30.
Yes.
Okay. You found that odd.
Yes.
I found that odd too because he found the screen on Monday morning, the 4th.
Okay.
You testified it was the 3rd.
Okay.
So are you getting the facts wrong again?
Apparently I did on that one.
Okay. Let me ask you something. You reviewed Marty's history?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. Now, Marty had some issues with law enforcement, didn't he?
Yes.
As far as being arrested a couple times.
Correct.
Okay. Was he an officer with any law enforcement agency?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, you're an expert in investigations.
Yes.
That means that you have specialized knowledge that the rest of the world doesn't have.
Correct.
You probably have knowledge that I don't have, and I fully admit that.
Okay.
Okay. Marty wasn't an investigator, was he?
No.
So he wouldn't have the same knowledge or basis for understanding things that you have.
No.
So, based on the fact that Marty clearly doesn't have a law enforcement background, why would you think he should have thought a crime took place here?
A screen broken out of a window that's also been cut. I think it doesn't take an FBI agent to feel that something might be wrong.
You haven't actually seen the screen itself, have you?
Not physically, no.
Okay.
Pictures only.
So you don't know if it's a cheap aluminum screen.
It appears to be, but I don't know.
Okay. Now, the testimony that we've gotten in this trial, and it's in that reenactment video, because you've watched that reenactment video, you said.
Correct.
And you heard Marty's voice in that video?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall someone saying that the screen was in the window?
I think so, yes. That sounds
Okay.
right.
That was testified earlier that was Marty's voice.
Okay.
Okay. So Marty told law enforcement that the screen was found inside the window.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have any way of knowing how often Marty would have had to replace screens at that apartment complex?
I don't. And can I ask a question?
No.
Okay.
I get to ask the questions here. Let me just back up. You would have no way of knowing how often Marty had to replace screens then?
No.
Okay. Which means you wouldn't have any way of knowing if that was a common occurrence?
No.
Based on that, do you think it's possible that Marty didn't think anything of having to replace a screen?
Can you repeat that?
Based on the fact that you just testified, you don't know how often that Marty had to replace screens.
Correct.
And you just said it looked like it was a cheap aluminum screen.
Correct.
All right. You've been down to a Home Depot or Menards, Lowe's, what we've got around here.
Yes.
You've seen those screens.
I have.
Okay. And those kind of bend easily, don't they?
They do.
That's why they're cheap.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's a rental unit, right?
Yes.
Landlords typically put the cheapest thing in things that they can.
I think that's correct.
Okay. You've rented apartments in your life?
I have.
Okay. In your experience, did they put pretty cheap stuff in those apartments?
Often, yes.
Mine as well. Now, so you can't testify that it'd be unusual for him to take that screen to his shop. Except you did say that.
In the context of the case, if it's laying there broken, the unusual.
Mr. Coons, it was just
okay.
We just agreed that it wasn't laying there. It was in the window.
I guess I don't understand your question.
Okay. You agree with me that we just established that Marty's statement was that the screen was inside the window.
Do you mean the screen was inside the frame or the whole screen unit was inside the window where it should be?
We're talking about the whole unit, bent and all. Marty's statement was that it was in the window.
Okay.
That was in that video.
Okay.
So you agree with me that that's what the evidence says, that when Marty found it, it was in the window.
I guess I'm recalling it differently. I feel like it was found on the ground.
Do you think it's important where that window screen would have been?
It is. I know he picked up.
Mr. Coons, there's no
Sorry.
question before you right now. So I guess I'm just going to ask the same question I did before. Are you glossing over an important fact again?
No.
All right, then. You don't think that's an important fact, is that right?
It is an important fact.
I'm sorry, it is or is not?
It is an important fact.
It's an important fact, but the fact that you are discounting the person who found it where they said they found it is not?
No.
Okay. Now, you do agree with me, because you testified to it on direct, that that DNA had to be put there inside the screen post-mortem,
Correct.
most likely from the knife.
Possibly.
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 You've seen the pictures.
I have.
Was there visible blood stains on that screen?
Yes.
Were those visible blood stains on the whole window, or were those just in the cut?
Near the cut.
Near the cut? Or in the cut?
Including in the cut, yes.
Yeah. Now, you talked about staging a crime scene. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. What does it mean to stage a crime scene?
To give it the appearance of something that it's not.
Okay. So if a person committed this murder and wanted it to look like there was a break-in through the window, which would mean that the person would have to come in and out through that window. Do you agree with that? Or most likely come in and out through the window?
To make it look like they came in and out the window? Yes.
Okay. Would that potentially include wanting police to think that upon leaving, they got caught up in the curtains and pulled the curtains out with them as they went through the window?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Why?
I think logically in my mind, you would just cut it and leave it at that.
You don't think you would take the extra step to make it look like somebody really had gone through that window?
No.
Okay. Have you thought about what you would do in a murder scene like that before?
In what role?
The murderer.
If I were trying to stage it, I would cut it and just leave it to be found at some point.
Okay.
I don't want anything laying outside the window to draw attention to it sooner than it's going to be found.
Mr. Coons, again,
naturally.
there's no
No.
question for you.
There was. He was answering your question, Mr. Nelson, so let him finish it. You can finish your answer.
So if I'm the murderer and I want it to look like someone came in and out the window, I would cut the window, leave it there, knowing it's eventually going to be found, and not have anything on the ground outside drawing attention to it to be found quicker than it might otherwise be found naturally.
If Marty had staged this, do you think that he would have left the window where it was?
I
Or
don't
screen,
know.
excuse me.
I don't know.
Would it have made more sense than him removing it, taking to the shop?
Your Honor, he testified he didn't know, and then to follow up on an I don't know question. I don't know how he's going to be able to answer that.
Overruled. He can answer it if he can.
I don't know. And if I'm wrong on this, I will admit that, but it was my assumption that the frame and all were on the ground.
Okay. That was your assumption, but
If
the
it's,
evidence we have in this case is
if
that
it's
that's
wrong,
not what it was.
I'll own that, yes.
Okay. Been wrong on a few things here, haven't you?
Argumentative, is that a question?
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, you did testify on direct that you believe that Gordon would have checked the door when he was trying to check on Anita.
I would have if it were me, yes.
Okay. Are you a parent?
Yes.
Okay. So if you put yourself in Gordon's shoes, you would have done the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. So does it stand to reason that the door was locked and that's why he had to go find Laura?
I do believe it was locked. I just don't know for sure.
But you believe that it was locked?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the only statement, we're talking about Marty here, the only statement that Marty had a collection of knives came from a statement from a Vern Olson.
Correct.
Okay. Did you talk to Vern Olson?
I did not.
Did anyone with Veracity IIR speak to Mr. Olson?
No.
Did anyone, like an investigator for San Law, talk to Mr. Olson?
Not to my knowledge.
Maybe should have been something that should have been looked into.
If I were investigating, I would have, yes, but I was hired to review the existing investigation and weigh in on that.
So you didn't do your own investigation. You just reviewed somebody else's investigation.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware that that part about Vern Olson saying that Marty had those knives was never verified by anyone else.
Not to my knowledge.
And you were here with when Carmen Asham testified.
I was.
correct? And you heard Carmen Asham testify that the Minot Police Department was never able to verify that Marty had knives.
I heard her say that, yes.
Okay. Any idea where those knives might have gone?
I have no idea.
So So we don't really know if he did have knives or not, or if Vern was even telling the truth.
Correct.
Okay. And we've already established that you weren't here for Laura's testimony, right?
Correct.
You didn't watch it online?
I did not.
Okay. Which means you're not aware that Laura testified that Marty didn't have knives.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, the testimony that Detective Asham gave yesterday, Sergeant Asham, was about Marty not having the motive, means, and opportunity. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But on direct, it was only limited to one of those three things.
Yes.
What was the only thing that was asked of you on direct?
Means.
Okay. Do you think that Marty had a motive?
Possibly.
Possibly.
He might have wanted to sexually assault her. He might have wanted to rob. I have no idea.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
These are assumptions.
Yes.
Speculations.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of Marty ever sexually assaulting anyone?
No.
And you testified already that you looked through his criminal history.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about Devin Hall. You testified that Devin Hall originally said June 2nd, arrival in Minot, and then changed it.
Correct.
Okay. And you watched that video, you testified to it. I believe you said it was originally VHS and then transmitted into digital, or I'm not exactly how sure that works, but that's how you watched it, was digitally.
Correct.
Of Devin Hall at the train station in Minot.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever ridden the Empire Builder?
Have I ever ridden what?
The Empire Builder?
No.
You know what the Empire Builder is?
I do not.
The Empire Builder is the train that runs from Chicago to Seattle and Portland.
Okay.
That's the train that Devin Hall rode.
Okay.
The Amtrak train. Did you look into the Amtrak?
Some aspects of it, yes.
But you didn't bother to figure out which train it was?
I looked at the records in the discovery.
Okay. So you don't know how long the Empire Builder tends to be, do you? By that I mean how many cars?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now I've ridden the Empire Builder quite a few times. Would you have any reason to doubt when I tell you that there's approximately 12 to 14 cars behind the locomotives on that train?
No clue about that.
Okay. Have you ever ridden Amtrak?
I have.
When was the last time you rode Amtrak?
It was a fall break. My wife's teacher, we went from Chicago to New Mexico. Southwest Chief, I believe it's called.
Okay. But the question was when?
Oh, I'm sorry. 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. Do you recall when you bought the tickets for that you were able to choose which car you were going to be in, other than the special cars, the special rooms versus the coach?
I don't recall a lot about that. I did it online on the app, and I just told it what class we wanted, and I don't think I chose exactly what car or seat.
When you got to the train, did the conductor tell you which car you were going to get onto?
No.
I'm sorry?
I don't think so, no.
The conductor didn't tell you which car to get on?
I knew which train to get on. I don't recall being told specifically to get on a certain car of that train. I just don't remember.
Now you saw on that trip, you would have seen people coming and going, because you're talking about from Indianapolis to the Southwest, it's a fair distance.
Yes.
Okay. Those people would have had to figure out where they're going to go on the train, right?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall having a piece of paper stuck above your seat saying where you were exiting the train?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. But it's been 5 years since you were on Amtrak.
Yes.
So you really don't know how Amtrak works that much, do you?
Not very well, no.
Okay. Now you testified that Devin Hall was not on the Amtrak records from the June 2nd, June 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. But you reviewed the entire file.
Yes.
And in that file, there were statements that he slipped a station agent $20 to get on the train without having to buy a ticket. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if he slipped the station agent $20 to get on that train, would there be any record of him being on that train?
If true, no.
Okay. If true. Now you testified you did watch that video when they in Minot.
Yes.
And you read the entire file.
I at least looked at it, yes.
Did you review the specific documents about police interviews of other individuals that were in that video?
I believe I saw some, yes.
Okay. And those people confirmed that they got off that train at about 9:30 on the 3rd of June in Minot.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the video that Devin Hall has seen outside the Amtrak station.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Devin Hall lived in Wolf Point, right?
Yes,
Do you know how long it takes to take the Amtrak from Wolf Point to Minot?
I don't.
Would you be surprised if, according to Amtrak, it takes 5 hours, 36 minutes?
Nope.
Okay, does that sound about accurate to you?
It would make sense, yes.
Okay. Now, if it takes approximately 5 hours, 36 minutes, and I corrected actually, the time that it arrived in Minot was 9:20 p.m. on the 3rd of June. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Okay. Does that mean that you would have had to leave Wolf Point at approximately 3:30 p.m. if it takes 5 hours and 36 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. You know how long it takes to drive from Wolf Point to Minot?
I don't.
You didn't Google that when you were doing your research for this case?
I don't know how long it takes to drive from Wolf Point to Minot, no.
Now, if I Googled it this morning and Google told me it was 3 hours, 42 minutes to go from Wolf Point to Minot, does that sound accurate?
I have no reason not to believe that, no.
Okay. The question is, does it sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we do a round trip there, so you multiply that by 2, 7 hours, 24-minute round trip.
Okay.
The math on that?
Yes.
Okay. So what time do you think Anita died?
Roughly between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m.
And you think that a person that would have had to drive to Minot, commit the murder, drive back to Wolf Point, and then get on a train and come back to Minot is the most likely person to have done it? Yes?
I never said that that's how it went. No.
No.
So no.
Follow me here.
No, I don't agree with
Follow me here. You think that Devin Hall is the most likely suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because your compatriots or former compatriots of the FBI, or part of it was because they thought it was the most likely suspect.
Yes.
Okay. If he was on that train, and multiple people gave statements that he was on that train, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those people have a motive to lie?
Yes.
What was that motive?
Friends and family of his would possibly want to cover for him.
So you think that friends and family of a person accused of murder would cover for them?
It's possible.
It's possible.
It is.
So statements by the defendant's family and friends about where she was, is it possible they lied about where Nichole was?
It is possible.
Okay. Okay. Now, you testified that on that June 11th date, when Devin Hall was arrested in Minot, that he had attempted sexual assault.
Yes.
That's not accurate, is it? Yeah, it was a different crime entirely, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were wrong on that.
I'm not
It's
gonna,
okay to admit it.
I'm not going to admit to that one, no.
You're
I
not-
think that was his intention.
You think it was his intention?
Yes.
When he drunkenly went into an apartment, right? Do you know where he was staying at that time?
According to the records, he said his homeboys.
Which was at 804 Sioux Street, right?
No, that's his aunt's, I believe.
Yeah, but that's where he was staying.
But that's not what he told investigators.
Okay. Now you remember that specifically, huh?
I do.
Okay. Is that because you thought it was a really important thing?
It was, yes.
Okay. But there's nothing in the file that indicates that he had attempted sexual assault that night, is there?
No.
Okay. But you think he did?
I think it's his intention. It was his intention.
Based on nothing? If there's nothing in the file, what are you basing that on?
The entirety of the file.
There's nothing in the file. So what are you basing that on?
His subsequent convictions for similar activities in which he broke into homes and sexually assaulted women.
When you went through the FBI Academy, did you learn about criminals escalating their behavior?
I don't recall that specifically. It's been a long time ago.
Sure. Now, do you recall getting trainings over the 22 years that you were with the FBI that might have dealt with that?
Yes.
What is escalation?
As you mature as a criminal, your acts get more and more severe.
Okay. So is it potentially an escalation from the first break-in to subsequent ones as far as sexually assaulting someone?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in the file then that indicates he wasn't escalating?
They seem to be all similar, so I would say no, there's no escalation.
Okay. But that's just speculation on your part, isn't
It is.
Okay. Yeah. Has Devin Hall killed anyone?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, you testified about some jail calls regarding Devin Hall. When did those jail calls take place?
I don't remember the exact dates. I would have to refer back to the notes.
Okay. Now, your testimony was that he said it was his knife.
Yes.
Okay. Where did you get that information from?
There's a transcript in the file
Transcript of what?
of Devin's phone call to his family members.
Okay. Do you recall a interview that Detective Goodman did with Devin Hall out in Wolf Point,
Yes.
where he showed Devin Hall the knife?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Devin Hall said it looks like the knife that I had?
Yes.
Okay. But he never said in that interview that it was his knife, did it?
No.
He just said it looked like his knife.
In that interview, yes.
Okay. Now, you were here through Carmen Asham's testimony.
Yes.
So you heard that that knife that Devin Hall thought looked like his was later turned into law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that there were unique things about that knife,
Yes.
but then you said it was mass produced.
Yes.
So exactly, help me understand how something can be both unique and mass produced.
The missing emblem is the big thing.
Okay. This is a cheap knife, isn't it?
I don't know how much it costs.
Okay. There was testimony to that it was a
There,
cheap knife.
there was testimony to that. I don't know how much it costs.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that that was a cheap knife?
Nope.
Does it look like a cheap knife?
I don't know. I haven't seen the actual physical knife. That would be helpful to know if it's cheap or not.
Now, you testified that the odds of similar knives having similar missing medallions would be astronomical.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware in this file that there was a belief that there was a missing pair of blue pajama bottoms with ducks on them.
I remember that.
Okay. And where it was a pair found?
I believe those were found in trash somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So law enforcement went to the dump where the trash from this apartment complex was and found a pair
Yes.
in the same trash that came from this apartment complex.
Yes.
Were those the same pants that had belonged to Anita?
I think it was determined that they were, but I'm not sure.
Would it surprise you if you learned that those were not the same pants, that the ducks were different sizes?
It would not.
Okay. You think it's astronomical for there to be a missing pair of pants and a pair of pants that match that description found that weren't the same pants?
Yeah, it's a pretty big coincidence for sure.
Okay. So big coincidences happen sometimes.
They do.
Okay. Now, you testified on direct about Becky Ehrman talking about this person the running man.
Correct.
You said that night. That was your testimony.
Yes.
This murder didn't take place at night, did it?
I'm sorry?
This murder did not take place at night, did it?
It would, if it were between 5 and 7, I believe it would still be dark. So it's in the morning, but night being dark, semantics.
This is June 4 of 2007.
Okay.
When is the summer solstice?
I don't know.
June 21.
Okay.
June 21, 22, somewhere in that range. That would be how many days before this?
13, 14, something like that?
17, 18.
17, 18. Okay.
Do you know how daylight works when it gets closer to the solstice?
Days get longer.
Okay. But my question is, the amount of daylight you gain on a daily basis, are you aware that it gets shorter every day as you get closer to the solstice?
I'm not aware of exactly how it works. I don't know what the lighting conditions were at the time.
Okay. So this is not something that you've had to figure out in your 22 years as a law enforcement officer?
I've done it before on other cases, yes.
Okay. Now, Minot's a fairly northern city, isn't it?
Yes.
So Minot has, in the summertime, Minot would have a longer day than, say, Dallas, Texas.
Correct.
Okay. And you still think it was that night?
I know what time it was.
Okay.
I'm not going to comment on the
Okay.
light.
We'll move along. And you said that was highly coincidental that somebody would be running in that area around the time of the murder.
Yes.
People go for runs, don't they?
It was described. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, you thought it was odd, or you testified, that that person that was running must have washed their hands, but they left their bloody shirt on. Explain that to me.
I didn't say anything about anyone washing their hands.
The hands were clean, according to the witness.
Is there a question?
Is
No.
that not accurate?
Now it's a question.
In the statement I read of Becky Ehrman, I don't recall her talking about his hands were clean.
Okay. Now, Nichole was the one talking about the murderer washing their hands in the sink. Do you recall that?
No.
Which would account for the bowl of water in the sink.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that some of the documents, and there's about 6,000 pages, 7,000. It's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot.
Okay. Some of those pages are more valuable than others.
Correct.
I would imagine, if I was in your shoes, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the statements given by the defendant would be incredibly valuable pieces to go over.
Yes.
Would that mean that you would have spent more time on those than potentially, say, for example, the page involving the false lead about the person who was in jail the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall that? About Nichole saying that the murderer must have washed their hands?
I do not.
Glossed over that one, didn't you?
Answer, Your Honor.
Sustained. He does not recall.
Okay. Now, you testified, based on your knowledge of the case, that the FBI thought that Devin Hall was the most likely suspect.
Strongest suspect, yes.
Okay. Is there a difference between most likely and strongest?
No, not really.
Okay. And that would have been based on the information that the FBI was given?
Correct.
Because the FBI is not an all-knowing agency, are they?
Nope.
Okay. Just like your testimony is only based on the information that you were given.
Exactly.
And you didn't interview any of these people?
I did not.
Okay. Now, do you recall your investigative report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying in that report that the break-in that Devin Hall did on June 11 was in the same apartment complex that the murder took place in?
Yes, that's a mistake.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's a mistake.
Okay. How far apart are they?
I don't know in terms of miles, but they're on the other side of town.
Okay. Completely different quadrants of Minot, aren't they?
Yes.
So the murder is on the North Hill, which is the north end of Minot, and Sioux Street is on the southeast portion of Minot.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you think that's an important detail?
It is.
Okay. You testified, or excuse me, you wrote, let me clarify, because we're talking about the report here. You wrote that you don't think that the defendant would have had a reasonable reason for murder.
No.
What is a reasonable reason for murder?
It could be different things. What I read was petty bickering between roommates.
Okay. Now, do people, you were involved in 15 murder investigations.
Roughly.
Some of about 6, I think you said you were the lead detective or the lead investigator.
Yes.
Were all of those murders what you would consider reasonable murders?
Some more than others. It just depends. You know, there's infidelity is sometimes a reason. Snitching is often the reason. There's a variety of reasons, but nothing about like your alarm clock wouldn't go off.
Okay. Now, we had a murder in Minot a few years back that the reason for the murder was a TV remote control. Would that strike you as a reasonable or unreasonable murder?
Yes, unreasonable.
I'm sorry?
Unreasonable.
Unreasonable. So people sometimes kill in unreasonable circumstances.
Sometimes.
So a situation that you yourself couldn't see someone pulling the trigger, stabbing someone else could go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Okay. Your testimony from Carmen Asham about the holdbacks from law enforcement.
Yes.
And those holdbacks in this case were things like that Anita was wearing a robe. You heard that?
Yes.
That how she was laying.
Yes.
That about the bowl in the sink even was a holdback.
Yes.
Okay. Now you didn't watch. Let me ask you this: did you watch the testimony from Brenda Glentz?
No.
And you weren't in court for that testimony either?
I was not.
Okay. So do you have any explanation? Because Brenda testified that her niece, the defendant, told her about how Anita was laying, that she was wearing a robe, and the scene of the crime.
I don't know what she said in here.
That wasn't my question. My question is this. The testimony was that Nichole said, this is how Anita was laid on the bed. That she looked peaceful and wearing her robe, and then talking about the Tupperware in the sink. Do you have any explanation as to how the defendant could have possessed that knowledge at the time of that statement?
Your Honor, that calls for speculation. One, he wasn't here for the testimony. Two, he's asking to get inside the defendant's brain.
Yeah, but we certified him as an expert in investigation so that he can answer the question. Objections overruled.
Okay.
If she actually told her that, I can't explain why she would say that.
Now, that's the sort of information that could only come from someone who was in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
So the only logical explanation is that she had to have been, if that statement is true. Paul, you're with me so far?
I am.
If that statement is true and it was testified to, the only logical conclusion is that the defendant was in that apartment before she said she was.
Correct.
Was identified, wasn't he? The running man?
A runner was came forward.
And he came forward shortly after the police released the details about that?
Yes.
I believe he had the most unfortunate last name I've ever seen in my life, of Raper.
Wasn't aware of his last name, but yes, that is unfortunate.
Okay. Now you're aware of it because there's a picture of Adam Raper next to the sketch. That would have been in the discovery.
Yes.
Okay. Your report here says that the defendant sent a text message to Anita well after the time of death.
Yes.
You say it is unlikely Rice would text Knutson if she knew she was already deceased.
Correct.
Investigators very briefly considered this, but then dismissed the idea. Is that accurate?
I think you left part of it out.
I can show it to you.
Yes. They considered, can I
Hang on a
elaborate?
second. There's kind of a line here of blank.
Yeah, it didn't, when I
print
converted
right?
from Word to PDF, it put a line in there.
I think we all have that experience of
Sure.
putting stuff together that doesn't quite line up right.
Right.
So I commiserate with that. Now, you think that it's more likely that the defendant didn't know that Anita was dead.
That's my opinion, yes.
Based on what?
She's sending her a text well after she is deceased. It doesn't look to me as if it were a ruse or a staged text to make it as if she was not already aware.
So that's speculation, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. You're not giving Nichole a whole lot of credit here, are you?
No, I don't think
Okay.
she's a sophisticated killer.
Okay. Now, the only statements we have from Nichole's family about where Nichole was have quite a gap in there, don't we? As far as time.
Depends on when are you referring to?
I'm talking about the date of the murder.
Okay.
There's a significant gap where it's missing from the alibi because people were sleeping, that sort of thing.
During the hours when she claims to be sleeping, yes, that's a long
Okay.
time.
So there is no actual alibi person who can testify that she never left the farm during those times.
Correct.
That time frame, was that sufficient for her to go back to the apartment and commit the murder?
It is enough time, yes.
Okay. So we don't really have an alibi for that time period, do we?
We do not.
Now you have some information that I don't have regarding a interview done of Brenda Glenn's.
Yes.
Okay. Who interviewed Brenda Glenn's?
The defense has a private investigator that did some legwork,
Okay. What was that legwork?
interviewing a number of people, including Brenda.
Okay. So their investigator reached out to multiple people, including Brenda.
Yes. 3 that I know of.
3 that you know of.
Yeah.
Who else did that investigator reach out to?
Alyssa Lyer, who was the cousin that I talked about, who traveled from the family event to the bar to her house to watch a movie, and Alyssa's mother, Joyce Anderson.
So you have no knowledge of that investigator reaching out to Devin Hall
I don't.
or Vern Olson or anyone else involved in this?
No.
Now you're an expert in investigations.
Yes.
You certified to that, so it's already in this trial.
Yes.
Do you think that they did a decent job investigating this case?
I would say no. I would have interviewed those people.
Okay. Did they ask you who that they should be interviewing?
No, my role was consultant to review the discovery.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Is the state implying that the defense has an obligation to investigate this case?
No,
That's in-
it was a direct question as to whether or not his opinion is that you did a sufficient job. So I don't know if he's implying that or not. He asked the question directly and your expert answered it. So I'm
Thank
not
you,
sure
Honor.
what your objection is.
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
Next. Mr. Nelson, are you close to a stopping point?
Fairly close, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, I know. You break me certainly can, Your Honor.
I am aware that I have that power, Mr. Nelson. I was just asking if you were close or not.
Well, I do think I have a few more questions, but I
All
would
right.
not be opposed to a break.
Then I will exercise my authority. We will take a break. The time is 10:15. We've been at it for almost a couple hours. So we'll take a short break till 10:30, 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, once Mr. Nelson, had you completed your cross-examination?
I had not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Coons, can you come back up again, please? Once again, you're still under oath, sir.
Now, you testified that the defendant was interviewed multiple times.
Yes,
I believe it's 5 times.
sounds right.
Okay. I'm just going to run through the list that I have. Twice on June 4th of 2007.
Okay.
Once on June 11th of 2007.
Yes.
May 6th of 2010.
Okay.
And then not until March 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the statements regarding that we've heard testify to that she did it, the details, all that took place after those 2007 interviews, correct?
Correct.
Okay. After she'd been interviewed multiple times by law enforcement, 3
Correct.
times already, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, assuming that Nichole is the murderer, when she's interviewed by law enforcement, would you expect her to say that she was in Minot at any of those times, any of those 5 interviews?
No.
Why?
It does not behoove one to be near the crime scene at the time,
So you would-
especially if they're not.
Especially if they're not?
If they weren't there, yeah.
Okay. But we're assuming that she did commit the murder and for this question. Okay? You follow me?
Objection, Your Honor. The fact that
Sustained.
yeah.
Okay. You wouldn't expect her to say that she had been in Minot because that would implicate her, wouldn't it?
Same objection. We're on the same line of questioning, Your Honor.
Well, the line of questioning is appropriate. Technique may not be appropriate. Can you rephrase your question, please, Mr. Nelson?
If she had stated that she was in or around Minot at the time of the murder, would that have provided law enforcement with evidence potentially connect her to the murder?
Your Honor, speculation.
We've gotten quite a bit of speculation testimony from this witness as it is, Your Honor.
We have, and again, speculation is sufficient and appropriate with an expert. No, I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer the question if you can, Mr. Nelson.
Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. If Nichole had told law enforcement that she would have, let me put it this way, if she had told law enforcement that she was in or around Minot at approximately the time of the murder. Follow me so far?
Yep.
Okay. If she had told law enforcement that, would that tend to make her a stronger suspect?
It would.
Okay. Now, Tyler Schmaltz and Michael Van, they were both alibied, correct?
Yes.
And you know that from your reviewing the entirety of the file?
I mean, there's some degree of alibi, yes.
Okay. But they were alibied, correct?
There are alibis, yes.
There are alibis for both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Devin Hall was arrested on June 11th,
Okay.
2007, this is the break-in in the south end of Minot that we've established was way far from their apartment on the north side.
Right.
Okay. Are you aware if he was drunk and high at that point?
I'm pretty sure he was drunk. I don't know about high.
You don't recall reading that he was high on marijuana in your review of?
I don't think he was like blood tested for it. I think he said that he was.
Mr. Coons, we don't blood test for marijuana. We use urine tests for marijuana. It doesn't show up in blood.
Okay. He was not tested for it. So
Are you aware of that, Mr. Coons?
yes,
Then why would you say he wasn't blood tested?
he wasn't blood tested for the alcohol nor drug tested.
The officers noted that, though, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason to discount the officers' belief?
No.
Now, took a look at your professional website, and it is a professional-looking website for Veracity IIR. So you did well with that.
Thank you.
Okay. That was a bit of a compliment. I wasn't trying to trap you with that. Now, on your website, I saw clips of you doing interviews, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you have those on your website?
Your Honor, relevance.
Mr. Nelson, you going somewhere with this?
I have just one or two questions and I'll be done.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Please make it connected somehow.
I will, Your Honor.
I'm occasionally contacted by news media to provide my insight into whatever the incident of the day was.
Okay. So you put that up there to show that you know things about certain things, right?
Yes,
It's promoting your own business.
it is.
Okay. After this cross-examination, are you planning on putting the video of your testimony today on your website?
Your Honor, relevance to the case at hand.
It goes to his belief in what he's testifying to, Your Honor.
Asking
His
about something
credibility.
that hasn't happened.
Sustained.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Coons, on cross, you were asked a lot of yes and no questions, and it sounded like you wanted to get some answers out and a chance to explain yourself regarding those yes or no answers. Does that sound fair?
It does.
Okay, well, hopefully we have an opportunity to do that. I'm going to kind of work chronologically through the state's cross, so I don't mean to be jumping around from topic to topic, but I took notes just trying to follow along with their cross. So if that happens, please excuse me. One of the first things they brought up was how many investigations that you had conducted while you were at the FBI, or how many investigations you had been a part of. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and it sounded like you were going to testify regarding the timeline of your career at the FBI. Would that be fair to say?
It's fair.
Okay, so can you tell us a little bit more about the timeline regarding investigations during your career at the FBI?
Yes. During my first 6 years in Sioux Falls, the first 4 or 5 of them were mostly crimes on Indian reservations. There was a lot of volume there. After September 11th, my focus became on counterterrorism. Very few cases, but they were long ongoing cases at that time. In 2006, I was transferred to FBI headquarters, and that was at the time I became a supervisor. I didn't work any cases. I was program oversight for the WMD Chemical Countermeasures Unit. So for 2 years, I worked no cases of my own. And then when I went back to the field after my stint at headquarters, I was the Field Intelligence Group supervisor for, I think, another couple of years. So there was a 4-year period that I did not work any cases of my own. After that, I was made the team leader of Special Operations Group, which is mostly surveillance. So my team was detailed to typically keep under surveillance high priority targets such as terrorists, spies, public corruption, those kind of things. Those were not my own cases. After that, I became a human intelligence specialist, in which I recruited and developed informants to provide information for other ongoing cases. So none of those were my own. So more than half of my career, I did not have my own caseload.
And so just to be clear, your time, you said in the field, can you elaborate on what that means?
So time in the field, it can mean different things, but as a case agent, a regular special agent works cases. A supervisory special agent does not typically work cases. They supervise those who do. And then in the roles that I was placed after being a supervisor, the nature of them did not lead to me having my own caseload either.
So when you did have your own caseload, when you were in the field,
Yes.
Can you please explain to the court what years that would have been?
So that would have been after the academy. I think I showed up in Sioux Falls the spring of 2007. I'm sorry, 97, and then so about 11 years I had a caseload.
So 97 until about 2008. Is that fair? Is that the max you gave?
97 to about 2006.
Okay. So when you were when the state attempted to discredit you regarding search warrants and the law changing in 2018, you didn't have your own caseload.
No, I was not working my own cases at that time. I was not obtaining CSLI for myself at that time.
And CSLI, can you please explain again what that is?
Cell site location information.
And that was used in this case in one particular instance, correct?
On one individual, yes.
And who again was that?
Gio Rodriguez.
But it was not used to determine the whereabouts of the accused, Ms. Rice, correct?
Correct.
What do you think of that?
It would have cleared this whole thing up.
Okay. Now, the next topic the state went on to was Tyler Schmalz and something about horror movies. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were asked about your knowledge of the horror movie industry.
Yes.
Okay. Does the fact that the horror industry is a big money, business, as the state would say, affect your or change your opinion regarding Tyler Schmall's social media posts about horror scenes with knives?
No, my point was that it seems inappropriate for someone who is suspected in a murder involving a stabbing would put that type of material up on their page.
And the next topic had to do with towns involved in this case, and it sounded like the waters got a little muddied here. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain yourself, because, like we said, you got the yes or no answers, but you didn't get to explain yourself. So do you recall being asked questions about towns like Sykeston, towns like Russo, towns like Velva?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how did you come to learn where these towns are?
I looked at a map on Google.
Okay. And can you give us a proximity from your best understanding for looking at that map, how close Sykeston is to Velva?
If I'm recalling correctly, it's roughly hour and a half, 2 hours.
And
south and east, I believe.
And there, from your testimony and the testimony that you heard from Sergeant Ashram, there's only one trip from Sykeston back to the Velva Russo area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so after that trip, all of the moving around happened between Velva, between Russo, between neighbors in the Velva Russo area, correct?
Yes.
How big of an area is that?
Small.
Okay. How small? If you can testify to it, if not,
I believe I read or heard that it's roughly a 5-minute drive from Joyce Anderson's house. That's where the cousin Alyssa Lyer also lives. It's about 5 minutes from that house to the Thomas house in Velva.
You had testified yesterday about people when they go home from college. Home doesn't necessarily mean they're.
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope.
We're talking about the towns.
Overruled. He can answer it.
Talking about going home for college, and what does you testified what home meant? Can you state that again?
Well, it can mean different things was my point. And home, and I was guilty of it myself when I realized I'd made a possibly confusing comment about home. In this case, there are two places she could mean, or that anyone could mean when talking about her home, where she lived in Minot, in the apartment with Anita, and her home where her parents lived and where she was raised.
The next thing that was brought up was Marty and Al. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the state had asked you if, to the best of your knowledge, if you knew that if Marty had any investigative experience or training. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, regarding the testimony that was brought up by the state and yourself regarding the curtain rods being thrown back into Anita's apartment. Now, does that make any common sense to do that as just an individual, let alone a maintenance man?
Objection, Your Honor, as the compound question.
Yeah, Mr. Sand, can you clarify it a little bit for us, please?
Does it make common sense to you for a maintenance man to throw curtain rods and curtains back into an apartment?
I guess it could. I mean, I would assume he's going to go fix the screen, come back, reinstall the frame with the new screen in it, put the rod and the curtain back up. But the rod and the curtain don't need to be repaired, so you also don't want to just leave it on the ground. So I guess it would make sense.
And you testified that you looked at this case file, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at any pictures of the crime scene, specifically
Yes.
Anita's bedroom?
Yes.
About how far away was Anita's body from the window?
Feet. Single digits.
Single digits feet. So would it be fair to say that it wouldn't be difficult for Marty to see her body there?
Yes, especially if it was already light out, as prosecution mentioned.
Do you find it odd to throw curtains and curtain rods into an apartment that contains a dead body?
Yes.
Why is that?
I would think you would stop what you're doing and call 911.
Now, there's been a lot of questions regarding the window, whether the screen or the window was on the building itself or whether it was on the ground. Do you recall that?
I do.
Were you there at the scene?
I was not.
After you review the case file, when law enforcement showed up, it's fair to say that the window had already been, the screen and the window were not on the building, correct?
Correct.
There's been a lot of questions from the state to you regarding your, not investigation into the case file that you were provided, but investigation into this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, you were hired as an expert witness to testify regarding the contents of the case file, correct?
Correct.
Were you hired as a private investigator, or were you contracted by the state or any government entity to do your own investigation into this case?
No.
You weren't supposed to be contacting witnesses or interviewing witnesses?
No.
driving from Sykeston to Russo or Velva?
No,
Driving from Wolf Point to Minot?
no,
Riding the train?
nope,
Your job was to review the case file, review what you think that how their investigation was conducted, correct?
correct.
How do you think their investigation was conducted?
Not very well. There are many loose ends that could still
Objection,
be.
Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor. I got another question. What would you have done differently if you were the investigator in this case?
In my opinion, there are a lot of loose ends that could still be tied down. I would do everything I could to tighten this up. It seems a little loose to me, and not just a little loose, it's loose. The knife issue, the Marty, all the stuff that we've talked about could be drilled down deeper.
Let's go piece by piece. You mentioned the knife. What about the knife?
The knife, the transcript of him talking to his family is more telling to me than his interview with law enforcement, because he's got more reason to be deceptive to law enforcement than when talking to his family. And I can almost.
Your Honor, I don't know who we're talking about when the witness says he here.
Devin Hall.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying. Continue.
When Devin Hall speaks to his family, I can almost say this verbatim, but I'm not going to say it's verbatim because I don't have it in front of me. But he tells family members, I had that knife they showed me. I took it from Jaron's house and I told him I lost it somewhere. That's powerful to me.
You also mentioned Marty, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. If I'm mischaracterizing your testimony, please correct me. But it sounds like you said the knife, and then you said that you do a somewhat different investigation regarding Marty and Elle. Can you speak to that?
I would have interviewed Vern Olson again. I would have interviewed more of his family members. The interviews are a little superficial, I would say. I know the cold justice people talk to him with the locals. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion. I feel like you could explore that more thoroughly. I wasn't satisfied. And same with some of the other subjects.
The next point or topic that the state went over was Ms. Knapp. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified that you weren't here for Ms. Knapp's testimony, but you read her interviews and such?
Right. So I was under sequestration when she testified, but I have reviewed her statements that she gave that were included in the discovery that I was given.
What would you think if you found out that during her testimony, she said that after Anita's murder, her and Marty, who were fiancés according to her testimony, never discussed Anita's murder?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Here's a what question. What would you think?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Can you reword it, please?
Sure. What, if any thoughts would you have if you found out that Marty, Linnell, and Ms. Knapp never discussed Anita's murder after the murder?
That's suspicious. That's odd.
Why is that?
Because it's a big deal. You would talk about it with your fiance.
And coworker, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would think that's big news. I would think there would be a lot of talk amongst everybody that had anything to do with it.
Especially if the murder happened at the apartment complex that you were in charge of?
Yes, absolutely.
What, if any, thoughts would you have if you found out that Ms. Knapp testified that Marty wasn't a big drinker?
That's contrary to what other people have said, but it is what it is.
I'd like to move on to the next topic the state brought up was Devin Hall. There's a little jumping around. I'm going to try to keep it at least somewhat of a flow, some chronological flow, but I do want to address piece by piece what the state has brought up. They brought up the train records. Now, you had testified earlier that you did not see Devin Hall in the train records, correct?
I did not see him in the actual records, no.
Okay. They tried to clear that up by saying that Devin had slipped a gate agent $20 to get on the train. Do you have any experience that that would be something that could occur?
I have no experience with that.
Okay. And you testified earlier that there's absolutely no evidence of whether physical or otherwise, of Devin Hall getting off the train in the video that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And this is the Wested video?
Yeah, you can see him walking, but I don't see him. I've watched that several times. I don't see him coming out of a car.
And regardless, you had testified that video couldn't be accurately dated, correct?
Correct.
It said, the video said something about the year 2000?
I believe it's 1/2000 or something like that.
Is it fair to say that the state was attempting to prove a negative here?
That's fair.
Can you explain that, please?
I believe they're trying to suggest that he could not be responsible for the murder because they have this video, but there's no evidence that the video was taken on the day that would have precluded him from being in Minot.
So Can't trust the video, not on the train records. Can't put Devin on the train on any day, correct?
No, other than the other witnesses that were in his group, or with his friends and family, I should say.
In your review of the case file, did you find ever any evidence of Devin actually saying that he came to Minot on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that?
In his very first interview after his arrest on the 11th, he said it was the 2nd, June 2nd, 2007.
So there's been some questions and some testimony regarding when Devin Hall gets to Minot and if the timing lines up of his ability to be able to kill Anita. If he got to Minot on the 2nd and Anita wasn't killed until the early hours of the 3rd, he could have killed Anita, right?
Correct.
Now, you were also asked a little bit about his criminal history, and I think something came up about him having murdered anybody before. Are you basing that off of the fact that he doesn't have any murder convictions?
Yes,
Okay, but he's got several other convictions,
he
correct?
does.
A lot for breaking and entering, right?
Yes,
A lot of stuff with knives.
yes.
Speaking of knives, there was, I guess, an example given by the state regarding the statement that you had given regarding how the chances of there being separate knives in this case being astronomical, that it had to be Devin's knife, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and the example that they gave had something to do with some pants that had some ducks on them, right?
yes,
And that they were looking for these pants. They found a different pair of pants that were similar that were in a trash can, right?
yes.
Did the example of the pants factor into the equation that the pants had been used in the commission of a murder?
No,
So there's that extra detail there, right?
yes,
Does that add into the fact you factoring into the case that it's an astronomical coincidence that there are these two knives that are missing, medallions that are used in a murder that are, I mean, is that fair to say?
it's fair.
Now the next topic that the state talked about was the runner or the jogger. We'll call him the jogger, just to be fair. If anybody has an objection to that, I'm happy to change the characterization. You had testified when being questioned by the state that a runner had came forward, but you weren't able to explain your answer. I have no idea what your answer is going to be, but I want to give you the opportunity to explain what you're going to say.
Sure. In Becky Ehrman's statement, part of it was that someone was running hard, like running away from something, not just out for a jog. That's paraphrased.
In reviewing Ms. Ehrman's reports, what was that runner wearing or that jogger wearing?
White t-shirt, gym shorts, tennis shoes, clean shaven, short but not too short hair in a state of disarray. 6'2", 6 foot to 6'2", I believe, roughly 200 pounds. That's all I remember.
Anything on the shirt?
The shirt looked like it had blood or dirt on it, on the right side specifically.
How about the ethnicity?
Native American.
Now, aside from the ethnicity, I'm talking about the blood, talking about the attire the person was wearing, is that typical characterization about somebody out for a morning jog?
No.
Is it more typical about of a characterization of somebody running away from a crime scene?
Yes.
Does that description fit any suspect in this case?
It fits Devin Hall almost exactly.
Next point that the state made was regarding Devin Hall, his location in Minot, from the time of the murder to the time of his subsequent arrest, where he broke into that other apartment. Do you recall that?
Can you repeat, please?
Sure. That was convoluted. I apologize. So the next topic we talked about was Hall's whereabouts in Minot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the state asked you some questions about the distance between Anita Knutson's apartment and where Devin was arrested, a week or so later?
Correct.
And you said you had a chance to look at these cities and towns on Google Maps, correct?
Yes.
Would you state that Minot is a vast metropolis?
It is not.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it's reasonable for a person to get from one end of Minot to the other within a week or week and a half's time?
Yes.
I don't mean to be funny, but is that reasonable to assume?
Yes.
The next topic that the state brought up was Brenda Glynn's, and I know that you stated you weren't here for her testimony because you were under sequestration, but that you did review her interview with Sergeant Asham and the representative from Cold Justice, correct?
Correct.
And you sat in Sergeant Asham's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And the state had asked you some questions regarding Nicole's statements. That was regarding some, what they're characterizing as holdback evidence, but evidence in the case, something about the robe, something about other things from the crime scene, right?
Correct.
Now, Sergeant Asham testified that this occurred in 2008, correct?
Yes,
A year after the murder,
a
correct?
year after, correct.
Now, Brenda had testified that it was 4 to 6 weeks after the murder, but that got cleared up by Sergeant Asham and by the materials you reviewed in the case file, correct? That was 2008.
The materials I reviewed were 2008, yes.
And Sergeant Asham's testimony was that the New Mexico trip was 2008, correct?
Yes,
And actually that Nichole in 2007 was in a different state. She was in Arizona.
yes.
So there's no confusing Arizona and New Mexico. So the time frame had to be New Mexico 2008.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Next topic was statements made by Nichole's family, and the state had brought up some, and asked you some questions regarding alibi witnesses between the hours of that the murder may have occurred, correct?
Yes,
And it's your testimony earlier that Nichole had been at her parents' house somewhere around 11 p.m. on Saturday night to the following Sunday morning when she was next seen around somewhere around 8 in the morning, around when people wake up.
that sounds right.
And the state had said that, had asked you that there was no alibi witness that Ms. Rice could produce during those hours, and you responded in the affirmative. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be typical for somebody to have an alibi witness during sleeping hours?
No,
Now, if she left the farm in her car, went to Minot, killed somebody, and came back, do you think there's a high probability that somebody would have saw her, that she might have woken somebody up at the farm?
yes,
Did that happen in this case?
no,
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that Nichole went to Minot, killed somebody, and came back to her parents' house, went back to bed on the couch undetected, and went about her day the next day without anybody being the wiser?
no.
Next topic that was brought up were Nichole's interviews. I think that the state had asked you to affirm that there were 5 interviews. Do you remember that?
Yes,
The first interview being June 4th at the crime scene, correct?
correct.
Now, you testified that you've been around a lot of crime scenes.
Yes.
Can you talk to the court about what goes on at a crime scene?
Crime scenes are, it's not like TV. It's not glamorous. It's not exciting. It's a meticulous, painstaking process of first photographing everything, identifying what might be evidence, marking it, photographing it again, collecting it properly, documenting it properly, and then taking it away.
So there's a lot of processing of evidence. Is there a lot of discussion of evidence?
There is.
Okay, and if somebody was brought to the crime scene and they were around that, is it fair to say that they would hear about the circumstances of the crime?
They could, yes.
Now, you're given a lot of hypotheticals by the state, and there are a lot of assumptions made. There was an assumption about if Nichole was in Minot, could she have done this? Could she have done that? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you reviewed the case, and would you say is it fair to say that there's strong evidence that Devin Hall was in Minot during the time of the murder?
There is.
This may sound like a very basic question. What would you rather rely on if you're an investigator that is recommending charges to law enforcement? Assumptions and hypotheticals, or strong concrete evidence?
Strong concrete evidence, of course.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Agent Coons.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any recross?
I do, Your Honor.
Something we haven't heard though, right?
Well, stuff that was brought up on redirect here.
Which was exactly the same stuff we heard on direct and cross. So,
I just need to make sure a few things are clarified.
all right.
Help me understand your timeline. Sounds like you were an active agent as far as with the FBI for roughly 10 years or so, where you were the one that was actually doing investigations.
Let's see, so I started in Sioux Falls in the spring of '97 after the academy, and then I was transferred to Bloomington, Indiana in 2002, and then was there until 2006 when I went to headquarters. So 2006 is when I became more of a pencil pusher.
Okay. So 2006 is when you became a pencil pusher.
Correct. And then I did that for a while. Towards the end of my career, I stepped down and was working surveillance and human source development.
Now, that means that by my math, you haven't been the one responsible for investigations, as least the FBI is concerned, since 2006, which is nearly 20 years ago.
Not as the case agent.
Okay. I was concerned about something you testified to. You said that you were supervising other agents in 2015.
Let's see, from 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that's incorrect. It's on my CV, whatever the exact years are.
Okay.
That I
Take
was
a look here.
supervisor.
Well, the problem is that your CV only, at least the CV that I have, just says Federal Bureau of Investigation 1996 through September of 2018. It doesn't include dates.
In 2015, I would have either been working on Special Operations Group, which is mostly surveillance, or developing human sources. So I would have been a field agent at that time again.
Okay. Part of your job being in law enforcement to keep up on changes in case law?
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of redirect, and it's been addressed.
They asked about what he was doing at the time, and I think it's quite relevant that to his expert opinion on whether or not he kept up the case law.
Your Honor, we didn't bring up case law.
They did not. It's beyond their, it was beyond their redirect.
But it has to do with his job supervising other agents.
You're questioning that he wasn't qualified to supervise other agents? Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm questioning is experienced law enforcement keep up on case law to make sure that they're doing things the right way and that they don't get things overturned or non-prosecuted, that sort of thing. What I'm wondering is, if he's supervising other agents in 2015,
Was
why
he not
would
keeping up on case law? I heard the
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Well,
Goes to his credibility.
overruled, he can answer the question.
Can you repeat, please?
Sure. So you were supervising other agents around 2015.
Yes. No, I just said that I was either working on Special Operations Group, doing mostly surveillance, or I was working human source development.
Okay. But you weren't keeping up on decisions from the Supreme Court of the United States?
In those roles, I would.
You need to wait till I finish my question.
Go ahead.
You weren't waiting, or excuse me. You weren't keeping up on decisions that came down from the Supreme Court of the United States regarding what you could and could not do in investigations?
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection. This is beyond the scope of redirect.
It goes for his training experience, Your Honor.
They had an opportunity
Again,
on cross.
Stop. We've already heard this, Mr. Nelson.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, we've established previously that you were not present or watching online when Detective Barnard testified.
For the fourth time, we've done that.
Yes. So you did not hear Detective Barnard say that he couldn't see the body inside the window either?
No.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
Nope.
Based on that, would there be any reason that you would expect that Marty would have seen it either when he threw the curtain and the curtain rod into the window?
I would expect someone to be more curious about why the window is out and look in, yes.
Okay. Detective Barnard was a licensed peace officer, state of North Dakota, an investigator. Correct?
I will take your word for it.
All right. You have no reason to doubt that.
No.
And Marty Annell was not an investigator.
Correct.
You seem to be putting quite a bit of weight on a layperson's interpretation versus a professional's interpretation.
Barnard should have seen it too.
Now, we've established through the redirect there that you were never at the scene on June 4th of 2007.
Nope.
So it's pure speculation that Barnard should have seen her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you watched that reenactment video, correct?
Yes.
All right.
I don't believe I brought up the reenactment video on redirect, Your Honor.
He did not, Mr. Nelson.
But Your Honor, it's more going towards that the room was dark, so it's hard to see.
I didn't bring up the lighting of the room either, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Now, you were present for Detective Carmen Asham's testimony.
Yes.
So you heard that the murder weapon, which we've got the photographs up there, is currently in evidence at the Minot Police Department.
Yes.
And you also heard testimony that the knife that Devin Hall had that was then given back to Jerome Vivier, is also in evidence at the Minot Police Department.
Your Honor, I didn't bring up physical evidence during redirect.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it was brought up about the knife.
Testimony regarding the knife was, and phone recordings were, the physical evidence of the knife and its location were not brought up, Your Honor.
The testimony on redirect was I took it from Jerome's house.
Sustained, Mr. Nelson.
Last time you took Amtrak was 5 years ago, right?
I'm sorry, I was coughing.
I have been coughing a lot myself. I've got it. Feel free to stop by for a cough drop if you need one when we're done.
I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Last time you took Amtrak was about 5 years ago.
Yes.
All right.
The only time.
The only time? It's the only time you've ever ridden Amtrak.
It is.
Your Honor, I did not ask any questions about him riding the Amtrak on redirect.
Your Honor, the question on redirect was about Devin Hall taking Amtrak, and then there was speculation from the witness. That's what I'm getting at.
No, overruled. One more time.
I will try again, Your Honor. The file says that Devin Hall made a statement that he slipped the gate guy $20 to ride the Amtrak without getting a ticket. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that you have on redirect that you have no experience doing that.
No.
Slipping 20s? Your Honor, I'd object. That was not brought up on redirect.
That was, Your Honor.
No, that one was. He can answer the question.
So you've never slipped a $20 bill to an Amtrak person to take a ride without getting in the system?
Never.
Okay. Which means, can you testify based on your experience and your knowledge if you could or could not do that?
No.
Okay. So there's no basis for you to know that that's not something you can do?
Nope.
Okay. Defense was asking about proving a negative about the video. You recall that?
Yes.
Redirect? But on cross, you admitted that there are statements from the people in the video saying that they were there at that time, 9:20 p.m. on June 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. So there is corroboration for that video.
Yes.
Okay. Now that first interview that Devin Hall did that you just testified on redirect on June 11th, you recall testifying about that?
Yes.
And on my cross, you testified that Hall was, according to the file, drunk and high during that interview.
Yes.
Now, I assume that over the course of 100 or so investigations that you've done as a agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that at a certain point you might have interviewed someone who was drunk and or high or both.
I might have started them. If I determine they're drunk or high, I don't continue the interview.
Why is that?
It's not going to, it's going to have problems and legally later.
You don't think that a person who's drunk or high or both is going to give a solid statement?
They might, but they might not. And if they're not in a state of mind to provide good answers, then I'm going to wait till they're sober if I am aware that they are.
So you're aware that Devin Hall was intoxicated on June 11th when he was interviewed?
Yes.
And you're aware that in that interview is when he said that he was in Minot on June 2nd?
Yes.
But you just said that a person in that condition is in no condition to give a statement.
I would not have done it, no.
Okay. So you discount his statement from that day?
I don't discount it. I just would not have done it in the first place.
Okay.
I'm going by by the documents that I was given.
Now, you testified that Devin Hall was a terrible criminal.
I did
is
not.
a terrible criminal.
I did not say that.
I believe that was brought up on redirect, that he keeps getting caught.
Yeah, he keeps
Okay.
getting, I never said anything about him being a terrible criminal.
That might be just my notes. I
Okay.
apologize. I was trying to take notes fast and I might have shorthanded something. He keeps getting caught, doesn't he?
He does.
You think if he'd murdered someone that he likely would have been caught?
Possibly.
Okay. That running man that came forward, did he match the description from Becky's description?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, when people go out for runs, things like that, do they sometimes wear grubby clothes?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. He might wear old clothes. I don't know about grubby. I don't.
So-
What do you mean by grubby?
Okay, you might wear old clothes. It might be stained.
It's possible.
Okay. You're not dressing up for court, say, when you're out for a run at a certain time in the morning.
Correct.
So you're not trying to look your best necessarily.
Right.
Is there any evidence in the file that Devin Hall was ever on the north side of Minot?
No.
In fact, he said he wasn't on the north side of Minot, didn't he?
On the 11th?
No. Later on when he's interviewed. During the interview at Wolf Point by Detective Goodman, he said
Okay.
he was never on the north side of Minot, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that there was no evidence that the defendant came back to the farm. In other words, that she left and came back.
Depends on what you're talking about.
We're talking about the time of the murder here. You testified that there was no evidence that the defendant left the farm and returned to the farm.
Left the farm and returned to the farm?
Yes.
I mean, she went from the farm to the family gathering, to the bar, to the cousin's house, and
Let
then
me-
back to the, do you mean back to Minot
Let me
and then
focus
back
you
to
up.
the farm? Okay.
Because this is my understanding of what your testimony was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that your testimony was that there was no evidence the defendant, the morning of the murder, left the farm, went to Minot, and returned to the farm.
Correct.
And the information that there's no evidence from that comes from the defendant's family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You testified earlier that family has a motive to lie.
Correct.
Your Honor, that's mischaracterization. He testified that families have a motive to lie, not Ms. Rice's family.
The question was, a family has a motive to lie.
Yes, I heard the testimony.
Those knives that we're talking about here, the knife that actually killed Anita and then the knife that was turned in by Jerome Vivier. You've
What?
seen those.
Objection,
Again,
Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, this goes beyond their redirect.
It does not, Your Honor. During redirect, there was things brought up about the astronomical stuff about the knives.
Not the physical knife, Your Honor.
Not, all right. No, Mr. Nelson, next question.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Is your expert here by subpoena?
Your Honor, if I may, I have very brief, 3 questions.
All right, Mr. Sand, go ahead.
You were asked about family members corroborating the video, but didn't you just state that family members have an inherent bias to lie?
Yes.
Would that be in the case of the video that Nova Westit took regarding the train station?
Yes.
Next question, you testified, or you were asked regarding whether it was likely that Devin Hall would have been caught, correct?
Yes.
Do we know how many crimes Devin Hall has committed that he has not been caught for?
We do not.
Final question regarding the state's question about the farm and the fact that there's no alibi witnesses. Do you recall that?
Yes.
However, you had testified that there is no cell site data regarding Ms. Rice's location, correct?
This is beyond the scope, Your Honor. Objection.
No, keep going. He can answer the question.
There is no cell site data regarding the location of Miss Rice's phone.
Is it fair to say that if she drove to Minot, there might be some cell site data that she went to Minot?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, one more chance. Anything else?
That cell site information would only be there if she actually had her phone with her. Correct?
You would still have it. It would be stationary for a period of time if she didn't have it with her and was traveling, if that's your point.
So the cell site information only comes from the phone's interaction with the cell towers.
Correct.
So if she left the phone at the farm, the phone would show that the phone was at the farm.
It would, but we'll never know that.
Okay. Now, I do want to clarify something on the video of Devin Hall at the train station on the 3rd of June. That was corroborated by people that are unrelated to Devin Hall, correct? That video took place at that time?
Your Honor, that's not what I brought up. I brought up family
That
members.
was, Your Honor.
We're deep in
No,
this.
he mentioned specifically the family, so I'll let him clarify it. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
If you mean unrelated by blood, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And he's here by subpoena. Is he free to come and go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Nelson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You
you.
can come and go as you please. The witness today, Mr. Sand.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, just so we're clear on that, we had a little meeting at the bench here. Mr. Sand, is the state calling another witness?
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense rests.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, is the state going to be calling any rebuttal witnesses at this time? And if you need time to think about that, that'd be fine. But if you have an idea now, I would like to know.
I will need a few minutes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll wait. Do you want to talk about it now or not?
If I could speak with Mr. Nelson and Ms. Asham out in the hallway, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Maybe about a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, my thought is that I think I would prefer if we just broke for lunch and then came back at 1 o'clock.
Sure, that sounds great, Judge.
So the time is 11:30. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's my understanding the defense is not going to be calling a particular witness that we had had numerous discussions on, but those discussions were not in front of the jury, as far as I know. So the jury has no inkling of your concern with regard to whether that witness is going to be called or not called. So I just wanted to make it clear on the record that the opportunity to call additional witnesses, you have decided not to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And again, what would happen now would be the rebuttal witnesses, if the state has any, they would like a few moments to do that. My thought is I'd kind of like to know that now because I'd like to go over closing instructions at some point here. We need to do that without the jury being present. So that having been said, I would like to recess us from now 11:33 till 11:45 and then come back and make a decision at that point. So we'll be in recess for 12 minutes. The jury's done till lunch. We're not yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're back on the record. Time is 48 minutes after 11 o'clock. Jury's not present. Parties are present along with counsel. Both parties have rested their case in chief. The question, the jury's been excused for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. The only question is to the state. Ms. Sorgan, is the state going to be calling rebuttal witnesses?
The state will not be calling rebuttal witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, both parties have rested. We are now going to do closing arguments. Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to make a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you very much for your patience. It's been a long 7 days that we've been here together. Make sure that that television's on too. Or not. There we go. Okay. Now we're cooking. You've been here listening to testimony for about a week now. There's a lot of information in this case. As you heard from the witnesses, over 6,000 pages of documents, hundreds of hours of audio and video, photographs too numerous to count. So we've prepared a little bit of a PowerPoint here to help consolidate and putting together the state's closing argument. Mr. Nelson. Okay. You were told an investigation is like a puzzle. You heard that from a couple of different people. It's not solved by one person alone. Everyone's got a little piece. Every witness that we presented to you during the course of this past week has had a little piece of that puzzle. Some pieces are bigger than others. All the pieces are important, though. Some of those pieces give more information than other pieces do. If you're thinking about a jigsaw puzzle and you're looking at that, some of those edge pieces have to be laid out first. before you start getting towards the center so that you can start seeing what that bigger picture is. Next. You heard from Sharon Knutson, Anita's mom. You heard that Anita was attending MSU to be an elementary teacher after she graduated from Velva High School. She worked 2 jobs, Vanity in the mall and the Fairfield Inn. Anita had a boyfriend in California that she spoke with on the phone. And Anita and Sharon used to go shopping together every weekend, and they spoke regularly on the phone. But that Anita didn't want Sharon to come to the apartment that she shared with the defendant because of the issues that the girls were having. You heard Sharon tell you that Anita seemed afraid of Nichole. And that Anita had Sharon put a lock, or had Gordon put a lock on her bedroom door so that she could get away from Nichole when things were getting bad between them in that apartment. Sharon told you that she last spoke with Anita the Friday before she died, that Anita had been out with her friend Michelle. You heard Sharon say that she couldn't reach Anita. She couldn't reach her in person. She couldn't reach her through work. And she became very concerned. And so that when Gordon went to Minot on Monday, she wanted him to check on her. You also heard Sharon tell you about the devastating effect that Anita's death has had on this family, including the suicide of her brother Daniel a few years later. You heard Sharon herself tell you what her own mental state was like following Anita's death, and that she had a lot of blank moments in those instances. Next, please. You heard the testimony from Gordon, Anita's father, that he drove to Minot on June 4th, 2007. I'm getting a lot of feedback and echo. And then he checked in on Anita because Sharon asked him to, because Sharon hadn't been able to get a hold of him, get a hold of her. That he found Anita's apartment door locked. And so he went to go find the manager of the apartment building.
I think she's getting feedback.
Yes, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Can you just turn that one off?
Okay, let's see if that works a little bit better.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Sorgan.
That's not a problem, Your Honor. Technology. We've got gremlins. Okay. Gordon went to go find the manager of the apartment building because he couldn't get in because the door was locked. That manager was Laura Knapp, who unlocked the door to the apartment. Gordon told you he found Anita dead, cold to the touch, in her bedroom. You next heard from Laura Knapp, the manager of the Northgate Apartments. Gordon came to her and locked that apartment, and she did. You also heard Laura tell you a lot of information about those locks, that these were specialty locks, had to go through Shook's, the locksmithing company, because these were specialty locks, heavy duty specialty locks. And that the only people who were issued keys for these apartments were the tenants on the lease, the manager, which was Laura, and maintenance, Marty. And that in order to get a copy made of that key, you couldn't just go to a locksmith. There were no key kiosks. You had to go through management because you had to go to a special locksmith to get that key copied. And Laura told you that there was never a request received for a copy of apartment number 5. Laura told you that she distinctly remembers hearing the tumblers click in that lock, that she tried the door first to open it, and it was locked. And that she put a key in the lock, turned the key, and heard the tumblers click. And then the door opened. You also heard Laura tell you about Marty, the maintenance man, who was there when Gordon came to find Laura to get the key. And that Marty was there because he and Laura lived together. And they'd lived together for about 10 years. They were in a relationship. Marty was the maintenance man for the location. He lived in the apartment with Laura that she got as a perk of her being the manager at Northgate Apartments. Laura told you that Marty committed suicide New Year's Day, 2009. She told you why. He'd had problems at work, hadn't gotten a job that he was looking for, possible diagnosis of Parkinson's, and that he had no health insurance. She told you about the death of his niece a few months prior to Marty's death, that Marty's family was not nearby. They'd all left Minot by that point. New Year's Day 2009. This was right after the holidays of 2008. Thanksgiving, Christmas. You heard Laura tell you that holidays were incredibly important to Marty, that he was usually always with his family. They were a big deal. Would it take much for you to imagine that with all of this coming down on Marty, with the holidays being a depressing time without your family, that there's a question on the timing on his suicide? You also heard Laura, who lived with Marty for 10 years, say that he did not have a knife or a knife collection, that occasionally there would be tools that he would work with. Next. We brought in a slew of officers for you. First officer on the scene. At that point in time, Patrol Officer Plessis, now Captain Plessis. He's been with Minot PD this entire time. He's familiar with the city of Minot. He's familiar with the locations throughout the city. He pointed out to you on the map where Northgate Apartments is, clear in the northwest quadrant of town, near the airport. You heard the captain tell you that he's the acting chief of the Minot PD currently, and that he was involved in the decision to bring cold justice into the investigation, to allow them to assist the investigation. This is an important distinction here. Cold justice provided resources and time that Minot PD could not allot to this cold case. After 15 years, you heard detective after detective and the captain himself tell you how busy Minot PD's caseload was, and that people just could not catch a break to be able to get the time to sit aside to go through this case. So this was a valuable resource that was available to be able to carve out that amount of time. You heard from retired Detective Strandberg. He was the one who was at the scene, taking photographs of the apartment. And through him, we received the exhibits of the exterior of the apartment building. It's exhibits 3A through 3F, and you're going to get all these exhibits. You can go through all of these at your leisure together while you're deliberating. We have photographs 4A through D, which is the ground outside of Anita's window. We have photographs, we've only picked a few, of Anita's body at the scene. States exhibits 5A and 5B. And these are incredibly important. I'm sorry, 6A and 6B, 7A, no, 6A. Yes, 6A, 6B, my typo there. of Anita's body at the scene. In a light pink robe, face down on a dark blanket. With photographs of Anita's body after it was, or bedroom after her body was removed from the scene. And we have photographs of the screen as it was found located in Marty's shop with the cut that had been described as a backward L. And Lieutenant Strandberg also got the search warrant for Anita's phone bill to show us Anita's contact times. You heard from retired Sergeant Goodman, who's also very active in this investigation. And you learned some very important information from Sergeant Goodman. You learned there was no sign of a struggle or robbery. You learned that Anita's purse was sitting there in the bedroom with visible cash inside it, indicating no sign of a robbery. Because think about it, if someone is going to rob someplace, aren't you grabbing the visible cash out of the purse? He told you about the process of the removal of Anita's body from the scene. And again, this was highly important. He told you about the limited access of anybody to see the body, how Anita was positioned, and what she was wearing. That she was in that pink robe on that bed. Sergeant Goodman conducted a number of interviews. He also accompanied the defendant into that apartment after law enforcement processed the scene to see if anything was missing. And do you remember what he said about her reaction? Immediately, my iPod's missing. My pink iPod is missing. Without even really looking. And that this struck Sergeant Goodman as odd at the time. Sergeant Goodman also provided us with some very important information in the form of photographs that he took of Anita's cell phone. He photographed Anita's incoming and outgoing text messages, including her last outgoing text message and her last incoming text message that went unread. He also photographed the text messages between the defendant, from the defendant to Anita, complaining about that alarm clock and telling her what goes around comes around. Sergeant Goodman conducted an interview of the defendant on June 11th, 2007. And you'll have that transcript, State's Exhibit 13, to review. And he told you during his testimony that he caught the defendant in a lie during that interview about where she was at or around the time of the murder. Even though he had told her, I don't care if what you were doing was not legal. I don't care if you were smoking pot. I want to know. Don't hold anything back. And what did she do? She lied to him about her whereabouts. And she only came clean on it when he called her on it. Sergeant Goodman investigated the knife. He told you it was a cheaply made knife. It was sold in bulk. He also told you, as well as a number of other officers told you, that it was determined that the murder weapon was not the same knife that Devin Hall thought he had. You're going to hear a lot of information about that. Devin Hall thought he had that knife because the medallion was missing on one side. But remember, this was a cheap knife, a cheap folding knife. Would it come as any surprise to somebody to anybody that something that's cheaply made might have more than one of those cheaply made knives, might have a medallion fallen off of it? I don't know if anybody's been keeping up with the news about panels falling off of Cybertrucks and that there's a mass recall with regards to that. That's certainly not a cheaply made item, but it's happening on more than one item that was produced. Sergeant Goodman followed up on the Devon Hall lead and ruled him out. Went to Wolf Point, interviewed him. Interviewed a number of people who confirmed Devon Hall's statement that he was not in Minot on June 2nd, 2007, that he did not get there until the evening hours of June 3rd, 2007, by which point in time Anita was already dead. Next, please. You heard from Jordan Thompson, who's now with parole and probation after retiring from the Minot Police Department. You got to see the reenactment video, State's Exhibit 14. And again, you'll have access to that. What did we learn from this? That the window would not have been the point of exit. That it was extremely difficult for them to get in and out. You saw that yourselves. That it was difficult for Jordan Thompson, Dave Goodman, and Evelyn Jones, all three of them, getting in and out. The screen would have been ripped or damaged. The items below or in the windowsill would have been disturbed. You saw Evelyn sitting in the window to get in and out. You saw Jordan have to take great pains to hop around so as to try not to rip the screen out of the frame. But one other thing I want you to remember about that reenactment video. Whenever you saw somebody go into that window, they disappeared. You didn't see them. Remember that when there's a question about whether or not Anita could be seen by Marty as he's dealing with that screen, as he's just quickly plucking it out of the window and taking it back to his workshop. You heard from retired Detective Barnard, who went on to become sheriff of Ford County before he retired again, off to Arizona. He was the first detective at the scene. You heard him testify that he had to have Chuck LeBoy point the body out to him because even though he was standing right outside that window, looking in, actively looking for that body, he could not see it. He had to have it pointed out to him by another officer. He told you about the difficulty that law enforcement had in getting the defendant to come to the scene to meet with them. You heard Detective Barnard tell you what was conveyed. There's an emergency at your apartment. We need you to come home. And then you heard him tell you about her behavior when she finally did show up after law enforcement had to threaten to come get her. She had a flat affect during the notification at the scene of Anita being killed. Didn't seem concerned. And most telling to Detective Barnard, she didn't ask any questions. And that normally when someone is told, there's an emergency at my home. What is it? Why are the police at my house? Why do the police need me? What is going on? No questions. Didn't ask who, what, why, what's going on, nothing. Sergeant Barnard was present for the initial video of the apartment, which you, in conjunction with the photographs, you can see this is a tiny little apartment. Tiny little apartment. He took the first two statements from the defendant on June 4th. You also have the transcripts of those. And he also told you that the investigators did not give the defendant any of the holdback information. And he told you why. We want to know what you know without influence from us. You heard from Dale Meixner, the BCI agent, conducted an interview with the defendant on May 6, 2010. That states Exhibit 19. You'll have that transcript too. That also was analyzed by Sergeant Asham. Please. You heard from Dr. Marianne Sens, the pathologist who performed Anita's autopsy. And you'll get a copy of the autopsy report. You have it in evidence, the anatomical diagram, the photographs. And I will warn you that these are graphic photographs. And we've refrained from showing them to you thus far, but you will have them. Dr. Sens indicated that Anita had been face down shortly after her death, based on the livor mortis, the lividity, the darkening of the body, where the blood pools due to gravity. And that was how she was found. You heard Dr. Sens tell you there were no hesitation marks and there were no defensive wounds found on Anita's hands. That Anita's cause of death was 2 stab wounds to the chest. And that one of the wounds was fatal within minutes. And she told you that that manner of death was homicide. And I also asked Dr. Sens how much force was needed in order to cause these stab wounds. And she told you not much force. It went through the cartilage, the soft part of the sternum. It didn't require somebody to be very strong or have a lot of upper body strength to do this. Next, please. We heard from Amy Gebhardt from the State Crime Lab, who analyzed the DNA. And she determined for you that the blood on the knife was Anita's blood. That gives us the murder weapon. And that the blood, or the DNA from the cut in the screen, was also Anita's. Now, Amy did mention that there was male DNA under one of Anita's fingernails, one fingernail, but that was a sample that was too small to compare. You have also heard testimony that there is no timestamp on DNA. DNA is everywhere. I could brush past you and my DNA would be on you. Next, please. You heard from Mickey Talbot, Michaeli Talbot, now with St. Paul PD. She was part of the new investigation. She was partnered with Sergeant Asham. They interviewed numerous witnesses. They split this investigation up. Detective Talbot handled the part of the case involving Devon Hall. And she was able to rule out Devon Hall by establishing again that he did not arrive in Minot until after Anita was dead. And she did this by talking to collateral sources, by confirming with people who were with him at that time, he was not here in Minot. Not here in Minot. I would normally be saying here in Minot if I were back in Ward County. Next, please. You heard from Matt Hansen. Matt was the defendant's boss at eTelecare. And he told you about what happened the day that they were notified of Anita's death. They didn't even tell you there was notification about Anita's death. The police called saying they needed to get a hold of Nichole. There was an emergency at her apartment. She needed to come home. What was her response? Not what's going on, why the police need me, what's happening, or oh my goodness, I need to get there quick. It was, that's just my crackhead roommate. I'm not dealing with it. Matt didn't tell her anything about her roommate. Why'd she leap to that assumption? Then Matt told her again. The police called back. He advised the police I've already given her the message. And the police told him that if she didn't come, they were going to come get her. Then she finally went to the scene. Matt also told you that the defendant won a sales trip because she was a good salesperson at eTelecare. But she ended up not going to it because she quit shortly thereafter. Please. Then you heard from Donna Bieland. You probably remember her sitting up on the stand, wearing her visor and her sunglasses because she's got issues that cause light sensitivity. She worked next to the defendant for several months at eTelecare. At that call center, open spaces, the defendant would constantly come. She'd park herself next to Donna. And Donna remembers crystal clear that first conversation with the defendant. What do you think of a roommate who leaves her alarm clock on and locks her door? First impression. And then from there, it was constant, according to Donna. Constant complaints from Nichole about her roommate. Donna told you about the fish tank incident, that there had been 3 separate occasions, and eventually the fish died. And that the defendant reacted like Anita had crossed a line, that she went from being a bad roommate to being an evil person. Donna also told you about the day after the defendant had an interview with law enforcement. And we know from the timeline when that would have been. We know that Sergeant Goodman interviewed her on June 11th. We know that the defendant had been interviewed on June 4th initially at the scene, but that she didn't go back to work on June 5th. So we know it wasn't the day after that interview. Interview with Goodman, June 11th. Means that she spoke to Donna on June 12th, because the next interview with law enforcement wasn't until 2010, and she wasn't working at eTelecare at that time. Why would I need to cut a screen? I had a key. I wouldn't need to do that to get at her. Remember the holdbacks. Remember that the defendant never saw that screen on the window. Law enforcement never saw the screen on the window. They were led to it by Marty and Nell. And you will get the transcripts from June 4th and June 11th, her interviews with law enforcement. Not once is that screen mentioned in those interviews. Not once. But she tells Donna, they think I did it. I wouldn't need to cut a screen. I had a key. And she told Donna, I'll be okay as long as I keep my mouth shut. And you heard Donna's impression that she thinks at that point the defendant said too much, because then she said, you do not want to make me mad. Donna didn't realize that she was even talking to her at that point. But the defendant was looking right at Donna. You do not want to make me mad. Next. You heard from April, one of the friends. She told you that following another one of the defendant's interviews with law enforcement, the only thing she seemed concerned about was her missing iPod. My pink iPod better not be missing. Next. You heard from Michelle, another friend. Michelle gave us a timeline. She was with Anita the Friday before she died. Michelle went and got a tattoo. Anita chickened out. She was supposed to get one too. And then the girls went to Schatz Crossroads, the truck stop, for a meal afterward. Why is that important? Because when the officers were interviewing and talking to Tyler, Tyler mentioned that Anita was going to a truck stop. She went with Michelle. Next. William May, the defendant's former boyfriend, was present at a party, a house party that he was having. And the defendant was drunk. She was intoxicated. But she said, I did it. I killed Anita. Mr. Whitmay told you about how he went to the police with this information. And we acknowledge there is no record of this interview. We acknowledge that. But he did tell you as well that the next day, he asked the defendant about that statement. She didn't deny killing Anita. She denied saying the statement. There's a big distinction there. Next, please. You heard from Christina Holler, formerly Christina Imhoff. House party, defendant drunk, being picked on about Anita's death. She gave the defendant a ride home, and then they talked in the defendant's apartment, where the defendant told her, I was fighting with my roommate over an alarm clock. She was wearing a white bathrobe. I stabbed my roommate. They had a falling out because the defendant was possessive and angry. Ms. Holler also said she went to the police before. Again, we acknowledge there's no record of that. But this was before the two had a falling out. Now, the defense is probably going to tell you that some of this information from some of these witnesses is largely influenced by cold justice and the airing of the documentary. You saw those pictures of Anita wearing a pink bathrobe. If Christina was trying to comport her information to what was learned through cold justice or to the evidence, wouldn't she have said that bathrobe was pink? She told you what she remembered the defendant telling her, that it was white. That was her memory of what was said to her. Fighting over an alarm clock. My roommate was in a white bathrobe. I stabbed her. Next, please. You heard from Connie Euland. And these were a little disjointed because we had to fly people in from out of town. We couldn't get Connie here until yesterday. Connie's Marty's sister. She also reiterated Marty had no family living nearby in Minot at around the time of his death. Mom had moved away. Connie was living in Minnesota. She confirmed the death of her niece, of Marty's niece, a few months before Marty's death, just like Laura told you about. She confirmed that holidays were very important to Marty, that he was the best gift giver. She told you about their family history of alcoholism and of suicide. But she also gave you some additional information. That Marty was having problems with Laura. That Laura showed up with another man at the funeral, after Marty's funeral. What was Marty losing by that? The love of his life that he'd been with for 10 years. The apartment that he lived in, because that was Laura's through Northgate Apartments. And his job, because Laura was his boss, because she was the manager and he was just the maintenance man. And when Connie was asked what losing Laura would do to Marty, she said it would crush him. It would crush him. Add that to what you already know from Laura of what was going on in Marty's life at around the time of Marty's suicide. All of this compounding itself. Is it any wonder that the man committed suicide? Next, please. You heard from Robin Thompson, another friend that we had to fly in. Friend of both Anita's and the defendants from high school. After Anita's death, she found that the defendant had one of Anita's stuffed toys in her closet and asked her about it. And she also told you that at the funeral, or after the funeral, the defendant told her that Money Mike was talking about that he had killed Anita at the funeral. Next, please. You heard from Mark and Brenda Glynns. This is the defendant's aunt and uncle. Brenda was the defendant's other mama. You heard her tell that. And you could see how difficult this was for Brenda up on the stand, testifying as to this, talking against her own blood, against the girl that she was incredibly close to for a number of years. She told you about a trip that she took back from New Mexico after rodeo finals with Nichole, in Nichole's car to move her back from New Mexico to North Dakota. And they talked about this case because they were in the car together for a couple days, and they were very close. And that the defendant told Brenda that she would never get the image of Anita out of her head, laying there so peaceful in her robe covered up. She told her aunt about the bowl in the bathroom sink and that the killer washed their hands and cleaned up the knife afterward. She told her aunt that the killer laid in wait in Nichole's bedroom for Anita to get out of the shower and then attacked her. And she also told her Aunt Brenda that she had gone back to Minot after she went to the 41 Club to get close. And we know from investigation that the defendant went to the 41 Club Saturday night and was there late. And you could tell that this was incredibly difficult for Brenda to express. The defendant would refer to Anita as a fucking bitch, a fucking cunt. You heard Mark corroborate that Brenda took that trip for rodeo and that he was also present at a time when the murder was discussed. And one of the cousins asked Nichole if she was okay. And if the defendant's response was, she was fine. I never really liked Anita anyway. Next, please. Last state's witness, Sergeant Asham. She analyzed the phone records of Anita and of the defendant. Both of these are in evidence. She went through these photographs from Sergeant Goodman, determining when was the last message sent from Anita, when was the last message received that she never opened, confirming that Anita was most definitely still alive as of 2 a.m. on Sunday morning the 3rd, because she'd had a phone call with her boyfriend out in California, and he recognized her voice. She conducted another interview of the defendant on March 12th, 2022. You'll have that transcript as well. And she reviewed the defendant's prior statements to the other detectives over the years, as well as her statements to her Aunt Brenda. Yep. Mr. Nelson switching this over for me, because we have another PowerPoint for you on this one. The timeline of these statements. Timeline 1, the June 4th, 2007 statements to Detective Barnard, where the defendant says she was at that point in time. Timeline number 2, the June 11th, 2007 statements to Sergeant Goodman. Where was she then? Timeline 3, the May 6, 2010 statements to Agent Meixner. Where was she? And timeline number 4, the March 12th, 2022 statement to Sergeant Asham. As you can see, there's a lot of gap here. We're looking at June 1st, 2007. Indicates at about 11:15 p.m. the defendant arrived back at the apartment. On June 4th, 2007, she said she got home, she heard Anita in her room, but didn't see her. June 11th, she returned home from work and heard Anita talking with someone. In 2010, she said she saw Anita at the fridge getting something to eat. And on the 4th, she didn't even remember if Anita was home. 1 a.m. on May 6th, the 2010 interview, she heard Anita open the front door. It's the only time she ever mentions this. Got up at 7 a.m., left for Velva without seeing Anita because her door was closed. Next one on that, please. Okay. We have varying timelines of when she arrived in Velva, when she was in Sykeston. The timeline number 4 from March 12th, the gray one. Unclear of the beginning time when she went to Sykeston. This is when we start getting things a little bit fuzzy here as to where she was and who she was with. We've got all sorts of different stories. As you can see from the May 6th timeline, arrived at the farm, fell asleep on the couch. No specified timeline at the Russo 41 Club. Watching movies with Alyssa, went back to sleep on the couch. Timeline number 4 here. Went to Russo until 11 p.m., never mentions going to Alyssa's house at all. Next, please. Inconsistent across the board of where she was on June 3rd and what she was doing until she went to work to be in work at work on time on June 4th. If you could back up one more, please, Chris. Oh, could you go back a slide? Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Now, as you heard the defense's own expert testify, no one had eyes on the defendant from about 11:30 p.m. until 8:30 the next morning. You heard officers testify how far of a drive it is from that farm in Velva to Minot, to the apartment. It's about 40 minutes. She had a window of opportunity of 9.5 hours. Go back to the right slide, please. Sorry, I'm making him do all sorts of technical stuff. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So we're bringing it all together for you. First step, we establish means, motive, and opportunity. Means is the ability to have committed the crime. Motive, the reason why a crime was committed. Now, we don't have to prove motive to you, but sometimes it's helpful in determining someone's intent. An opportunity, the time or availability to have committed the crime. Next. Step 2, review of the persons of interest in this case. We look at people's alibis. We look at their means, their motive, and their opportunity. And they are excluded by investigative tools. Please. So person of interest number 1, Tyler Schmaltz. The investigation showed you he hadn't spoken with Anita on the phone or texted with her in over a month. It also showed he moved into the apartment complex at Northgate before Anita did. He was living with his brother, who also alibied him, as well as people that he was playing online games with. He had no opportunity to do this. And he's been an active voice for justice for Anita for over the years. We've heard that testimony as well. Next, please. Next person we look to is Michael Van, Money Mike. He was interested in dating Anita. They're getting to know each other. He didn't have a motive to kill her. The last text message he sent at 4:53 a.m. You don't answer. Went unread. It's the last message that was sent to Anita that she hadn't opened. That gives us a timeline. Money Mike, through the investigation, was alibied by his friends. He was at a party. No opportunity to have committed this murder. And no means. He didn't know where Anita lived. The investigation concluded he didn't know where she lived. No means, no motive, no opportunity. Michael Van's out. Next, please. Next person of interest is Marty Annell. Marty led law enforcement to the cut screen. As we already established through defense's expert, if you're going to create a scene, if you're going to stage a crime scene, you're going to cut the screen and you're going to leave it to be found, aren't you? Marty didn't leave it in the window. Marty took it to his shop where he showed it to Laura and then told law enforcement about it. If Marty were going to stage this scene to look like a break-in, don't you think he would have left that screen in that window for law enforcement to find or somebody other than him? No. Marty went about his rounds, doing his job, saw a cut screen, damaged screen, takes it, puts it in the shop. You heard about the issues in Marty's life. He committed suicide 18 months after Anita died. The death of his niece, right after the holidays, which were important to him and his family. No family support around. Losing the love of his life, possibly losing his job too, and where he lived. And a family history of alcoholism and suicide. Wave after wave after wave crashing in on this man. But most importantly, Marty was alibied by Laura Knapp that entire weekend. She testified that they worked in tandem with each other. He'd be fixing something while she was cleaning an apartment. There was never any significant period of time he wasn't with her. And they lived together. Now, you heard the defense experts say that you wouldn't expect somebody to have an alibi witness during their sleeping hours. Do you think that that's true of your romantic partner who you share a bed with? Marty may have had means, no opportunity, no motive. Next, please. The jogger, the running man, as we've heard talked about. This came about because of a description from Becky Ehrman based on a sketch that was released in the media in October of 2008. And shortly thereafter, Adam Raper came forward and said, I think that was me. I was running that area. And you heard the testimony. He matches the sketch. Possible opportunity, no means, no motive. Next, please. And a lot's been done about Devon Hall. There's been a lot of talk about Devon Hall. Devon Hall breaks into people's apartments. Not going to sugarcoat it. It's what he does. But he is bad at it because he keeps getting caught. And including, notably caught, for a break-in on June 11th on Sioux Street. Clear on the other side of the city. Opposite quadrants. That he was highly intoxicated when he was arrested. His aunt lived in the apartment building that he was arrested at over on Sioux Street. But most importantly, he was not in Minot when Anita was killed. How do we know this? Because of the investigation that was done. He was in Wolf Point, Montana for a graduation. The investigation showed there had been police contact at that hotel that they were staying at because the boys were breaking into the kitchen on the evening of June 2nd. June 3rd, they took the train back from Wolf Point to Minot, corroborated by other people in that group who traveled with him, not all of whom were family, as it was acknowledged. Next, please. And Jerome Vivier. You alibied Jevin Hall, you alibied Jerome Vivier too, because they were together in Wolf Point on the day of Anita's murder. No opportunity, no means. Yeah, Jerome Vivier, he's been convicted of gross sexual imposition. So that's a possible motive. However, if you remember the testimony, and you'll also see this from the autopsy report as well that you have, Anita was not sexually assaulted. There was no sign of sexual assault. The victim in Jerome's GSI case was known to him. And when did that occur? On May 20th of 2007. You heard testimony, you heard some evidence that that Jerome was at the 101 Club on May 19th, 2007, the same date Anita was. But you also heard testimony that those two arrived over half an hour apart. There was no indication that they had any interaction whatsoever at the club, or that he wasn't paying attention to anyone in particular in the club. There's no indication that he could have found out where Anita lived, that he'd followed her when she left the club to see where she lived, that he'd interacted with her, that he'd looked at her driver's license to see her address, or anything like that. And then the next night, he's raping someone else in Minot. Not Anita. Next, please. So now our last person of interest, Nichole Thomas Rice. Means she had access to the apartment with a key. The murder weapon was found on Anita's bed. Motive, an extremely toxic living arrangement between these two girls. The text messages from Nichole: I'm not going to live like this. What goes around comes around. An opportunity. Statements from her alibi witnesses and her leave large gaps of time unaccounted for. Even the defense's own expert acknowledges that. She can't be accounted for between 11:30 and 8:30. And that this murder occurred right around 5 a.m., right smack in the middle of that window. And that it is only a 40-minute drive from that apartment back to the farm. You heard the officers tell you she was the only person who could not be eliminated as a suspect. And the defense's own expert confirms that as well. She could not be ruled out. Next, please. So we bring it all together, the final pieces of this puzzle. Next. Suspect, Nichole Thomas Rice. The only person who could not be ruled out. The only person elevated from the level of person of interest to suspect. The only person with means and motive and opportunity. Her rendition of events has changed significantly several times during interviews. No reaction, no questions, no concerns. The only thing that she was concerned about was that pink iPod. Declared it missing before even entering the room, according to Sergeant Goodman. And that struck him as odd. But he wasn't the only one that found her concern over this pink iPod, instead of Anita, distressing. You heard that from Goodman, you heard that from Barnard, and you heard that from April. And then we've got the statements to William May and Christina. I did it. I was arguing with my roommate. She was wearing a bathrobe. We were arguing about the alarm clock, and I stabbed her. Next, please. So we're summing up for you what the evidence shows. That the point of entrance and exit was the front door. The deadbolt was in place. A key was needed to make that entry. And more importantly, a key was needed to lock that door behind you. You could not pull that shut and have it lock behind you. It had to be locked with a key from the outside. Wouldn't that just be muscle memory to do that as you're leaving if you're the person that lives there? Pull it shut, lock it, keep going. And we know it was locked because Laura Knapp distinctly remembers hearing those tumblers click when she unlocked it. And we know that the killer didn't have Anita's keys because Anita's keys were returned to Gordon by Detective Barnard at a later date. They were in her purse. We know the window was not the point of entry or exit. Anita's blood was in the cut on the screen and nowhere else on that screen, only in the cut from the evidence that you heard, which means that it was made with the knife that was used to stab Anita, which means that screen wasn't cut before she was stabbed, which means that that screen was not the way into the room. You can't go through a cut that hasn't been made. You heard the testimony that there was dust and cobwebs in and around the window and the windowsill, and that this was not disturbed. That's another way you can tell that no one went in or out of that window. The reenactment video shows you that the items in and around the window would have been disturbed, that those dust and those cobwebs would have been disturbed, and also showed you that that screen would have been stretched and ripped in a manner that it was not. You heard tell about the stuff that was underneath Anita's window, that she had things kind of precariously stacked. And you heard the detectives tell you that when they entered the window through that reenactment, they stepped on the floor, not on the bed, on the floor. Because that's where you go through where that cut would have been. That backward L would have stepped on the floor. All that stuff would have come cascading down if someone had done that, entering through that window. The evidence showed you there were no signs of a robbery or sexual assault. Her money, her cash in her purse was still there. The photos show you her television was still there. Her phone. All these little items that could have been stolen and taken, nothing's missing. No sexual assault. The evidence showed you this toxic relationship between them, the fish tank that resulted in dead fish, the alarm clock, the nasty text messages, and the installation of a lock on Anita's door so that she could take herself away from Nichole when things got bad in that apartment and put a locked door between the two of them. Next, please. The evidence further showed the defendant had knowledge about that crime scene that she should not have had. The statements that she made to her Aunt Brenda before any information became public or was disclosed by law enforcement to anyone outside of law enforcement. That bowl of water in the bathroom sink. That had been removed when the crime scene was processed before she was allowed to come in. That wasn't there when she was let in by law enforcement. How'd she know it was even there? They never told her about it. Anita having been in the shower before her death. You heard the testimony. There was no physical evidence at the scene that she'd been in the shower. That was pieced together from the text messages that she had with Michael Vann, that she wasn't feeling well and that she was going to take a shower. Anita had been dead over a day by the time that she was found. There's no indication that her hair was wet. Would have been dry by that point. Anita being in a bathrobe in the position of her body. You heard from Goodman, from Strandberg, and from Barnard the process for removing this body. And that the defendant had not been in that apartment before that body was removed. You heard that they later, in the body bag, A dark body bag. You can't see through it. You heard Barnard tell you in detail about those body bags. And then when the notification was done, the identification, they unzipped it just a little ways so that the person making the identification could see her face. Wasn't unzipped enough to see that she was wearing a bathrobe. And then you have the statement to Donna Bjelland about the cut screen. But before I get into that, the bathrobe again. She mentioned that to Christina. Remember, my roommate was wearing a bathrobe when I stabbed her. But on to Donna, talking about the cut screen. Again, remember, we know when she talked to Donna, based on the fact that we know when she talked to Sergeant Goodman. Because it was the day after she talked to Goodman, and the Goodman interview was June 11th, 2007. And once again, law enforcement did not tell the defendant about the cut in the screen during those interviews. And that screen was not in the window for her to have seen it herself, even if she was just milling about. And law enforcement was adamant about what they held back in this case. The bowl of water in the bathroom, Anita's body and what she was wearing, her position on the bed, the cut in the screen. These are important holdbacks. And these are all pieces of information the defendant possessed and conveyed to people at times when she should not have had that information. And as you heard the defense's own expert say, the only logical conclusion is that she was there. Next, please. So again, these inconsistent statements to law enforcement and to others. Next. And the confessions. I did it. I was arguing with her about an alarm clock. She was wearing a white bathrobe, and I stabbed her. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the totality of all of this information, eliminating the other persons of interest through investigation, there's only one conclusion to be drawn. Most importantly, from the defendant's knowledge and her admissions. Admissions to friends, and what she told her Aunt Brenda, whose heart was breaking about this. There's only one conclusion to be drawn, and that is that in the early morning hours of June 3rd, 2007, Nichole Rice took this knife and plunged it into the chest of this girl and killed her. The state asks you to find her guilty once you conclude your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorgan. Mr. Sand, do you wish to make a closing argument?
Oh, yes, I do, sir.
All right.
Yeah? Can you hear me all right? Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay. There's been some issues with that, so thank you. First of all, thank you all for being here. I know this is probably the last thing anybody here wants to do. All the time and energy that you guys have expelled, taking a week out of your life sitting on a case like this. It's a lot of stress, and I'm sure your family and your work lives have suffered for it, so thank you very much. It's important. As citizens, it's important for Anita, and it's important for Nichole. Now, we just sat through over an hour of slides, trying to go through every piece of this case, every piece of testimony, every witness. And I'll tell you, usually when you're a defense attorney, your job is to try to snake through a hole. You got to make things just work right. This case is totally flipped. They just took you through an hour of slides where they had to go through about 300 elements that have to work perfectly for them. All of them have to be true for their case to work. Devin Hall got on the train at the time some guy in Wolf Point said he got on the train. They don't have evidence for that. She's saying that. The investigation showed. The investigation didn't show that. Otherwise, the FBI wouldn't have said Devin Hall was the most likely suspect. But I'll get back to Devin Hall. They talked to you about Marty and Ella. Never left Laura Knapp's side, but she's screwing around on them. They never leave each other's sides. That's not true, and that didn't happen. But it has to be true for their case to work. Their case doesn't work. Their own lead investigator, Detective Asham, told you guys she didn't review the whole file. That's not bad police work. That's insane to bring charges when you haven't reviewed a file. They're trying to say this is a puzzle with many pieces. No, it's a murder case. And everybody in here deserves justice. Anita and Nichole, and this isn't how you get it. And I don't mean to yell at you guys. I'm not yelling at you. I'm blown away by what I'm seeing here. I've been practicing law for quite a while. I've never seen anything like this. So we got a case agent. A case agent who didn't review the file. You heard from our expert. I'm going to call him Agent Coons, not our expert. We had to bring in our own expert. I've never done that before because I've never seen an investigation like this. We had to have the entire case reinvestigated at Nichole's expense to figure out what happened here because they don't know. All of their conclusions that they're bringing to you are just the conclusions that they needed to put her in that chair right now. Devin wasn't there. Devin told you, we read the report. I've been breaking into houses since I was here. Oh, it just perfectly lined up that he wasn't on the train. He was breaking in somewhere else at that point. This is crazy. I had Detective Asham on the stand. I said, you're aware he broke into that apartment? She goes, well, he actually broke into 2 that day. Unreal. A detective who didn't read the case file. I've never seen anything like that. It's insane. We discussed in jury selection and at opening that they're going to tell you that this is a murder case based on an alarm clock and nasty text messages between 2 18-year-old girls. I can walk around this town and find all of those people. 90% of the girls in this town are going to have those same issues that go to UND here. This sophisticated murderer sitting right here, Nichole, was able to scrub the DNA out of that place. They showed you the murder weapon. I'm not even going to dig around. You've seen it 20 times. Her DNA is not on it. In fact, the only DNA they have is from a man. Nichole's not a man. This is 2025. This isn't Perry Mason in 1950. They're trying to use conjecture and hearsay to convince you guys that Nichole got out of bed in the middle of the night, drove to Minot, killed her roommate, scrubbed the scene of DNA. She's this mastermind mob hit killer. Goes back home, has the intestinal fortitude to just go on with life like it never happened. We're talking about a daughter, a sister, a wife, and a mother. This doesn't happen. This is a load of crap. Now, I talked to you at jury selection. I talked to you on opening arguments. This TV show came to town. What a coincidence. The TV show comes to town, and we're getting charges. They came to town for 7 days. They're telling you in their closing that the Minot Police Department's so busy, they can't get things right. And there's a whole heck of a lot more we heard about the Minot Police Department that I'm not going to get into because we don't need to relive some of the accusations and the things that have gone on with the Minot Police Department. But they bring in a television show for a week, and they're going to blow this case wide open. You heard from Agent Coons, the show came in, it had an agenda. The agenda was to put Nichole in that chair right there. Because that's what gets people watching these things. And that's what they care about. They don't care who did this. They care who's watching that TV. You see all these cameras in here. And when this is over, you'll find out a lot more about what's going on here. This is a media circus. And it's a media circus because they can put her in that chair, and these people helped them do it. And it's garbage. And they should be ashamed of themselves, all three of them.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll back off.
Thank you.
The show comes in, the charges come out. The week-long investigation commences with two people from Hollywood. We're trying to clear your brother Marty. How can we figure that out? We don't consider Devin Hall a suspect. Why? They don't even have the train records. The guy's breaking into houses all over Minot with knives, women's apartments, saying, I've been doing this since I was here. Not a suspect. Because these cameras wouldn't be in here if he was. If the dead guy was the suspect, these cameras wouldn't be in here. These cameras are in here because we can have a nice North Dakota mom sitting there. That sells. And it's disgusting. And it's not our system of justice. It's greed. And that greed's putting pressure on these people. Now, we sat up here for 6 days. And person after person, officer after officer, we heard inconsistent statements. Oh, I don't remember. It was so long ago. I don't remember. Can you show me the report that I never looked at, that I never read before we brought charges? Sure. I spent half my week up here. Yep, here it is. Here it is. This is what happened. You should have reviewed it before you put her sitting in that chair. But when that happens, oh, it's been a long time. It's an inconsistent statement. When Nichole, who comes in for every interview, talks to law enforcement every time they ask her, when she makes a mistake, when she can't remember something just right, she's guilty. We're putting her in that chair. And here come the cameras. She's the only one who's not allowed to have 10 minutes wrong or get interviewed 18 years after something happens and have one element wrong. She came in every time, no lawyer. Not all the other suspects you can say that about. 18 years. She was 18 years old when this happened. That was 18 years ago. They've been interviewing her over and over and over again. Of course they're going to get interviewed for 18 years. But when other people, for their case, for what they need to put her there, when those other people make inconsistent statements, it's forgiven. When the cops make inconsistent statements, when the cops tell you they didn't review the case, it's forgiven. It's madness. I have never sat through a case where I've had to sit here with 7,000 pages. You probably noticed how slow I was going. I'm going through 7,000 pages in my head to make sure they understand what happened because they didn't do the work. The investigation happened in here. The investigation happened with Agent Coons. They didn't review the file. They said that. That's insane. To put somebody sitting in a chair for murder without reviewing the file. On top of not reviewing the file, I'm going to take myself back up here. Detective Asham, did you have trouble gathering the evidence? No, we got all the evidence. Well, I thought you said you had trouble gathering it. I show her a report where Devin Hall says that he came to Minot on the 2nd. On the bottom of the report, it says, this has been recorded and will be put into evidence. Do you have that? No, we don't. You don't have that. That's bad police work at best. You know what it is at worst. The state brought in a bunch of witnesses. It was a cast of characters. The TV show comes out, the phone starts ringing. You have two people who all of a sudden have an admission, an alleged admission. I did it. Everybody's blackout drunk at a party. I did it. One guy's got drug problems. We're more than grateful for his service in the military, no doubt. He's admitted he was in St. Cloud for rehab. They get in touch with each other prior to talking to police after the show comes out. And they say, yeah, we reported this multiple times back in 2008. This is one of the biggest murder cases in North Dakota history. And the cops just ignored that? No, they didn't call in. This is another load of crap. Donna Bieland can't remember when she worked with Nichole. She can't remember where the office is. She says Nichole's parents forced her to clean up the murder scene and then made her sleep in a shed. I was laughing during the testimony. This is crazy. She's sitting up here with Coke bottle sunglasses on and a banker's hat. It's like they went off and found her on the street. And they want to put her in prison with that crap? Are you kidding me? They sit here talking about holdbacks. Aunt Brenda, she proved the holdbacks about that trip. Aunt Brenda said the trip was in 2007, 4 to 5 weeks after Anita died. She was totally wrong. She was a year off. Those holdbacks had most likely been given to the press at that point. Michelle Grubb, when she testified, if you can keep all this straight, had said she knew Nichole was stabbed. This stuff comes out in these towns. They're basing all of these holdbacks on this testimony of Aunt Brenda, good old Aunt Brenda. She's not sitting in here right now, I'll tell you that. Aunt Brenda had it a year off, and she was so sure of it. We were going to my son's rodeo in Farmington. We took my husband's plane. You're a year off, Aunt Brenda, sorry. They're asking you to find this girl guilty on 20-year-old hearsay. It's baloney. Think about this for a second. She leaves her family house in the middle of the night, goes in, kills her roommate, who's got a lock on her door. Like Dexter cleans the scene. No DNA, scrubbed. Nichole lives in this apartment. There's no DNA. Her DNA is not on the knife. Her DNA is not on Anita. And then she texts her after, long after. The state expects you to believe that she did that and came home and went on with her life. You see her sitting here. That's not James Bond. This didn't happen. Then the state's got the gall to ask Agent Coons why we didn't do more work investigating this case. We did a heck of a lot of work. And we have no obligation. We have no obligation to hire investigators and to hire experts and everything else to do an investigation that they didn't do. They admittedly didn't do. They didn't review the files. It's Nichole's job. That's a terrifying thing. If you're an American citizen, you got to hire your own police because they're not doing it. You heard from a few witnesses that were law enforcement from Minot back in the day. You heard from Agent Coons. The FBI fingered Devin Hall. He said, that's who we're going to look into. Who's the one suspect that they didn't look into when they reopened the case, when cold justice showed up? Devin Hall. You know why? Because it would have been a problem for them. They wouldn't have been able to get Nichole in that seat. And these TVs wouldn't have been lit up and people wouldn't have been making millions of dollars. And I can't harp on this enough. It's 2025. And we're taking a cold case with no new physical evidence, no genetic evidence, no DNA. When you guys go back, look at that DNA report. Look who wasn't tested. They got male DNA under a fingernail. Read through those names, see who wasn't tested. You're going to be surprised. In their opening, the state's attorney said, crime loves silence. Nichole went in every time the police asked her to come in for an interview. She wasn't hiding from this. There were people that were. What you're seeing here is a totally unprepared police department and state's attorney's office. You're seeing baseless charges, and they're going after an innocent woman because they're pressured. You have no idea what these TV cameras do to these people. And I'm not blasting police. Police are good people. But what you're seeing in this case is garbage. It's absolute garbage. It's insanity. You heard it from Agent Coons. I can't state it enough. They didn't read the file before they charged her. We read the file before they did. They keep telling you that their big issue is this hunch on Nichole because of her behavior. And then you heard, and you'll see it in the transcripts, top of the transcript, Nichole was crying at the scene when she got there. I can't make these police testify to what they said. I've shown them a lot, but that doesn't sound like what they were saying. She's crying. She's not acting stoic. She's crying. They asked her, they brought her into the apartment. Is anything missing? Yeah, my iPod is. Now all of a sudden they're latching onto that. Cops are asking you a question. What's missing? It looks like my iPod's missing. She should have just said nothing and lawyered up. Instead, she tried to help them out. That was a bad idea with these people. People like Nichole don't kill people over alarm clocks. We know that. Toxic roommate. They're telling you, read the texts. Look at the alarm clock. The fish. We all went to college. I went to college. Everybody's been in plenty of disputes with their siblings and roommates. We talked about this at opening and during jury selection. People like Nichole don't kill people over that. I've told you that before. It's true. This is a case based on hearsay and speculation from 20 years ago. I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't want justice for Anita. She deserves it. There's no doubt, but there isn't justice for Anita in here. Nichole didn't do this. And on jury selection, we talked about guilty go free or innocent go to prison. Nichole didn't do this. The killer's out there, and this needs to be solved. But it's not going to be solved in here today because the work wasn't done. The work had to be done by Nichole. She had to hire ex-FBI agents, a team of attorneys. She had to do that. That's not her job. That's not your jobs. That's the police's job. It's their job to look into the file, to read the file. Not to have a... I can't link anything more to the fact that cold justice came into town and they charged this case more than the fact that they said they didn't read the whole file. They didn't review the file. I'm showing them things they haven't seen before. I showed Detective Asham that train report. She was shocked. Wolf Point to Minot, end of May through June 10th. No Devon Hall on there. Our case is shot. All of a sudden, he slipped a guy at 20. That's what I'm telling you. They just went through all these slides, hundreds of elements that have to work perfectly for them, for this case to work for them. It's crazy. If one of those falls out of place, this case doesn't work. Crime loves silence. Nichole participated all the way along. This is madness. State's Attorney Sorgan told you DNA is everywhere. DNA is in the air. If I touch this, my DNA is there. Not Nichole's. I don't know what, she's got special DNA, I guess. She lives in the apartment. They don't have her DNA. No DNA on the murder weapon. They're so sure of what went on with this screen. Their detectives never saw it. Their investigators never saw it. The only person here that testified it was Gordon. He said it was out in the yard. Marty's dead. We can't talk to him. And then a couple days later, you got Devin Hall saying, I'm coming in and out of the windows, in and out, twice in one day with a knife. This is terrifying that this case was brought. It's absolutely terrifying. And I used the term abortion of justice. And I know that's a heavy term. I don't like to use that. But that's what this is. This is madness. This never should have happened. We shouldn't be sitting here today. Nichole didn't do this. Nichole Rice, the sister, the daughter, the mother, and the wife, who's sitting here with her whole family right now. It's a ranch family from Velva, North Dakota. She didn't sneak out of her farmhouse in the middle of the night, get Devin Hall's Indian head knife, and stab someone in the chest. She didn't do that. And go back home like nothing ever happened. Just take a step back. Let's walk away from the slides. Let's walk away from 8,000 things that have to go right for us to be sitting here today. All these other people. This is madness. It's a horror movie. I don't think after any of this there's any option to come back with a not guilty verdict. Nichole didn't do this. Thank you guys so much for your time. I know this has been a lot. I know this is a lot out of your lives. This is incredibly stressful. We appreciate you. Nichole appreciates you. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sand. Ms. Sorgan, last word.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oops, it's not true. Well, I'm glad that Mr. Sand told us that he's not bashing the police because could have fooled me. I'd like to remind you all of an instruction that you're going to get. What counsel says isn't evidence. What I say is not evidence. Mr. Sand says isn't evidence. Evidence. It's what's on the table. It's what you heard out of that witness stand right there. So I'd like to go through Mr. Sand's points. You heard him say a lot during the course of this trial. This is important to Nichole. This is important. You know who else it's important to? Anita's family, who have been sitting here throughout this whole thing. This is important to the community of Minot. This is important to my office. This is important to MPD. It wasn't just important to Nichole. Now, I do not discount. It is absolutely important to her. I know it is. Mr. Sand told you about, it's got to be like 300 elements. It's got to all line up just for everything to work. That's life, folks. Think about using your common sense and experience. How do things have to line up in order for something else to happen? Every step we take in life leads to something else. He questioned about Laura saying that she was with Marty the entire weekend. The weekend of the first weekend of June of 2007. 18 months later, when Marty committed suicide and they had his funeral, she was with someone else. There's no indication that she was having an affair or that there was an issue the weekend that Anita died. That's a red herring. Mr. Sand wants to continue to harp on that Sergeant Asham didn't review the file. He kept saying, didn't review the file. He left a word out of there, entire file. She didn't work the entire file because she had a partner, Detective Talbot. They split up the work. That much evidence to go through? One person can't do it alone. In fact, you even heard the defense's own expert, Mr. Counts. I glanced at some things. I glanced at it. He didn't do a deep dive on absolutely everything in this file. It was his own testimony. Now, nowhere did you hear that the state's theory of this case is that Nichole went to sleep at the farm, woke up in the middle of the night, made a mad dash to Minot, killed Anita. From the timeline that you saw, And from the statement that she gave to her Aunt Brenda, she left the 41 Club in Russo and went back to the apartment in Minot to get clothes, where she encounters Anita. Anita, who thought she had the apartment all to herself that weekend because Nichole went home every weekend. Anita was not expecting Nichole to show up at home. So her bedroom door was not locked. You heard the testimony from Gordon. Anita's bedroom door was open when they went into that apartment. It wasn't closed. And I'd also like to get back to another point about Gordon's testimony. Mr. Sand told you that Gordon told you the screen was in the yard. Gordon didn't know that because Marty had picked up the screen during his morning rounds and taken it to his shop before Gordon showed up. Gordon wouldn't have seen it in the yard. Now, there has been a lot mentioned about cold justice, that they came to town for 7 days, and in 7 days cracked the case wide open. That's what we just heard. You heard Sergeant Asham tell you that they had the case file a couple of months ahead of time so that they could review everything. They came to town for 7 to 10 days for filming and for some interviews, but that this was a collaborative effort and that cold justice was not calling the shots. Cold justice does not make charging decisions in Ward County, North Dakota. Minot PD doesn't even make charging decisions in Ward County, North Dakota. Mr. Sand kept saying MPD can't get things right because the time couldn't be spared. Yeah, cold justice. Kelly Siegler and Steve Spingola came to town. And you heard the testimony from their own expert. Kelly Siegler, seasoned prosecutor. Steve Spingola was a lieutenant with Milwaukee Homicide. These are people with experience who assisted the MPD in this investigation. These weren't just two random people from Hollywood, not two Hollywood people or Hollywood personas that came in. These are people who actually have worked cases before. Mr. Sand tells you that greed is putting pressure on these people, that there's millions of dollars to be made. Not in my paycheck, not in Mr. Nelson's paycheck, certainly not in Sergeant Asham's paycheck. The only person that you've heard has any financial benefit from this case so far is Mr. Counts. Got his $10,000 expert fee. It's the only person that you heard has made any money off of this. And you heard Mr. Sand saying, well, I spent half my week up here going through with witnesses. You're right. On cross-examination, when you were asking them about things that were extraneous to the case. It is not improper to prep witnesses. In fact, that's trial tactics 101. They teach you that in law school. You don't ever ask a question to which you don't already know the answer. So you prep your witnesses, you meet with them. This trial could have been a whole lot longer if we had the witnesses testify to absolutely everything that was in this case file. But we didn't. We had to boil it down to what was relevant and what was important. You've already been here long enough without having to get through that. So he's refreshing witnesses' recollection for investigations that they did 18 years ago. Are you surprised? And then he asks you, oh, but they get forgiven for that, for not remembering something 18 years ago when they've worked how many other investigations since then? But Nichole, not remembering something is a bad thing. Okay, let's explore that. If you're the suspect in a murder and you know that your alibi is important, that your whereabouts are important, wouldn't you know that information cold, no matter how many times you're asked about it? And again, let's look at the timing of these interviews. June 4th, 2007, the date that Anita's body was discovered. June 11th, 2007, a week later. Not enough time for a loss of memory. And remember, in that interview, that's the one that Sergeant Goodman said she was not telling him the truth, and he had to confront her on it. May 6th, 2010, not even 3 years later. And then the last interview, March 12th, 2022. 15 years after the original interview. So the relevant, the main interviews, when it was fresh and it was new and there was no time to forget. And you would expect her, wouldn't you, to know where she was if she knows that she's a suspect for a murder. Are you going to expect Detective Barnard to remember something 18 years later when he's retired twice and worked how many cases in the interim? Same thing for Sergeant Goodman, Detective Thompson. A cast of characters. I would like to correct something that Mr. Sand told you. 2 people coming in after, one of whom having drug problems. If you remember the testimony, William May went to St. Cloud for PTSD treatment, not for drug treatment. He tried to make Brenda Glynns out to be a drug addict. She went to a rehab facility to be weaned off of pain medication after she broke her back because she was having seizure activity. And nobody said that Christina or William repeated, they went in multiple times to report this. Nobody said that. They didn't testify to that. They went in once. Nothing came of it. What are they to think? Donna can't remember when she worked at eTelecare. I couldn't begin to tell you the start and end dates of a couple of my past jobs. But Donna remembered those conversations with Nichole because they stuck in her memory. Remember what she told you. The level of concern that she had is what ingrained this into her memory. That she was concerned about how this is escalating between these 2 girls. Brenda was wrong about the year on the trip. She thought it was 2007. It was 2008. What's important is that trip happened. And then Nichole confessed information to her during that. And also, Brenda didn't say that she flew to New Mexico. She said she rode with her ex-husband and then rode back with Nichole. So if we're going to nitpick testimony, let's remember it right. Mr. Sand told you this stuff comes out in these towns about the holdbacks, about the information. Yeah, because Nichole talked about it. She told people. That's how they knew. You heard people tell you that she told them these holdbacks. Mr. Sand is correct. The defense has absolutely no obligation to investigate. But they did. And their own expert didn't even really review the file particularly well, did he? He acknowledged several mistakes that he made in that, such as Devin Hall broke into the apartment complex that's the same building as Anita. You heard him admit, nope, I screwed up. I made a mistake on that. I was wrong. Wasn't the same building. You also heard him say he didn't hear the testimony of these witnesses. And he also didn't review prior deposition testimony from them. Mr. Sand told you, look at the DNA report and look who wasn't tested. You're going to have one heck of a time figuring out who wasn't tested. This lab report is 35 pages long. And you will see that Devin Hall's name is in it. He was tested. They got a sample from him to review against. You also heard that Nichole was crying at the scene in that very first statement. Yep, she was crying. After she'd been told that if she didn't get there, they were going to come get her. After, that's just my crackhead roommate. I'm not dealing with it. Without any information of what was going on at that apartment, not why are the police trying to get a hold of me? Not what is happening at my apartment? Was there a break-in? Is something missing? No questions whatsoever. And that struck investigators as odd. No concern over Anita whatsoever. You've been told this is a nice North Dakota woman who referred to her roommate as a fucking bitch, fucking cunt. Told her family, I'm fine because I didn't really like Anita anyway. And was more concerned about what happened to that pink iPod of hers than about her deceased roommate, who at one point in an interview, she said, she was my best friend. I looked up to her. I wanted to be like her. Mr. Sand told you that Sergeant Asham was shocked by the train report. No, she wasn't. But in any event, you can judge for yourself what Sergeant Asham's reaction to that was. But I would like to remind you, she had a partner. That would be Detective Talbot. She worked the Devon Hall angle. She's the one who reviewed the train reports. She's the one who reviewed that video, spoke with those witnesses who confirmed that Devon Hall was in Montana and didn't leave Montana until that train departed to head to Minot, which did not arrive until 9:20 p.m. on June 3rd, 2007, at which point in time, Anita had been dead since 5 a.m. that morning. And again, this was not Devon Hall's knife. Lastly, that was one of the last points that Mr. Sand brought up. Devon Hall, in an interview, said it looked like a knife that he had taken from Jerome Vivier's, but that he had returned to Jerome's house after having it about a day. And Nova Wetsit brought that knife to the police. You heard testimony that that knife, Jerome's knife that Devon supposedly had, was turned into MPD and placed into their evidence. So it could not possibly be the murder weapon that had been left on Anita's bed, because it was in Nova Wetsit's possession to turn into Minot PD later. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the totality of everything, once again, we urge you to find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sorgan. Members of the jury, Mr. Nelson, can I have you move the podium for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Just slide it underneath the pole there.
Sure.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. You will recall at the beginning of this trial, several instructions were read to you on trial procedure, on your duties, and on some of the law to be applied to this case. Those instructions should be considered by you as part of the remaining instructions that I now give. Officer, please don't let anybody in that door while I'm reading these. Thank you. While you are the sole judges of questions of fact in this case, it is your duty to accept the law as is given to you by the court in these instructions, and to apply the law to the facts as you find them to have been proved. You have no right to disregard the law and look for any theory unsupported by credible evidence upon which to build a verdict based upon your notions of what the law is or ought to be. A person who knowingly or intentionally causes the death of another human being, or who willfully causes the death of another human being under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, is guilty of murder. The state's burden of proof is satisfied if the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt the following essential elements. On or about June 3rd, 2007, in Ward County, North Dakota, the defendant, Nichole Rice, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, a human being. Or the defendant, Nichole Rice, willfully caused the death of Anita Knutson, and the death of Anita Knutson was caused under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. A person engages in conduct intentionally if, when he engages in the conduct, it is purpose to do so. Knowingly, if, when he engages in the conduct, he knows or has a firm belief, unaccompanied by substantial doubt, that he is doing so, whether or not it is his purpose to do so. Recklessly, if they engage in conduct in conscious and clearly unjustifiable disregard of a substantial likelihood of the existence of the relevant facts or risks, such disregard involving a gross deviation from acceptable standards of conduct, except that awareness of risk is not required when its absence is due to self-induced intoxication. Willfully, if he engages in the conduct intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. When a person is charged with having been present and with having committed or aided in committing a crime, absence from the scene of the crime is a complete defense called an alibi. Intent may be proved by circumstantial evidence. Indeed, it can rarely be established by any other means. We simply cannot look into the head or mind of another person, but you may infer the defendant's intent from all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any statement made or act done or omitted by the defendant and all the facts and circumstances in evidence which indicate the defendant's state of mind. In this case, you have observed video evidence. When considering video evidence, you should evaluate it like any other piece of evidence. And you may consider any facts or circumstances in the case which tend to strengthen, weaken, or contradict the video evidence. You should consider the video evidence using your common sense and experience. The opinion of an expert is based upon certain underlying facts or data. While you need not accept that opinion, you should consider it and give it such weight and credibility as you think it deserves in the light of all the circumstances. If you conclude that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, or the reasons given in support of the opinion are unsound, or the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion. Witnesses who were not testifying as experts gave testimony in the form of an opinion or inference based on having perceived a matter. In deciding the weight and credibility, if any, to be given a witness's opinion or inference based on having perceived a matter, you may consider the witness's opportunity to have perceived the matter, the witness's reasons for the opinion or inference, and all other evidence related to the issue. The weight of the evidence is not determined by the number of witnesses testifying on either side. You should consider all the facts and circumstances in evidence to determine which of the witnesses, if any, are worthy of belief. You may find that the testimony of a smaller number of witnesses on one side is more believable than the testimony of a greater number of witnesses on the other side. Any fact in dispute may be proved by the credible testimony of a single witness. However, before finding any fact to have been proved solely by the testimony of a single witness, you should carefully consider all of that witness's testimony upon which proof of fact depends. A witness, including a party, may be impeached, meaning that the witness's testimony is discredited by contradictory evidence you find to be true, or by evidence that on a former occasion the witness made a statement or acted in a manner inconsistent with the present testimony, or by evidence of conviction of a crime, or by evidence of character for untruthfulness. If you conclude that a witness has been impeached, you may give the testimony of that witness such weight and credibility, if any, as you think it deserves. If you conclude that a witness has been impeached by an earlier contradictory statement, the statement may be considered by you as evidence only if the statement was given under oath, in which event you may determine which is the truth, the present testimony or the earlier statement. If you conclude that a witness has willfully, knowingly, or intentionally testified falsely concerning a material fact in this case, you may wholly disregard the witness's testimony unless it is corroborated by other credible evidence. A defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. You must not draw any inference of guilt from a defendant's silence. The prosecutor cannot mention a defendant's silence, and you must not discuss or consider it. If you find from all the evidence in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, that all of the foregoing essential elements of the crime charged in the information viewed in the light of the law have been proven, then it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. If the state has failed to establish any of those essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. In reaching your verdict, you must not discuss or consider any possible penalty or punishment, as that matter lies with the court and other government agencies. When you go to the jury room, you will select a jury leader. The jury leader will lead your deliberations, communicate with the bailiffs for you, and speak for you in court. The jury leader does not have more authority than the other jurors, and the jury leader's opinion does not carry more weight than the opinions of the other jurors. In order to return verdict, each juror must agree to the verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to work with each other in an effort to reach an agreement, if you are able to do so without giving up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should consider the evidence impartially with the other jurors. You should not hesitate to change your opinion if you are convinced it was wrong. But you should not change your opinion about the weight or effect of the evidence just because of the opinion of other jurors or in order to return the verdict. If it becomes necessary for you to communicate with me during your deliberations, the jury leader should send a note to the bailiffs. All questions to the judge must be reviewed by the attorneys. This may take a period of time, and some questions may not be answered. After you have agreed on your verdict, the jury leader should fill in, date, and sign the formal verdict using the appropriate form which accompanies these instructions. The jury leader should then notify the bailiffs that you have reached your verdict. You will be brought to the courtroom for reception of the verdict. You must not disclose your verdict to anyone until it is returned in open court. One form of verdict is submitted to you for finding the defendant Nichole Rice not guilty or guilty of the offense of murder. You will now take this case, try it fairly and impartially between the state of North Dakota and the defendant, and return such verdict as is warranted under all of the evidence and these instructions. Dated the 25th day of March, 2025 by the court, Richard L. Hagar, District Court Judge. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I was in charge of your life. Now you are in charge of mine. Can I have the bailiffs come forward, please? Do you solemnly swear to keep the jury together until they are returned to the court and not permit anyone to communicate with them unless you are directed to do so by the court? So help you God. Thank you very much. You may lead them out now.
State of North Dakota, in District Court, County of Ward, North Central Judicial District. State of North Dakota Plaintiff versus Nichole Rice Defendant. Criminal number 51 2022 CR 00421. Verdict form. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Nichole Rice not guilty of the information dated at Grand Forks, North Dakota, this 26th day of March 2025.
Now, we are trying to get reaction to the verdict. We haven't been able to get anybody to talk on camera, but we did get a written statement from Anita Knutson's longtime childhood friend who said, in part, God truly knows what happened that night, and we all will have to stand before him one day and be judged, and I am happy knowing when that day comes, I get to meet Anita again. Now, we are working on trying to get reaction from others. The state's attorney's office declined to comment on this case. Nichole Rice declined to comment before she left the courthouse.
On the other side of the courtroom, Anita Knutson's family got up and left, and as you would imagine, and I'm sure they are in pain. They likely believe that Nichole Rice caused the death of Anita back when they were roommates at the ages of 18 and 19, respectively. Anita was 18, Nichole was 19. But that's justice. This is a live look outside of the courthouse. This case was moved from Minot, North Dakota to Grand Forks, North Dakota, because it was one of those cases in a relatively small town. You know, Minot's not a very super small town, but it was small enough, and this case had enough media coverage and public speculation that they ended up moving the case, which probably worked in the defense's favor as well. There was a part of this case too, Matthew, that really called into question the investigation, and there was a internal report that one of the investigators had conducted himself in a manner that was unbecoming, and he ended up taking his own life. Now you see the family hand in hand. That shows you the emotion. And Matthew, you've been through this some dozens of times on both sides. Let's see if we can listen in here.
We pray your Father will bring the person to justice that did this. We pray for strength for that family. And though we are joyful, we still hurt him. And we pray mostly that we can just forgive. It's easy to walk forward and not forgive, but it's way easier to forgive. Make the choice. Thank you again, your Father, for so much, so much. And God bless every one of these people. May God help them be a team of lawyers and be with them as we move forward and grant us all your peace. In your most precious name. Amen. Shake it really well. Oh, they're Catholic. Oh, I didn't even hear it.
All right, family and friends, along with the attorneys, praying afterwards and obviously celebrating. Matthew, what is it like when you come away with a win? And you could tell these lawyers, just from their reaction, even in the pretrial motion hearing, they were invested. They truly believed in their client. You know, sometimes you could tell a defense attorney doesn't. What's it like when you believe in your client and justice is served in the way that you believe it should be? It has to be exhilarating.
Yeah, it certainly is exhilarating, Ted. And you can tell, jurors, public can tell when someone is invested in the case and they're not. And that makes a difference. Because if you come into court and you truly believe in your client, you're going to exude that to a jury. The jury's going to understand, hey, these guys, they're trained lawyers and we know they have a job to do, but these guys, they believe in their client. And that's sort of contagious. A jury senses that, and that's so important. Certainly a jury can sit there and when an attorney's going through the motions, they know it and they feel it. And so, the fact that this defense team believed in their client certainly had an impact on the outcome of this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if there's no. Okay, Nichole just walked right by the camera, didn't say anything. And they're going to go back to their lives, back to their homes. She'll go back to her family, including her now 2 children. She's free, and this is it.
Well, I know some of you guys are surprised by this verdict, but I have to be honest with you, I am not. I felt all throughout this trial that the defense was doing a wonderful job at showing that there was reasonable doubt with all of these other possible suspects in the case. Is it right? I don't know. Did Nichole do it? I don't know if she did or not. I just think that if I were on the jury, I probably would have gone not guilty as well. Now, with that being said, the one thing I am surprised about with this jury, the lack of time in deliberation. I don't think that the state did a horrible job. I don't think they did a great job, though. There was a lot in the state's case that was lacking. One thing was that they never got up off their asses to get up and present the case to the jury. Their PowerPoint presentation at the end was absolutely, uh, ugh. I mean, I don't even know how to explain. You guys, I did better than that when I first got a computer and I didn't even know how to use a PowerPoint. They had no images, they had no videos, they had all kinds of things that they could have put up. The only videos and stuff that they used were the old videos from way back when. I just thought they just did a poor job at presenting the case to the jury. And I know a lot of people did not like the defense attorney, but for some reason, if I didn't hate him because I just felt like, well, he's doing his job and he's doing a pretty darn good job at that. So, yeah, those are my thoughts. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, please do not forget to like and subscribe on your way out, and feel free to leave a comment. Have a blessed day.